This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Paladin's Shadow by Tavia Lark. Narrated by Kai Rubio. Chapter 1. Karis. Are you even listening, Karis? Karis blinks out of his daze and looks over at his friend. Absolutely not, he answers, breaking into a laugh. The slight smile lights up his youthful, freckled face, but doesn't quite reach his eyes. He's still distracted by the echoes of another voice inside his head. Could you repeat it, if it was interesting? Stacey rolls her eyes, long accustomed to his attitude. Everything I say is interesting? A fellow squire of the Radiant Order, she wears the same sky-blue tunic and undyed trousers he does. Her black hair is pulled back in a tail behind her head. Especially that I'm going out with Sir Annette to pick up supplies, and you're stuck here with Sir Bernard on prison watch. Again? Karis sighs and slumps back against the garden wall. This is the worst vacation ever. All right, so it's not a vacation. The two of them are currently in the garden courtyard of the Harvest Lord Church in Marek, halfway back to their home in Ostaris. The Radiant Order worships Vara, not Myza, but the two faiths are friendly with each other. The rest of the paladins in the party are currently talking to the Harvest priests, arranging rooms for themselves. And for their prisoner. Karis's eyes flick towards the enclosed carriage in the center of the churchyard. When he concentrates, he can see gold shimmering around the doors and shuttered windows. Even with the locking magic, two paladins stand constantly at the door. Ronin Vizia, thief and murderer and heretic, wasn't easy to find in the first place. The Radiant Order doesn't intend to let him slip again. They might not have captured him at all this time if it weren't for Karis's scrying magic. But his glorious contributions to the cause haven't resulted in any benefits. He and Stacey are two of the lucky squires riding along with the party to capture Ronin and bring him to justice for crimes against the Order. Karis hadn't expected a lot of leisure time, but this trip has been his first chance to leave the bright cathedral since he joined the Radiant Order nearly a year ago. Especially after catching Ronin, he thought he would have chances to explore the towns they passed through. Maybe even talk to people who aren't also in the Order. Instead, every bit of downtime has tied him down with dinner shifts, horse duty, and guard duty. He never gets sent out to pick up supplies like Stacey and Annette. It's getting to the point where the different treatment seems intentional, and he doesn't want to ask why. "Aw, I'll bring you back something nice, kiddo." Stacey pats his arm faux reassuringly. "Candy? A toy?" "Ribbons for my hair," Karis says shamelessly, looping an arm around her shoulders. She laughs and pushes him away to go meet up with Annette. Karis leans back against the churchyard wall, out of sight and out of mind for the moment, and lets his mind drift again. Late afternoon sunlight paints the chapel garden in gold, lighting up the fragrant pink blossoms and perfectly pruned citrus trees. At the head of the courtyard stands the church. To the right is a stable, and to the left a row of barracks for the harvest priests and guests. A statue of the Harvest Lord stands enclosed in a small pond nearby. Though there's no room for a sprawling orchard in the middle of the city, there's enough fruit and flowers for worship. But it's not Lord Myza's voice that whispers in his heart. "Karis, tonight."
Karis.
His eyes snap open, and he runs a hand through his hair. Interrupted again. He peels off the wall and joins Bernard near the center of the churchyard. The man is stocky, with an unnecessarily billowing cloak, and his hair pulled back in a fairly silly bun.
"There you are,"
he says when Karis reaches him.
"Don't run off."
Karis doesn't point out that he was 30 feet away at most. The constant supervision is really starting to grate, but he doesn't think it'll get any better if he complains. "Did you need me for something, sir?"
"Scry out Captain Tanner and see how close she is. They've been moving faster than us, and it might be better to wait here for her before we press on to Ostaris."
"Yes, sir," Karis answers lazily, touching the gold and lapis stud in his left earlobe. He closes his eyes so nobody will see anything strange, and searches for the captain's presence. "Show me Captain Tanner," he thinks. And in an easy blink he sees her, with the small group she took on another task, riding through familiar terrain. He recognizes a fork in the road, a feeling in the trees from 2 days ago. A few seconds after the vision clears, he opens his eyes and drops his hand from his earring. He doesn't actually need a focus object to work magic, but he can't let anyone else know that. Most paladins of the Radiant Order are ordinary people who only gain magic when they complete their training and form a contract with Vara, the god of sunlight, sight, and truth. Their golden pendants are the catalyst for their borrowed powers. Then there are people who were born with an affinity for magic. They might stay minor hedge witches forever, or they might bind themselves to a god or demon to access higher powers. Either way, they still need symbols, herbs, gems, or other catalysts to channel raw power into controllable spells. Karis has never met anyone else who didn't need a catalyst, and he learned long ago to keep his differences a secret. "They're 2 days north of here," he tells Bernard. "Probably 1 day, actually, at their pace."
Bernard lets out a heavy breath. "That's good. We'll wait here until they catch up, then. I'm excited for this guy to be someone else's problem."
He cocks his thumb back towards the warded carriage. Karis runs his hand through his bangs. "Need anything else, sir?" The words are polite. The tone isn't. He can't help it. But Bernard doesn't seem to notice his sarcasm.
"Go help the rest of the squires move everyone in. The Mysons gave us enough rooms for the night. Sir Dace will tell you what to do."
"Right away, sir," Karis says, then runs off to make himself scarce. He'll find Dace later. First, he has someone to talk to, if he can avoid any more interruptions. He walks briskly towards the entrance to the barracks, then veers around the corner of the building. A graveled path leads through another side garden, and Karis appreciates the thick hedges and flowering trees, not for their beauty, but for their privacy. He finds a stone bench in a patch of sunlight and slumps down on it. Warm light soaks into his bare hands. He calls out silently, "I swear you are the neediest god. What is it now?" Radiant Vara's answer is colored with divine amusement. "Most people would be grateful for my counsel, you know." "Then talk to them instead," Karis thinks back. He doesn't expect an answer to that, though. Vara never answers when Karis asks why he doesn't talk to other paladins or priests directly. There are a lot of topics Vara never answers. Why he never talks in the Bright Cathedral, whether it's legal or moral to make Karis work dinner shifts on holy days, how to flirt with men. Karis likes to ask anyway. "Fine, fine. Your noble and shiny graciousness, how can this humble servant do your bidding today?" There's a hum in the back of his mind. Karis looks down at his hands, his skin seeming to glow in the sunlight. Every freckle is starkly outlined. The edges of his nails are sharply white. His veins are blue beneath the skin. The sunlight brightens until his eyes sting. Vara says, "Talk to the thief tonight."
"Ronan?" Karis asks out loud, startled. "Why?"
Vara doesn't answer and merely says, "Go alone." The afternoon dims to ordinary brightness, and Vara's voice recedes. Karis sits there, stunned for a moment, then flees from the side garden before anyone comes to look for him. Chapter 2. Ronan. The last time Ronan was in a Harvest Lord church, he was stealing the scepter of Myza. That was an easy job. Quick in and out, no blood, no fuss. Nobody even realized the relic was gone until a week had passed, by which point it was already safely hidden in a tell-iron box in the locksmith's vault. Of course, the scepter of Myza was the first of the Shirani holy relics they stole. Security on the others increased exponentially after that. Now, Ronan's bound in gold-embossed iron cuffs, marching through a back hallway with a Varan Paladin at each arm and Myzan priests in front and behind. And he doesn't want to break into the church. He wants to break out. The copper coin in his pocket burns temptingly, and he has a safe house in Merrick just a few city blocks away. But it isn't time yet. The Varans haven't blindfolded him today, so he keeps careful track of doors and directions as they move deeper into the church. They take one flight of stairs down to a dimly lit hallway with a row of closed doors. Lamps hang in copper sconces, shaped like flowering vines along the walls. It's pretty, for a prison. "You could have just kept me in the cart overnight," Ronan tells his Paladin escorts when they stop at the last door to the left. "You didn't need to make the priests clear out a guest room." "Don't worry, we told them not to tidy up," says the one to his right, Dace. "Don't talk to him," says the one to his left, Bernard.
"In here,"
says the mousy little priest in front, unlocking the heavy wooden door. There's an iron grate at eye level, and when the door swings out, the interior of the room is bare. Stone walls, stone floor, a rough wooden cot, and a pail under it. Metal rings hang at intervals along the walls. What use is a prison to the Harvest Lord? The thought is rhetorical. Ronan has long since learned that Shirani churches are built more for their religions than their gods. These self-righteous priests and paladins would never believe that Ronan is doing more for their gods than they ever will. Their leaders are the ones imprisoning Radiant Vara and Lord Myza, Cold Safine and Kadravos, and Songbird. Ronan is the one trying to free them. A powerful pang of homesickness strikes him. He misses Pariah. The chaos of worship, the magic in the air, the dancing lanterns of the trickster's altar in his teacher's labyrinth workshop. The quality of magic instead of the quantity. Forcing the homesickness away, he stumbles obligingly as Bernard and Dace shove him into the cell. They just might be dumb enough to believe his show of weakness. "Nice place," Ronan says. "Cozy." None of them takes the bait this time, which is progress. After weeks on the road, his captors are finally getting bored of him. If what he heard while in the cart earlier is correct, Edith Tanner returns in a day. That makes this the perfect time to escape, while their guard is down and the boss is still gone, and a safe house waiting nearby. All he needs is the right opportunity. Bernard and Dace fasten another chain to the cuff on his right wrist, then attach the other end of the chain to a ring in the wall. Ronan has enough room to walk around next to the cot or lie down, but not enough to get within 5 feet of the door. He stands in the center of the room and listens after the door closes. All the lighter footsteps head up the stairs, and the heavier pair, Bernard and Dace in their heavy boots, stay on the same floor, pacing back and forth. Their occasional conversation yields nothing of interest. Now's as good a time as any to give the coin a try. Ronan paces the room too, making no attempt to conceal his footsteps or the slight clink of his chains. If these were ordinary cuffs, he could have escaped weeks ago. His wrists are bound in front of him with a 1-foot length of chain. Picking the cuffs would be child's play, and the length is enough to wrap around someone's throat. But these cuffs are spelled with Varan runes, and it took him a week to steal a coin. Magic locks need magic keys. Ronan's pacing provides an alibi for the clinking chain as he reaches into his pocket. The copper coin is cool to the touch. He paces a few more steps, then sits on the cot and looks down at the gleaming copper. He'd rather have his dice, but a coin will do. Ronan has worshipped the trickster since his early teens, when his teacher found him cheating at dice games in a Prian tavern. She plucked him from a wasted adolescence, taking his talent and turning it into purpose. "Chance is the way of the world," she used to say as she taught him games. She still prefers cards, playing King's Hands and Burning Heart and Kettle Jump and Athwin, her plump fingers running through the deck as if through a rushing stream. Her cards whisper against the table until her deep green magic ripples. Cause and effect. When she flips a card, a candle lights across the room. She taught Ronan the rules to every game, and how to break them. How to hide cards and coins in his sleeves. How to count. How to watch. Chance is the way of the world, but the trickster rewards successful cheats. In the Harvest Lord's cell, Ronan thinks about his locked cuffs and flips the copper coin. There's no suspense. The coin lands crown up, dagger down in his palm, and a spark of cyan magic flashes. With a click, the cuffs unlock. Ronan checks just to make sure they're unlocked, but doesn't take them off yet. He's barely been downstairs for 20 minutes, and it's still light outside. He needs to wait until night falls to have a better chance of getting out after taking down the guards downstairs. Or someone will come feed him, or check on him, and he can take a hostage. It's not time yet, but his hands still burn with the echo of magic. After these weeks of tedious travel, he's ready for some excitement. And he's ready to teach these Varans a lesson. Catching Ronan Vizia is one thing. Keeping him is quite another. Opportunity arrives 2 hours later. A key scrapes in the lock, and a figure in a sky-blue squire's tunic slips in the open door. Ronan doesn't move from his seat, but his eyebrows lift. They're sending children to interrogate prisoners now? He recognizes Karis Cooper, of course. The squire with tracking magic. This auburn-haired wisp of a young man is the reason Ronan is in chains right now. Yes, isn't it shocking? Karis runs his fingers through his loose curls. I'm here to brutally torture you. The words are utterly incongruous with his appearance. When Ronan looks at him, the first word that comes to mind is cute. It isn't a compliment. The door closes but doesn't lock. There's a knife at the kid's belt. Ronan barely glances at it before focusing on Karis's sun-kissed cheeks and pale amber eyes. He's never seen eyes quite that color before. Karis sighs when Ronan doesn't respond. Actually, I do have some questions. He leans against the door. His voice is quiet, like he doesn't want anyone else to know he's here, which is interesting. Why did you come back to Shrain? Ronan could knock this kid out in a single move. He just needs to make sure there's no sound to alert the rest of the church. Though if he grabs the knife, he should be fine even if the Varans do have warning. Your superiors have already asked me that. You weren't in the country 4 months ago. You could have been free and clear, Kara says, seemingly unconcerned by Ronan's reticence. There must be a reason you came back. Everyone thinks it was just to rob the Siphinians, but that's not the real reason. Surely there are holy relics in Praia too? How do you know I wasn't in Shirain 4 months ago? Ronan settles back on the cot, glances at the squire's knife again. Tracking magic isn't always reliable. Karas lifts his chin. Mine is. Shirini mages always think they can control everything. Ronan could go on for hours about the subject, but he cuts himself off before he says too much. Nobody's gotten under his skin like this in a while. Insufferable. The Varans will probably be grateful when Ronan knocks this brat unconscious. Though knocking Karas out might not be a good enough solution. If Karas is right and his tracking magic really is that good, Ronan doesn't want to waste time running only to be caught again. If he just had to get to the border, where Varan magic can't reach him, that would be one thing. But the last thing he wants to do is lead the Radiant Order to the locksmith's base. How old are you? Karas asks out of nowhere. 28, Ronan answers. He could kill Karas easily. That might be the best solution. What's your favorite color? Are you 12? No, killing him would be a waste. Another solution starts forming in Ronan's mind. Do you serve a god or a demon? Why are you here? Ronan snaps, not even trying to keep the annoyance from his voice. He wants Karas focusing on his voice, on the conversation, and not the way he shifts slightly on the cot, his feet sliding back for an easier launch. He doesn't really care what Karas says, but the brat's answer surprises him. That pretty face goes still for an instant before softening into a barely fake smile. I don't know why I'm down here. I was hoping you could help me figure that out. Before Ronan can mull that over, a sound interrupts from outside the cell. A muffled voice calling, Have you seen Cooper? He's late for kitchen duty. And when Karas turns towards the door, silent and frowning, Ronan strikes. The open cuffs fall from his wrists. He can't afford to leave Karas here, but he can take him along for the ride. Chapter 3. Karas. Karas reacts instinctively to the movement, but he isn't quick enough. He barely touches his dagger before a rough hand yanks his wrist away. Another slaps over his mouth. Karas struggles uselessly, his cheeks stinging, his lungs filling with the taste of Ronan's skin. Ronan lets go of his wrist. An instant later, the cold edge of his own blade kisses Karas's throat. Karas freezes, and every sensation sharpens with the whetstone of danger. Will you scream if I uncover your mouth? Ronan's lips brush the shell of Karas's ear, and his warm breath tickles. Karas is far too aware of the broad chest plastered against his shoulder blades, the body heat shared between them. Low laughter rumbles through Ronan's chest and vibrates through Karas's body. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you do. The heavy hand falls away from his mouth and lands on his shoulder instead. Karas inhales sharply, then bites his lip. He wants to scream, but not yet. Not while he and Ronan are the only ones in this little room. Do you have any coin on you? Ronan asks. Belt pouch on my left hip is not nearly enough to bribe your way out of here.
Ronan laughs and reaches around his body, fumbling slightly before one-handedly opening the pouch. The heel of his hand presses into the tender skin alongside Karis's hip bone, and his fingers rub carelessly against the top of his thigh as he fishes the coins out. Karis breathes in and thinks very hard.
Hey, Vara, now would be a great time for some divine guidance.
Radiant Vara is silent. There's some fumbling and clinking behind him, presumably Karis's trainee wages finding a new home in Ronan's pocket, before Ronan murmurs again in his ear. All right, let's take a walk together. Open the door. Karis obeys, hands shaking. The door swings outward and Ronan pushes him forward into the hallway. A familiar blue cloak waits by the stairwell. Karis yells out, "Bernard!" Bernard spins around, hand on his sword, and stops. The hallway is brightly lit. His gaze clearly drops to the blade at Karis's throat, and his face pales in far greater alarm than Karis expected. He's never gotten along well with Bernard, and he's pretty sure the dislike is mutual. The guy should be pissed off that Ronan escaped, not scared. "Don't do anything hasty, Bernard," Ronan says over Karis's shoulder. His voice is low and calm, charismatic despite the danger, or because of it. "I'm going to let this kid go as soon as we reach the market square. Can you do me a favor and clear out anyone upstairs who might interfere?" Bernard's hand tightens on his sword, but he doesn't draw it. "Let him go, Vizia. Holding on to him won't get you out of here." Cold pressure increases against Karis's neck. He feels entirely useless. He has just enough combat training to know he's no match for Ronan in this situation, unarmed with a knife already out his throat. "Varans have always been bad liars," Ronan tells Bernard. "Is this kid that important? Hurry up, before my hand slips." Bernard's face flushes red, then white, settling into a scowl. His hand falls from his sword. "We'll be following you to the market," he says, and heads for the staircase. Karis gapes after him, stunned by the sudden capitulation. He stumbles when Ronan shoves him forward.
"What the fuck is Bernard's problem? Do I have to handle this myself?"
"You should probably just go back to the cell," he says when they reach the stairs. The blade is still near his neck, but no longer touches his skin, and the few inches of distance give him a bit of much-needed confidence. "He's gone off to warn the others." "I bet you 5 gold he'll do as I said." Ronan's voice has lost the threatening edge he had when speaking to Bernard. "I'd take the bet," Karis says, "but I seem to be missing my coin." Ronan just laughs. They make it up the stairs and down the hall, and at every turn Karis expects swords and beams of radiance to come piercing at them. But all they see is Bernard and Dace waiting at a side door. Swords drawn, they actually step aside as Ronan and Karis approach.
Why the fuck are they being so compliant? Are they that concerned for the state of my skin?
"You'll let him go at the market square?" Dace asks. A warm aura passes through Karis and settles behind him. A breath of heat. He guesses it's a truth spell. Ordinary Varan truth spells can't compel truth-telling, but they can indicate to the caster whether the target is lying if he does answer. Nobody currently in the company can cast the stronger version. "I swear by my god's true name," Ronan says, seemingly unperturbed. Perhaps he doesn't notice the spell. His hand leaves Karis's shoulder briefly, and he flicks a small metal object into the air. Bernard and Dace flinch at the movement. The silver coin lands crown up in the center of Ronan's palm. "Give the coin to the little priest who led me in, as thanks for her hospitality." Ronan drops the coin on the ground. It's still spinning when Ronan pushes Karis towards the door. Bernard and Dace back away as they approach, giving ample space for them to leave the church unimpeded. The churchyard is nearly empty, and the sky above the tender purple and pink of late evening.
"What did you do?"
Karis hisses. He felt the shiver of cold when the coin landed. That was magic. Did Ronan break the truth spell? Or something else? "You're supposed to tip when you leave an inn. Do they not teach you good manners in the Radiant Order?" Ronan asks lightly. "Hopefully they teach silence. Don't make this difficult for yourself." He lets go of Karis's shoulder and removes the knife from his throat, instead resting the knuckles of his hand on Karis's spine, between his shoulder blades. Karis doesn't try to run for now. If they're really going to the market square... Karis doesn't trust Ronan to let him go that easily, but that will be his best chance of escape anyway. Hopefully, given the emptiness in the churchyard, Bernard has sent the rest of the order there to wait for them too. He's scared, he'll admit it. Almost the most scared he's ever been. He hadn't joined the order yet when Ronan Vizia stole the crown of Vara a year ago, but he's heard the stories. The man didn't hesitate to murder his way out of the bright cathedral. He even stabbed a paladin on his way in. His lover, everyone says. Cold-blooded, in the back. But even gut-churning fear is less powerful than Karis's curiosity. "Seriously, what was that spell?" Ronan shoves him farther along the churchyard. "What spell?" he says, a new hint of interest in his voice. He leans closer to Karis's ear again. "Most squires can't sense magic like that." Fuck. Karis trips over his own feet, and he's briefly grateful none of the order is trying to rescue him right now.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Your big mouth is going to get you in trouble again."
He thought he learned long ago not to mention any of his abnormal talents. Learned the hard way. Just be normal, and his mother and father will stop calling in doctors. Just be normal, and they'll leave him alone. He's gotten good at hiding, except when he forgets what is and isn't normal. Luckily, Ronan doesn't press the issue. The streets of Marek are still crowded as the sun sinks overhead, and none of the merchants or passers-by take note of the unshaven man and nervous squire walking in their midst. The streets are a patchwork of light and dark. Yellow street lamps already lit, deep shadows cast by tall buildings. Every shop has 2 or 3 stories of residence stacked overhead, and only slices of sunlight cut into the narrow alleyways. Karis eyes the street lamps. He senses faint, sun-bright auras around them, probably a sign that a rescue is imminent. But given how useless Bernard and Dace were in the church, he'd prefer to have a backup plan. He concentrates as hard as he can.
"Vara, oh great radiant Vara, this is your fault. I think you owe me some help here."
Vara's the one who told him to talk to Ronan in the first place, so it's only fair if Vara helps him out after it went so wrong. Unless... No, absolutely not. There's no way Radiant Vara intended him to get kidnapped. Right? The street widens before them, and the tall buildings give way to colorful banners and awnings. Karis has never been here before, but if he still had his purse, he'd bet 10 gold that Marek's marketplace is half a block ahead. Which means he's half a block away from whatever the Radiant Order plans to do, and whatever Ronan Vizia plans to do. And suddenly, he's really not keen on following anyone else's plans. Sheer annoyance shatters his fear. He can take care of himself, thanks. The street lamps are the same as they are in every major city of Shirane. Simple light spells ensnared in glass, bespelled and maintained by local mages. No flame or mechanics, just pure, enchanted light. As Karis and his kidnapper pass beneath the nearest one, Karis concentrates on the glass, and deliberately stumbles backwards. He knocks hard against Ronan, one hand leaping to his earring. Even in a crisis, he pretends he needs the focus stone. Ronan growls and grabs his wrist, but the bruising pain doesn't stop Karis from releasing a thread of magic. Light arcs from the core of his soul and refracts through the lamp glass, blinding bright. Karis averts his gaze in time to avoid being dazzled, but nobody else is prepared. The crowd yells around them, stunned by the sudden illumination. Even Ronan stumbles behind him, jostled by the crowd and surprised by the magic. It's just enough. Karis wriggles out of Ronan's grasp. Wrist burning, heart pounding, he dives into the crowd. Metal clatters on stone and coins scatter underfoot. Karis barely registers them in his headlong sprint. But then Ronan's low voice says a few words Karis can't understand. And from nearly half the coins, plumes of black smoke billow up. The training master taught all the squires to keep moving in a fight. Never slow down, even if there's a surprise. A sitting target is an easy target. But Karis has only been in the order for a year, and his training breaks down in a cloud of smoke. He slows and stumbles, covering his stinging eyes, trying not to inhale. The last thing he feels is a heavy thud to the back of his head. Chapter 4. Ronan. The locksmith's Merrick safe house is more like a safe basement. The floor above is a tailor's shop, owned by a friend of Ronan's teacher, with a kitchen in the back room and living space on the second floor. The tailor sells and fixes clothes, and keeps an altar to the Flame Twins in her kitchen. She doesn't ask questions when Ronan or his allies spend a night or two sleeping in her basement. A pile of crates hides the basement entrance in a narrow alleyway. Ronan props the unconscious squire against the crates as he picks the lock, then drags him inside. He wonders if kidnapping was the right decision as he lays his hostage out on an unmade cot in the corner. Karis slumps bonelessly on the hard mattress, auburn hair spilling in waves. Unconsciousness softens away the barbs of attitude he brandished while awake. Ronan doesn't really like the change. Apparently kidnapping is easier on the conscience when the kid is talking back. Don't mind me. Ronan brushes the hair away from Karis's ear, his fingertips catching on warm, delicate skin. Can't have you magicking the lamps in here. Karis stays still and silent as Ronan carefully unfastens the jewel from his earlobe. The gold and lapis earring finds a new home in Ronan's pocket. He keeps thinking about Karis as he secures the safe house, tidying up the alley, locking the door, lighting the lamps, and taking stock of the supplies. Ronan's 7 years of running the locksmiths have given him a good sense of whether people will be useful. Few mages, contracted or uncontracted, could have detected the spell Ronan cast when he broke Dace's truth spell. Combined with his much-lauded tracking magic, Karis is definitely useful. Whether he's willing to be used is another question entirely. The basement slowly warms with the heat of 2 people. There are quilts in a chest at one corner, and half of the space is taken up with boxes of fabric and sewing supplies. Ronan stacks some of them in front of the outside door, clearing more of the floor and uncovering another chest. This one doesn't belong to the tailor, and Ronan pulls out a length of rope and a bag of small objects. His taut nerves ease with a set of dice in his hand. A low groan sounds from the other side of the room. Then silence. Chorus is bad at pretending to be asleep. Curled up on his side, he keeps his eyes shut, but there's movement under the lids, and his breath is too shallow. His mouth hangs slightly open, drawing Ronan's attention to the plump pink of his lips. You have a choice. Ronan retracts his gaze. You can stay quiet, or I can gag you. Chorus's eyes flash open, ending the pretense. His eyes are a startling gold in the lamplight, and Ronan reaches for his dice on instinct. But no magic flares around them. Of course. Chorus doesn't have his focus stone, and he didn't recite any incantations. All he did was open his eyes. The adrenaline's making Ronan jumpy. I'll stay quiet. Chorus sits up with a wince. He touches the back of his head. So much for letting me go at the market. Where is this? You slept for half a day, Ronan lies. The kid doesn't need to know how little distance they've had time to travel. And plans change, especially when people start exploding street lamps. Chorus wrinkles his nose. What does that have to do with anything? Exploding street lamps didn't force you to kidnap me. Ronan shrugs and grabs the length of rope. He needs to go upstairs to talk to the tailor, and though the basement is warded, he'll feel better limiting Chorus's movement. Get up and turn around. Say please, Chorus says, lifting his chin. Ronan just stares silently until Chorus grimaces and jumps to his feet. He turns around, hands dangling at his sides. Reluctant without resisting, he allows Ronan to pull his arms behind his back and loop the rope around his wrists. The posture arches his back and pulls his shoulder blades together. The shift of muscle and bone only a suggestion beneath the loose tunic. Ronan pulls his sleeves up, so the rope sits directly over narrow wrist bones without excess fabric ruining the fit, and his fingertips glide incidentally over smooth, warm skin. You weren't planning on letting me go anyway, right? Chorus's head is bowed, auburn curls falling away to bare the back of his neck. Ronan can't see his expression, but the nervous tension in his voice is clear. My tracking magic's too good. Ronan's only answer is to adjust the knots before letting go of his hostage's wrists. Chorus laughs without humor. Thanks for not just killing me immediately, I guess. Revulsion washes through Ronan. He isn't sure whether it's directed at Chorus or himself. Change my mind. I'm gagging you, too. Upstairs, he finds the tailor who owns the building. She isn't surprised to see him, having heard the movement downstairs. Ronan says a few words about honoring the Flame Twins, and she says he can take any supplies he needs from the kitchen. She doesn't ask why he's here today, or if it has anything to do with the commotion outside. She just mentions that there are guards and paladins still running around everywhere. Such a pain that she closed her shop early. Ronan doesn't offer any answers, just thanking her for the hospitality. Flames burn bright, she says, and heads upstairs to the dwelling above the shop. Ronan pulls a bench close to the kitchen fire and stokes the flames. Every time one of the locksmiths visits the shop, the tailor's life is at risk. She never complains, and the thought has never bothered Ronan before. The locksmith's goal is to fix a great wrong, an injustice hundreds of years in the making. But he remembers what Chorus said just moments ago downstairs. Thanks for not just killing me immediately. Ronan isn't sure when he got used to treating life so lightly. Not just killing adversaries, but putting allies in danger. It hasn't bothered him in a long time. It shouldn't be bothering him now. Is unbinding the bound gods worth the risk to people like the tailor? It has to be. He's come this far. We're almost done. Just one more relic and then the unbinding. You can wallow in sentiment when everything's over. He takes a handful of salt from the pot on the mantel and tosses it into the fire. Hearts of the Fire, get me Koira or Milan, whoever's closest. The flames surge upwards, flashing bright blue with his magic, before settling into a friendly yellow. He sits back on the bench and waits until the flames flare white. A familiar voice emits from the blaze. "Where the fuck have you been, boss?" That's definitely Koira. Her older sister never swears at him. There's a 4-year age difference between them, but they look similar enough to pass as twins, like the gods they serve. Until Koira opens her mouth. "I've been doing my job and drawing heat so the rest of you can sit back and relax," Ronan answers. His shoulders ease at the sound of her voice. He hasn't been able to contact any of the locksmiths since he was captured. "Are there any emergencies?" "None on our end," Koira says. "Unless you count Leth trying to cook last week, which was a fucking disaster. I used enough salt to pickle my grandfather. Where are you?" "Merrick Safe House, and I need transportation. Where are you and Milan?" "Merrick, that's perfect. Milan's at base, and I can get to Merrick in about a day." Transportation is why he recruited the sisters in the first place, plus their family ties to Ostaris. With their connection to the flames and each other, whenever they're separated, they can use fire to teleport to the other side, and bring along a few passengers. He just needs to reunite with Koira, and he can step back to base in a flash. "Great. Let's meet." Ronan looks around, frowning. His original thought was for her to meet them here, so they could leave town without setting foot outside the safe house again. He's having second thoughts now. Koira's magic isn't too flashy, but it might be flashy enough to draw attention with so many paladins crawling around. He doesn't want to compromise the safe house, or the tailor's safety. "Let's meet at the crossroads just east of Merrick, past the river." "The one with the statue of Kadravos looking like a complete asshole?" Now that she's said it, he can't think of any other way to describe the statue. "How soon can you get there? I'll try to arrive after you." He'd rather not hang around in the woods with his hostage for too long. "I'll be there by noon tomorrow. Don't make me wait all day, boss." "No promises." He laughs when she grumbles. "Oh, and one more thing. I won't be alone." "Oh?" Her voice sharpens in interest. "Did you find a new recruit?" He thinks of the young squire bound and gagged in the basement. Something like that. Chapter 5. Karis. Every time Karis moves, every time he breathes, he's aware of the coarse rope snug against his wrists. He sits hunched over on the edge of the cot and tries to process his current situation. His hands are fine for now. His mouth is gross and dry around the gag, and a bit of his hair is caught in the binding around his head. He should probably try to escape while his captor is upstairs. Just because Ronan hasn't killed him yet doesn't mean he won't. But first, Karis closes his eyes, calming his breathing, and focuses on a silent conversation. The gag can't stop him from talking to Vara. "Are you around? Hello? I could use some divine intervention down here." The response is a little quieter, a little more sympathetic than usual. "You'll need to be brave." A kind rejection, but a rejection nonetheless. "Help me cast a word spell," Karis thinks anyway, "or some sort of flare to attract attention." Since he hasn't graduated training yet, he needs Vara's direct help for most spells. He doesn't have an official contract with Vara yet. Just whatever this connection is. Vara sighs. The thief took your earring already. Do you want him to know you don't need it?
That won't matter if I've already escaped.
Wrinkling his nose, Karis wiggles his tongue to a more comfortable position under the gag.
If the other paladins knew how useless you are, they'd quit worshipping you and run away to become farmers.
They'd be even more disappointed as farmers. Vara sounds smug. Myza has never been more useful than me. Even if Vara is being extremely unhelpful, Karis's nerves still ease with the conversation. He used to resent the voice in his head, the voice that made him different. But it's nice, never being alone. Tilting his head, Karis contemplates the ordinary furnishings of his prison. There's a small table with 3 rickety stools. Barrels and boxes. No windows. Maybe it's time to go for easier questions.
How long was I really asleep, by the way?
About 10 minutes, Vara answers. At least he's good for something. You're still in Marek.
Did that asshole give me a concussion?
The back of his head feels kind of tender. Your head is fine. You're no sillier than usual.
Karis grins despite himself. Where is Ronan now?
1 room above you, Vara says after a moment. He's talking to someone. Karis hasn't heard any footsteps from above. The sound insulation must be way too good down here, he thinks morosely. No chance of him screaming loud enough through the gag to be heard. Vara's voice thins out. No quieter than usual. Still right there in Karis's head. It just sounds wispier than before when he says, I need to go soon. Karis makes a muffled sound of annoyance.
Before you bail, can you explain why you wanted me to visit Ronan in the first place? Did you...
He glares vaguely towards the ceiling, hoping Vara understands his intended ire.
Did you plan for this to happen?
I thought your Radiant Order taught you to trust my will.
It's your Radiant Order, Karis says silently, not mine.
There are footsteps finally audible near the door Ronan exited from. Karis tenses, the slight movement cutting the rope into his wrists, and barely pays attention to the last useless thing Vara says before fading away again. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The door at the top of the stairs doesn't open. The footsteps stop. Karis stands up suddenly, stumbling with a change in posture. Vara said not to worry, but Vara also said he's still in Marek, and was only unconscious for 10 minutes. If he can break out, it won't matter if his hands are tied, as long as he finds a guard or paladin quickly enough. It's worth a shot, anyway. A quick scan of the room reveals another door at the top of another set of wooden stairs, previously obscured by a pile of recently moved boxes. Karis uses his foot and shoulder to slowly nudge the boxes out of the way, freezing to listen every time they scrape against the floor. All he hears is his own heart pounding in his ears. Leaning against the wooden railing, he glares at the door separating him from freedom. It's probably locked. He shuffles around awkwardly to nudge the handle with the heel of his bound hand, just in case. Yeah, definitely locked. But he would have felt stupid for not checking. Trying to pick a lock without hands, or a lockpick, or any experience in lockpicking is probably not a great plan. He wonders if there are tools in any of the boxes. Hopefully something he can use to free his hands and then give lockpicking a try. Though it's been so long since Ronan left, maybe he should move these boxes back in place so he doesn't get suspicious when he comes down. Karis is still lost in indecision when a noise creaks across the room. He jumps, startled, and his foot slips on the edge of the step. Already off balance with his arms bound, he has no hope of keeping his feet. All he can do is lunge sideways, landing against the railing to break his fall as he stumbles down the stairs. The railing scrapes a stripe of pain up his left arm, burning through his clothes, and he lands hard on one knee as Ronan descends from across the room. They stare at each other. Karis panting and bruised on the floor. Ronan with a tray of food and a completely blank expression. Ronan descends and sets the tray on the table. "Were you trying to escape?" He takes his eyes off of Karis as he pours something from a pitcher, as if Karis is so incompetent that he's not worth watching. Neither a threat nor a genuine flight risk. He's probably right. Karis complains through the gag, hauling himself awkwardly to his feet. Of course Ronan looks over in time to witness that. "The door is warded, anyway," Ronan says, crossing the basement. "I'd advise giving up." The scrapes and bruises fade from Karis's awareness as Ronan approaches, replaced with frustration boiling under his skin. He breathes through his nose. The gag still pushes uncomfortably against his tongue. The whole situation is so stupidly unfair, and he's not sure whether he's angrier at Ronan for kidnapping him, the Radiant Order for letting them go so easily, or Vara for telling him to talk to Ronan in the first place. All he knows is that if he looks up from his feet, he's going to start crying. Pathetic. But knowing it's pathetic makes his eyes sting even worse. Ronan stops in front of him, the muscular bulk of his presence filling the room. The air heats as Karis inhales. Ronan lifts his hand, and Karis flinches back. But all Ronan does is untie the knot behind his head. His wrist touches the side of Karis's head, a sliver of warm skin sliding along the shell of Karis's ear. The strip of cloth falls away. The rest of Karis's thoughts evaporate in a mixed-up blaze of fear and attraction as Ronan next pulls the balled-up cloth from inside his mouth. Ronan moves casually, neither slow nor fast, and his fingers brush against Karis's lips like it's natural. Pathetic. Karis dazedly scolds himself again, for entirely different reasons. Ronan barely looks at him throughout the entire process, and it seems like indifference, but Karis gets the sudden, instinctive sense that it's avoidance instead, which is bizarre, because there's no reason for Ronan to avoid looking at him, right? Whatever. Karis puts those questions and his own hormones firmly aside. He moves his jaw around and licks his teeth, happy to be rid of the gag. "Did you ward the door yourself?" Ronan glances at him, then starts walking away. Undeterred, Karis follows. "What god do you serve anyway? Are they going to be mad at you?" Ronan stops at that, glancing over his shoulder. His face remains unreadable behind the weeks-old beard. For what? Kidnapping you? "Most gods probably don't care about kidnapping," Karis says in a petty jab at Vara if he's listening. "But you swore on your god's true name that you'd let me go at the market. I remember that, and I'm sure your god remembers too." Did I say that? Ronan's faint grin brings out the shadows under his eyes. The trickster doesn't have a true name. Oh. Karis racks his head for everything he knows about the trickster, which isn't a lot. The trickster isn't worshipped much in Shirane. There's no church established for him here. There's no organized church for him anywhere, actually, as far as Karis is aware. Karis does know that the trickster's jurisdictions include luck and deceit, so even if Ronan made a meaningful oath, it wouldn't matter if he broke it. "Do you know the trickster, by the way?" he asks, but Vara's still off doing whatever divine errand he left for. "Is that all the questions?" Ronan breaks Karis out of his thoughts. The rickety wooden table is set with an incongruously wholesome tray of food. The smell of meat and pasta fills Karis's lungs and calls directly to his stomach, drawing him another step closer. There's enough food for 2 people, he's pretty sure. For now. Karis looks up, way up, at Ronan. "Are you going to untie me, or feed me by hand?" The ensuing pause is far more heated than Karis anticipated. Like every second slows down, so Karis can observe in perfect detail the moment Ronan glances at his lips. The abrupt retraction of that glance, before Ronan grabs his shoulder and forcibly turns him around. Everywhere they touch, and everywhere they don't touch, burns. A smile threatens to break Karis's composure. No hand-feeding. But Ronan apparently isn't so cold and stoic after all. Whether he's annoyed by Karis, or attracted to him, or a little of both, it's proof that he's human. And humans make mistakes. Karis just has to keep goading him, keep taunting him, until he finds another, better opportunity to escape. 3rd time's the charm. Chapter 6. Ronan. "Wait," Karis says, fork poised over his pasta. He prods at it suspiciously, then pushes the bowl across the table. "You taste it first." Ronan pushes the bowl back and tears a piece of bread to dip in the sauce of his own dish. "You don't have to eat it." Karis pushes the bowl towards him again. Ronan just keeps eating as Karis's thin fingers tap on the edge of the table. Pale eyes flick from the bowl to Ronan. "You're probably immune to 300 different poisons anyway," Karis eventually mutters, retrieving the bowl once more. The motion pulls his sleeve up his arm, bearing faint red marks around his thin, freckled wrist. Ronan snorts. He's never built up an immunity to poisons. That's Dance's purview, not his. "Do you read too many books or listen to too many bards?" "I liked the Songbird Chapel in Andel," Karis says a little wistfully. "Unfortunately, they would never let someone like me join. The Radiant Order was my only option." "Someone like you?" "I'm absolutely tone-deaf." Karis stabs a piece of chicken from the creamy sauce and waves it around. "I know, it's shocking, but I do have a few flaws." "A few," Ronan repeats. Karis waves the chicken once more before popping it into his mouth. When he's done swallowing, he says, "Be nice to me. I was kidnapped today, and it was very upsetting." Just a few flaws. Tone-deaf, annoying, clumsy. Ronan remembers the kid sliding halfway down the basement stairs. He glances down at Karis's shirt and is surprised to see the sleeve torn open. Hints of bruising and blood are barely visible through the gaps in the fabric. Even as he whines about everything else, he's never once called attention to the injury. How much of this bratty arrogance is a mask? Is that a new thing, considering the whole kidnapping situation, or is this how he always acts? The mask is almost seamless. An uncomfortable pang of sympathy tugs at the back of Ronan's mind, before he chases it away. When he's done eating, Ronan looks for the medical supplies Dansa must have stored here. He doesn't miss the way Karis freezes when he stands up, and freezes again when he comes up behind him. Ronan leans down, nearly brushing Karis's shoulder, and sets bandages and denseed oil on the table next to Karis's bowl. "Give me your arm." Karis doesn't move, so Ronan grabs his arm anyway. The spoon falls into the remains of Karis's pasta with a plop. "I changed my mind," Karis says as Ronan pulls back the tear in the shirt sleeve enough to assess the injury. "Don't be nice to me." It's more a rough scrape than anything else, and the bruises will be worse than the abrasions. Already the skin is turning a deep, ink-stained blue. If the injury was his own, Ronan wouldn't bother treating it. But he doesn't fancy the tongue-lashing he'll get from Dansa if he brings home a hostage, or potential recruit, who's been too roughed up. He leans back and lets go of Karis's arm. "Take your shirt off." Karis's eyes narrow. They stare at each other a moment in the lamplit basement. Ronan cold and impassive, Karis glaring with some sharp blend of anger and uncertainty. Ronan is too tired for this. He's about to back off, throw the denseed oil at him and let him wrap his own arm, when Karis rises to his feet. The stool scrapes loudly against the floor, and the young man's pretty face is no longer readable. He drags his tunic over his head and starts unlacing his shirt. His hair is mussed from taking his tunic off, the auburn curls even softer in disarray. Lamplight shines gold through them, and highlights the thin fingers moving slowly down his laces. He looks thinner in just the single layer, the white shirt accentuating the pink and cream of his skin. "Just the shirt?" Karis asks lightly, like a thin dagger balanced between his fingertips. Ronan stays silent, with no change in his expression. When the laces are loose enough, Karis pulls the shirt over his head too, bearing all the lean lines of his torso. He's not as soft as Ronan expected. The bratty attitude calls to mind a spoiled young noble's son, used to having everything handed to him on a golden plate. But as a squire of the Radiant Order, Karis must have some training. The mark of it is clear in the firm planes of his stomach, the light contours of his arms. Fitness aside, he's clearly a novice at battle. Hardly a scar on his body, and he doesn't carry himself with the true confidence of an experienced fighter. If Ronan had to pick a word to describe him, it would be potential. "Like what you see?" Karis asks with a smirk. Enticing. Provocative. Nervous, though he's trying to hide it. Ronan revises his single-word description back to insufferable. Try to be nice, and this is where it gets him. "If you're trying to seduce your way out of this, it won't work." He points to the supplies on the table. "Treat your own arm." Karis's smirk vanishes, his lips thinning out in displeasure. He doesn't say anything else, just sits back down on the stool and grabs the jar of medicinal oil. As he digs through some of the tailor's boxes, Ronan tries to figure out why Karis aggravates him so much. Yes, he's inherently annoying, but Ronan doesn't usually get annoyed. He's good at ignoring provocation, setting aside his feelings, focusing on the task at hand. That perpetual calm is how he broke into the Bright Cathedral a year ago to steal the Crown of Vara, the most tightly guarded of the Shirani relics so far. He spent months casing the joint, first trying to get in as a servant, then seducing a paladin. As much as he smiled and flirted on the outside, his heart always remained cold and focused. But barely 2 hours with Karis and he's already on edge. He finds what he's looking for and holds the shirt up for size. Should do the trick. The fabric is a soft, dark green, and the hem and cuffs are unfinished. The tailor said that any clothes downstairs were discards and cancelled orders free to take. He'll leave a few coins anyway. When Ronan turns back, Karis is done with the oil, ignoring the bandages and reaching for his shirt on the ground. He straightens when Ronan approaches. "Give me that," Ronan says. Karis drops his shirt back on the ground instead of handing it over, but takes the green shirt from Ronan. Their hands don't touch. "What's wrong with my shirt?" "I don't like it." Ronan kicks the old shirt and tunic under the table for now. He thinks for a moment. He can leave the undershirt for the tailor to use as scraps if she wants, but he'll need to burn the tunic. The color is too distinctive. "You're taking me outside again," Karis says. "Are you going to wear a fake mustache or something? Am I going to have to wear a fake mustache or something?" Smart enough to figure out what the change of clothes means, Ronan notes. Not smart enough to keep it to himself. A hint of something other than annoyance flashes through him. Something like amusement. "Finish your dinner," Ronan says, and goes to the door to check the wards. Exhaustion sweeps through him in waves. He's spent weeks chained up in small rooms and a bumpy cart. The adrenaline of the escape fades away into a tired fog. Ronan considers trying to pull an all-nighter anyway, to keep watch. But it's better to plan for sleep than to pass out accidentally, and he knows exactly how far to trust his body and mind. He also knows how far he can trust Karis, which is not at all. The brats tried to escape twice already. Completely reasonable from Karis's perspective, but very inconvenient from Ronan's. Bedtime is going to require some strategic planning if he doesn't want to lose his captive. Recruit, whatever he is. Ronan picks up the rope again. "Come here." Karis looks over from his perch at the table, where he's been picking at the frayed cuffs. A glazed distance falls away from his face at Ronan's voice. "What now?" He obeys anyway, eyeing the rope in Ronan's hands as he approaches. "Do you need to piss?" Ronan asks first. Karis's brow furrows. "No." "Then it's bedtime. Give me your arm." Karis doesn't move, but he doesn't resist either, as Ronan takes his right arm and loops the rope around the narrow wrist. Over the shirt sleeve this time, because he doesn't want to scrape the kid's skin raw overnight. He's considerate like that. "Actually, I was wrong," Karis says lightly. "I need to piss like crazy." Ronan tightens a knot and tests the tension. "I'll grab a bucket." Karis grimaces. "Never mind." Ronan wonders what kind of pampered life he's lived that he's never pissed in a bucket before, but doesn't care enough to ask. He just takes the rest of the long rope and starts tying it around his own left wrist. "What are you doing?" Karis asks. He's standing close enough that when Ronan looks down, he sees the lines of his collarbones past the loose neck of the borrowed shirt. Karis jerks his arm, and Ronan feels the tug around his own wrist. "If you move overnight, I'll know," Ronan says. "Don't bother trying to escape again." Karis's amber eyes skitter to the cot in the corner. "The bed's not big enough for both of us." "You can take the floor," Ronan says. "You can take the floor," Karis counters. "Your shoulders are so big you won't fit on the cot anyway." 5 minutes of bickering later, the lights are out and the pair of them are both squeezed onto the cot. There's just enough room for both of them to lie flat, with a couple inches of space between them. Karis has the side nearest the wall, plus a rolled-up cloak for a pillow, which Ronan grabbed for him because it was quicker than arguing. Ronan doesn't have a pillow. Just the thin mattress beneath him and the light breathing of the young man to his left. Closing his eyes, Ronan finally allows his body to relax. Stillness reveals aches and pains he hadn't noticed when he was up and moving, or crouching in the Radiant Order's locked carriage. Muscle by muscle, joint by joint, his body slowly unlocks, like a bag of coins settling after being flung to the ground. Karis seems to find no such peace. Every time he shifts, the movement runs through the rope between them. He twitches every so often, always timed as if on purpose for when Ronan is about to slide into sleep, jarring him back to full awareness. But Ronan keeps his eyes closed, and his breathing never changes, and Karis eventually stays still enough for long enough that Ronan fades into dreams. He wakes once to a tug on his wrist. Barely any movement, but it yanks him without transition from the depths of sleep to the cold surface of awareness. Sensations register as he keeps his breathing slow and steady. The firm surface of the cot underneath him, the light friction of his clothes as his chest moves up and down, the dry scent of dust and the remains of dinner. Breathing next to him, light and quick, Karis is awake. Ronan keeps his eyes closed as Karis moves, slowly twisting his wrist. Warmth. A hand wraps around his arm, touching sleeve and rope, not skin, and gently moves it upwards, pausing every time Ronan breathes. The thin mattress shifts, and a limb presses briefly against Ronan's hip. Karis is kneeling above him now. He isn't sure why he still pretends to sleep. Maybe he just wants to see what Karis will do. Is this another escape attempt? Tension hums through the darkness. Ronan savors the taste between his teeth. Slim fingers touch the apple of his neck, and Ronan's blood chills, races. There's a long moment when the only point of contact is Karis's fingertips, and the skin of Ronan's neck tingles around them. Every nerve pulled towards that light touch. Karis's palm curves over his neck. His thumb rests over Ronan's jugular. Ronan should stop him now. Grab his wrist, scare the shit out of him, teach him to behave. But he waits another moment. He just wants to see what will happen. What kind of person Karis is. If he's violent enough or desperate enough to try to kill a man. If he's anything like Ronan after all. A light sigh whispers in the night, and the thin hand pulls away. Ronan is almost disappointed when Karis carefully repositions their arms and lies back down at his side. His neck still tingles with the touch, and it's a very long time before he hears Karis's breathing even out. It's even longer before Ronan sleeps again, too. Chapter 7. Karis. I really should have strangled him last night. Karis thinks as another die dances across the table. He's not sure of the exact parameters, but every time Ronan rolls, some new, annoying enchantment takes effect. Changing their clothes wasn't a good enough disguise, apparently, and the trickster's services are far more diverse than Karis expected. Karis and Ronan both now have freshly blonde hair. Hopefully the color looks better on him than it does on Ronan, who also looks 10 years older. Karis holds his breath as the next die lands. On a 1. Nothing happens. Amazing, Karis says dryly. What was that supposed to be? Ronan doesn't look disappointed, simply retrieving the die. An age disguise for you, he answers, to Karis's surprise. He'd expected taciturn silence. 5 years younger, but I think the hair will be good enough anyway, especially if... He rolls the die again. When it lands on a 3, cyan shimmers in the air. Ronan's magic is cool on Karis's cheeks and shoulders, but he can't figure out what changed this time. Vara? He calls tentatively. He'd like some guarantee of divine assistance in case any of these trickster spells get too weird. You're lucky the age disguise failed, Vara chimes in from the back of his mind. I remember your pimples at 13. Karis scowls. Wow, never mind. Fuck off, your Radiance. Maybe Ronan mistakes the direction of his scowl, because he offers up another explanation without Karis even having to ask. That one makes it harder for people to pay attention to us. Great, Karis says with a sigh. Amazing. No one will ever know how much he suffered, tormented from inside his head and out. Ronan chuckles, a low sound that tickles Karis's ears. He seems to be in a good mood this morning. Slept like a fucking baby, apparently, while Karis agonized over whether or not to attempt murder. He knows he wouldn't have succeeded in strangling his captor. He won't kid himself that he could have gotten any further without Ronan waking up. And Karis doesn't like his odds in a fair fight with both parties awake. Maybe he could have incapacitated Ronan enough to get his arm free, or to call on his magic without getting interrupted. But Vara has been so unreliable throughout this entire incident. Even if he thought he could win that fight, he's not sure he has the willpower. He's not a killer. That's one place where his values, Vara's guidance, the Radiant Order's tenets, and even secular law all coincide. Killing is a last resort. Even then, it's a stain on the soul. Karis is probably the most irreverent person in the Radiant Order, but he doesn't have blood on his hands. He isn't someone like Ronan Vizia, after all. Are you done yet? Karis asks. Just one more. Ronan rolls a die. The 8-sided trinket tumbles across the surface of the table, each edge echoing as it hits the wood, then lands on a 5. Sparks scatter again, and this time there's a tingle on Karis's lips, then sliding down his throat. Ronan grins. That'll do. Karis swallows around the strange sensation and opened his mouth to ask what that'll do. But there's no sound. Panic flutters through his stomach. Trying to speak again gives the same result. He glares at Ronan, his whole body tense from restraining the urge to punch him. Don't worry, it'll wear off. Ronan swings a rucksack over his shoulder. Let's go. His voice is light, the invitation cheerful. But Karis is under no illusion that he can escape when Ronan's entire focus is wrapped around him, tighter than rope around his wrists, more stifling than any gag or spell blocking his tongue. Burying his frustration, Karis strives for similar focus as he follows him out of the basement into the dingy Merrick alley. He really regrets not strangling the man. Barely past dawn, Merrick is already moving. Shopkeepers and merchants are preparing for the day's crowds to come. Ronan's hand stays glued to Karis's shoulder. Anyone else might think him considerate, pulling Karis out of the way of passing carts and horses. They dodge one man carrying a basket of fabric practically as large as himself. But Karis knows the touch is a shackle and a warning. There are more guards visible on the streets than Karis remembers from the day before. He tries making eye contact with 2 women in uniform, but they glance right past him before searching farther down the street. Whatever spells Ronan lucked into must be working. They're not invisible, though. If Karis causes enough of a commotion, maybe he can get their attention. He eyes a merchant setting up a display of glassware. The red and blue bottles catch the early light in jewel-tone iridescence. If he gets close enough, he could trip on his own feet and send the whole display crashing to the ground. Ronan's hand tightens on his shoulder, as if he knows what he's thinking. Warmth surrounds him as Ronan leans down and murmurs into his ear, "You're right that I'm keeping you alive. Just remember, my mercy doesn't necessarily extend to anyone else. If there are any accidents, someone could get hurt." Karis's breath hitches, and he looks away from the gleaming glass. He remembers that when Captain Tanner asked him to track Ronan down, she provided an object to focus on. The knife was simply, sturdily made, with a leather-wrapped hilt and a blade as long as Karis's forearm. While infiltrating the bright cathedral, Ronan slid that very blade into a paladin's back. Karis walks obediently at Ronan's side through the cobblestoned streets, though his eyes still wander. The high eastern gate rises before them, an old stone archway carved as two trees bowing into each other. The stone boughs are ripe with fruit, and flowering vines crawl up the trunks. At the base of the gate, Karis sees familiar flashes of gold and sky blue. 5 paladins hold watch at the gate, including Dace and Annette, standing with the Marek guards and looking out along both sides of the road. There's only one squire with them, and Karis recognizes the dark ponytail and gangly height with a pang of hope, quickly chased away by worry. Stacey scans the crowds with a pinched look on her tanned face. Even from this distance, she looks tired. She must be worried about him, Karis realizes with a lurch in his stomach. Instinct rises hot in his veins, urging him to wave his arms, catch her attention. But he remembers Ronan's threat. He doesn't even want random passers-by to get hurt, much less Stacey. With a lump in his throat, Karis tugs Ronan's sleeve. "Don't try anything," Ronan says. Karis shakes his head and points towards the gate, hoping Ronan can read the warning in his expression. He doesn't know the exact parameters of Ronan's look-away spell, but Stacey knows him well enough that he thinks she might recognize him anyway, bespelled and disguised as he is. He tugs Ronan's sleeve again and points south. There's another exit from the city in that direction. Ronan pauses and nods towards the gate. "Do you know them?" Karis nods. Ronan pats him on the shoulder, tightens his grip, and turns along another alleyway, heading north. Not to the gate ahead, and not to the gate Karis indicated. Karis looks over his shoulder, watching Stacey until she vanishes from sight. Relief eases the tension from his chest when they turn the corner, even though he's basically helping Ronan kidnap him at this point. If Ronan really is keeping him alive for some mysterious reason, then Karis will have other opportunities to escape. But he refuses to put anyone else at risk. Ronan never says where they're going, and Karis can't ask. A few hours' journey finds them at a well-worn crossing in the middle of a thick forest, half orange with the deepening autumn. At the center of the crossroads stands a statue as tall as the trees. Pale stone, long smoothed by wind and rain, facing south, with a sword in one hand and a great, snarling wolf poised at his feet. Kadravos, god of war and single-minded duty. Even erosion can't conceal the tremendous mustache the ancient sculptor gave him. Karis asks silently, "Is that accurate?" Vara's laughter echoes and echoes. Ronan drags him by the elbow into the forest. Kara still isn't entirely used to the way Ronan touches him so casually. Outside of combat training, he rarely gets this close to others in the Order. His magic sets him apart, as does the way the instructors clearly favor him. Everyone knows him, but nobody gets close. And before he was recruited, into the Order a year ago, it's not like he had many friends in town. Even his parents wanted little to do with him. Ronan, though, has a way of always being present. He feels close even when they're a room away from each other, even when they're walking a few feet apart down the road. Like they're always tied with a short length of rope, wrist to wrist. Karis really shouldn't be as interested in that closeness as he is. It's good that he's close, he justifies to himself. He'll be easier to take advantage of. Just out of sight of the road, they find a freestanding archway. Karis thinks it's a pair of strange-colored trees at first, before he realizes it's carved of stone. It looks like a smaller version of the stone gates of Merrick. Stone trees curving together until their leaves meet overhead, bound by wild vines. Ronan leans against one of the pillars. Karis walks away slowly until he's sure that Ronan's allowing him to, and sits at the base of the other. Ronan watches the forest around them, and Karis watches Ronan. The aging spell wore off an hour ago, and the blonde hair on both of them an hour before that. After 10 or 20 minutes of waiting, a tingling sensation rises in Karis's throat. He coughs uncomfortably, holding his chest, but feels better after a moment. His throat clears. He thinks about how far the sun has moved since they left the basement in Merrick, and he calls out hoarsely, "Hey!" Sure enough, the silencing spell is gone. Ronan glances over with dark eyes. He looks like a statue himself, motionless in the scant light breaking through the canopy above. Maybe it's because the hideous fake blonde is gone, but his rugged features are even more compelling than usual. Karis rubs his throat. It doesn't hurt, but it feels like it should. You rolled a 5 on that spell. Was that determining how many hours it would last? Ronan's lips twitch close to a smile. I'll give you some free advice, kid. Just because you figured something out doesn't mean you need to let everyone know about it. I'm not a kid, Karis snaps, and regrets it immediately. Just like there's no way to sound drunker than to say you're not drunk, there's no way to sound younger than to say you're not young. He expects Ronan to laugh at him. It would be well-deserved. But Ronan just says, gesturing upwards, "Do you know which god this archway honors?" Myza? The answer is obvious anyway. Lord Myza is the most popular god in this region of Shirane, and his jurisdiction covers fields and orchards, growing things, and celebration. Ronan shakes his head. The vines are wild, not tame. This was built to honor Adren. Startled, Karis gives the pillars a closer look. Age-mottled stone carved into tree and vine. Long uncared for by the local people, the monument now belongs to the forest itself. Karis barely knows anything of the goddess Ronan named, just a few lines in a book of foreign gods. They spent a week on the entire book during lessons in the Bright Cathedral. Adren the Wild, Forest Witch, Ruthless Mother, Slow Devourer of the Dead. Isn't Adren a god of Lyricenia? Gods don't belong to places, Ronan says, and there's no truth spell between them, but Karis hears the weight of that truth nonetheless. A dry branch cracks in the near distance, and the conversation is over. Ronan dips his fingers into his dice bag and whistles out a clear, sweet melody. The answer is a woman's voice, a raspy alto with a Prian accent. I'm still mad you picked that as the secret signal. A tall woman appears from around a tree with creamy skin and blonde hair braided to her waist. A red-orange tunic flows past her hips, and a bow and quiver hang behind her shoulder. You know I can't fucking whistle. Your sister can whistle. Ronan removes his hand from his dice. If Milan could fart the alphabet, would that be our signal? I'll have to ask her. Ronan gestures for Karis to walk over. Come over here. Karis stands up, knees creaking a little from walking and then crouching for so long, then realizes how easily he's obeying. However sexy and mysterious Ronan is, he still kidnapped him. He can keep working a little for Karis's cooperation. When Karis doesn't move, Ronan stalks over. The annoyed set of his jaw is deeply satisfying. Karis is still pleased about it when Ronan grabs his arm and yanks him forward. Who's this kid anyway? The woman asks. Not a kid. Ronan meets Karis's eyes like they're sharing an inside joke. His name is Karis, and he's a squire in the Radiant Order. Fucking ashes. Koira crosses her arms in a warding gesture. What the hell are you thinking? Recruiting a Varin? Karis nearly topples over in shock as Ronan keeps pulling. He falls against Ronan's shoulder for balance, and they answer simultaneously. He's not a recruit. I'm not a recruit. Chapter 8. Ronan. Ronan glances down at Karis, then away. The cool forest air fails to quell his unusual frustration. He's the one who thought Karis might be useful in the first place. Why does the idea of recruiting him into the locksmiths suddenly bother him so much? He's seen the way Karis looks at him. Persuading him would be easy. Ronan has played far more difficult roles before. If he's not a recruit, what is he? Koira laughs. A hostage? A quiet wind rustles through the trees above, and the two men's silence is her answer. Her eyes widen. Sparks and ashes, Ronan. Save the questions, Ronan says. Start the spell. Koira crosses her arms over her flowing tunic, looking like an angry festival banner. I know you're the boss, but I don't feel right bringing a Varin back to base. How can we trust him? It's bad enough he knows what both of us look like. We can't trust him. Ronan's grip tightens around Karis's arm. That's why we have to bring him back. Maybe she's right. Karis twists around to tug Ronan's sleeve with his free hand. Who knows what I could learn at your base? It would be way smarter to let me go now instead. I can promise not to search for either of you. His smile is adorable. Varins never lie. Koira, Ronan says sharply, ignoring the fast-paced words beneath his ear. Karis continues. Really, I can swear it by... His words trail off, and a strange, distant expression crosses his face. An instant of light reflects gold in his eyes. Swearing an oath by Radiant Vara, god of the sun and truth and clear vision, carries rather more weight than swearing by the trickster. It seems Karis knows better than to rashly commit to that oath. Koira sighs and flings her arms out. I guess I'll let Dancer scold you about this. She brushes her hands together quickly, and her firestone rings collide in a shower of sparks. The sparks follow the movements of her hands as she chants an old prion, shaping a door of flames into being before her. When she finishes, it hovers a foot above the ground, wide enough for two men to pass through side by side. There's a glimpse of a darker room beyond the door. Her control's much better than when she first started out. 3 years ago, her older sister would have strictly forbidden her from casting in a flammable forest. Quickly through, Koira says, slightly breathless. Karis tenses under Ronan's grip. Is this safe? Safe enough. Karis doesn't move at first, head bowed so his auburn curls obscure his face. Ronan's ready to drag him forward when he sighs and murmurs, "All right," as if to someone else. But he moves obediently enough now as Ronan pulls him to the fiery doorway. The flames are only lukewarm, but they're so bright Ronan has to squint as they approach. He walks through quickly, lifting his feet over the raised edge. For a moment, warm flames lick over his skin, an inhuman caress, and his entire vision is jarringly white. Then his foot lands, and at the end of the step is a cool, familiar room. Ronan pulls Karis out of the way so Koira can step through after them. When they move, Karis nearly topples over. Ronan steadies him on instinct, both hands on his shoulders, and ducks to look at his face. The youthful features are drawn in a grimace, and he's white as a sheet beneath his freckles. "What the fuck was that?" Karis says weakly, clutching Ronan by the shirt for balance. Ronan's stomach twists. He feels far warmer now than in the flames. "You get used to it." "I don't want to get used to it," Karis mumbles almost inaudibly. Once Karis is steady, Ronan can finally look around. He hasn't been in the locksmith's base in months, but the parlor hasn't changed. Half of it is the ornately furnished sitting room it was when they took over the manor. A plush damask sofa and chair set, a dark polished tea table. The other half is stripped bare, with a weapons rack lining the walls. A makeshift sparring ring for when the weather's too bad to use the back garden. There might be a few new dents in the wall. Some patches of floral paper have been sliced away, but everything else is the same. A flash of gray fur disappears through a doorway. The cat still isn't used to the transport spells. The fiery door vanishes in a puff of smoke, and a woman in her early 30s rises from the damask couch. Her blonde hair is slightly paler and much shorter than Koira's. Her features a bit sharper, but the family resemblance is obvious. "Hello, Ronan." Milan's accent is more Shirani than her sister's. Her eyes dart to the young man in Ronan's grip. "Who's this?" "You're not going to believe this bullshit," Koira informs her. "Don't say anything incriminating." Ronan sighs and makes sure Karis has his balance. He's still too pale, but his eyes are bright again, clearly darting around and analyzing every aspect of the room. "Gather everyone who's here into the kitchen, and I'll debrief everyone at once. I just need a minute to put Karis somewhere." There aren't many good places to put a prisoner in the locksmith's base. The estate was Milan and Koira's childhood home, before their family moved to Praia for business. Since their family is made up of merchants, not cultists or politicians, the manor doesn't have any jail cells. The attic is full of weapons and spell components, and the basement is the last place Ronan wants his hostage wandering. For lack of better options, he locks Karis in his own bedroom, after removing his personal stash of weapons, daggers, crossbow bolts, dice. "Where is this place?" Karis asks, turning around in the middle of the room. The remaining furnishings are expensive, but everything smaller than a chair has been sold off long ago. There's a private bathing chamber past a screen door. Who are these people? Ronan doesn't answer. He doesn't intend to explain much. Not yet, anyway. Not until he decides whether or not he wants to recruit Karis. And if he doesn't, what he wants to use him for instead. Exhaustion tightens painfully around Ronan's temples. Karis moves towards the shuttered window and stretches a hand out. His fingertips don't quite touch the glass. Is this warded? Very, Ronan answers. A slight smile tugs at Karis's lips. This is a very elaborate organization if you're just stealing religious artifacts. He turns around, and the window frames him in thin stripes, sky and sunlight, a shattered halo shining through his auburn curls. The slim lines of his body are clear through the backlit shirt. Ronan's mouth runs dry, and his voice feels rusty. You're getting better at interrogation. I've always been the quick learner, Karis says. Are you working for the Prian government, or is this a mission from the trickster? His gaze flicks towards the bed, and his voice lowers. Is this your bedroom? Not that much better. Ronan turns around. Stay put. He locks the door behind him, but he can't lock the heat of desire out of his blood. Fuck. This really is not how he intended this kidnapping to go. In the kitchen, Ronan is greeted with a fierce hug and the scent of baked bread. The hug is gone before he can pry the grasping arms away, replaced with Dansa's bright grin. Thank Allah you're back. Dansa's barely 5 feet tall, plump, with dark brown skin and short, curly hair. Her eyes curve with the true joy in her smile. Yvain's been gone for a week, and I'm dead tired of cooking. The next time Ronan recruits a secret society, cooking skills will be a key factor in the interview process. Yvain is fantastic in the kitchen, but he's rarely in the base. Ronan and Dansa can handle the basics, but Milan, Koira, and Leth are all complete disasters. What's Yvain doing? Ronan pulls the still warm, half-eaten loaf of bread to the table and cuts himself a slice before sitting down. Are he and Leth together? Koira slumps down at the other end of the table and drags the plate of bread towards her. Sparks, I hope not. Leth still can't fucking stand him. Kinda nice having them both out in the house. Yvain is seducing his way into something or other, Milan says, marginally more helpful than her sister. Leth is visiting his family. Ronan swallows another chunk of crust and feels the warmth settle into his stomach. The brightly lit kitchen, the friends and companions gathered around the table with him. All 3 women have been working on this mission with him, on and off, for years. His teacher introduced him to Dansa several years ago. He found Milan and Koira in the Prian Merchants Guild a few years later. He trusts them all, and after months of running, it's good to be back. So what's the situation, boss? Koira asks. The tension returns full force with the expectation in their eyes. He almost forgot he has a role to play here, too. The confident leader. Ronan sets the bread down and starts filling them in. The locksmiths stole the crown of Safine from a Safinian church over 2 months ago, in the heat of summer. Ronan, Yvain, and Koira went in together, and afterwards, Koira teleported herself and Yvain back to base with the relic. Ronan took a horse and rode north. They needed someone in visible flight so the Shirani orders wouldn't suspect them of having transport magic. The first part went according to plan, Ronan says. I made it past the Rising Run, and I found a merchant who could get a letter to your father. He points to Dansa. I told him you're still busy curing orphans and penitent river swords on the Lyricenian border. You didn't. Dansa covers her eyes. He already thinks I'm a saint. It's humiliating. I can never go home again. The trouble came after that. Ronan pulls another piece of his bread, but doesn't eat it. Or I realized the trouble after that. The Varans found themselves someone with tracking magic. You're warded, though, right? Dansa says with a frown. Ronan shrugs. Not well enough. Koira swears, and Milan asks, "Is it the boy you brought with you? He's powerful, then?" "That's him," Ronan says. "I realized they were on to me before I could meet with Koira and Riverwatch like we planned, so I tried throwing them off by running north. I thought the wild magic from Lyricenia might interfere enough to help, but it didn't work. They caught me 3 weeks ago, and we didn't pass a town with a safe house until Merrick." Something soft bumps against his ankles. Ronan leans sideways to see the cat under the table. Sleek and silver, with wide green eyes. Danza adopted Alice with the excuse that they needed a cat to keep mice away, but Ronan has yet to see her catch a mouse. He keeps his hands on the table. She's learned to expect treats in the kitchen, because Yvain and Koira are soft-hearted, and he doesn't want teeth in his fingers if he reaches down empty-handed. Ronan continues explaining how he broke out with Karis, and what little he knows about Karis's tracking magic. When he's done, he sees Danza going through some of the same mental calculations he's already thought through. "I don't want to recruit him yet," he says, too sharply. "But if he could track the Draven sword, that would save so much time." She reaches down and scoops Alice off the ground, cradling the cat in her arms like a baby. Alice twists around, trying to escape, then gives up. Ronan feels a little bit like Alice right now, twisting, not sure where he wants to go, struggling against the certainty that, yes, tracking magic could be invaluable to the locksmith's cause. He isn't sure how to explain his reluctance to his allies when he doesn't really understand it himself. All he can think of are the constellations of freckles, like cinnamon against sun-kissed cheekbones. But that's not a reason. "Karis is stubborn," Ronan says at last, flattening all his concerns into the most logical justification. Nothing about freckles and auburn curls or an arrogant smile that feels like a mask. "And he doesn't trust me. I can explain everything to him, but that doesn't mean he'll believe me." "Ah," Koira says. "You should have just said you were playing the long game." Her older sister frowns. "He looked really young." Freckles and curls, smooth lines of sleek muscle, sunlight in amber eyes, red marks around thin wrists. Ronan shakes his head and leans back in his chair, tries to put Karis out of his mind for a minute. Later. "Now, tell me what's been going on here." Chapter 9. Karis. Karis spends about 10 minutes exploring the bedroom, 20 minutes trying and failing to pick the lock on the door with a splinter of wood, and an unknown amount of time sprawled across the bed, staring at the ceiling. Before he flopped down on it, feet hanging over the edge, the bed was neatly made, with fresh linens. If this is Ronan's bedroom, then the other people here knew he was coming back. Whoever these people are, they have communication channels, likely magic. Not much is visible through the cracks in the window shutters. The carvings along the windowsill and baseboards, floral shapes twisting around geometric edges, are a familiar Shirani style. His parents paid for their windows to be carved like this years ago, because his mother wanted to look wealthy. "I'm probably still in Shirane, right? Not that I know what Parian windows look like." He feels hollow and weightless inside, like he's on the precipice of something, like he's already stepped off the cliff, in the instant of stillness before he falls. No, he didn't step off the cliff. He was pushed. Karis is too tired to be mad at Ronan for taking him, or Vara for playing with his fate, or Bernard and Dace and the other paladins whose incompetence helped Ronan escape. He's so tired, his thoughts drift back months, to the last time he was being pushed off a cliff. A year ago, he was standing in his parents' shop in Andel, with an inventory book in his hands and numbness crawling down his spine. Customers browsed the ornate jewelry and carved stone idols. His mother polished the same vase over and over again. Every sound and movement fell away around Karis. He watched through the barred glass windows as a troop of gold and white-clad horses stopped in the street outside, and a troop of gold and white-clad men and women dismounted from them. Even through the bars, Karis could see the suns emblazoned on their tunics and shields. Paladins of the Radiant Order. Knights wielding magic and swords to fulfill Radiant Vara's will, uphold justice and protect the innocent. The voice in Karis's head was quiet as shadows. 3 people entered the shop. The first was a female knight with a sword slung over her back and her blonde hair braided in a crown around her head. The second was an older man in golden robes that brushed the toes of his white leather boots. His silver hair hung far past his shoulders, and he smiled softly, but his eyes were sharp. His hand rested on the shoulder of the third person, Karis's father. Karis met his father's eyes, and the excitement he saw there filled him with formless dread. He was suddenly certain his life was about to change forever, and he would have no say in it. He set the inventory book on the counter with a slap that rang through the shop. Before he could take another step, his father called out, "There's my son, Exalted One." The golden-robed man looked over, and in a strong, aged voice said, "Karis Cooper, is it? Come over here, boy. We've traveled a long way to meet you." Karis's mother was still polishing the vase. She wore the same look of expectation as his father. "That's Archpriest Narat. Go and speak to him." "Vara?" Karis called silently. "Are you there?" No answer. A few years ago he might have been grateful for that silence. An end to the voice he couldn't tell anyone about, for fear his parents would call more doctors to poke and prod at him, to convince him he was crazy so that they could cure him. But by age 17, he knew he wasn't crazy, and he'd really appreciate some divine guidance in the face of an archpriest and a paladin and his parents' expectations. Fine. No help from his parents or his god. If he had to deal with this on his own, he was going to do it with dignity. He lifted his chin, turned around, and met Archpriest Narat's kindly gaze head-on. "Nice to meet you." A slight, impolite pause. "Sir." The paladin escort frowned, and Karis's mother hissed, "Call him Exalted One." Archpriest Narat didn't respond to the provocation. "Nice to meet you, too," he replied, still smiling. "Is there somewhere we can talk alone?" And it was in the back storeroom, with a single lamp overhead, Karis sitting on a trunk of antiques and the archpriest standing under a broken coat rack, that Karis was recruited into the Radiant Order. Even in the dim, crowded storeroom, Narat carried himself like he stood at the pulpit of the bright cathedral. Karis couldn't help but admire the strength in his words, the confidence in his gestures. "I sense tremendous radiance in you, young Karis," Narat said. "I believe you will be a great asset to the Church of Vara and the Radiant Order, and to everyone who has faith in Radiant Vara, if you are willing to answer your calling." Karis remembers glancing at the door and wondering if his parents were pressed against it, listening through the cracks. He remembers thinking that if they were so eager to get rid of him, maybe it wasn't worth the effort of trying to stay. Maybe it was easier to act like joining the Order was his own idea in the first place. "I'm willing," he said, his heart like a stone, falling down and down. He's not sure how long he lies dazed on the unfamiliar bed before a key clicks in the lock. He sits up, cracking his neck, and is surprised when the door opens to reveal the Fire Witch, Koira, instead of Ronan. "Are you hungry? Karis, right?" Briefly debating the merits and downsides of a hunger strike, Karis mostly just comes up with downsides. "Yes." He expects her to close the door again and come back with food later, but instead, she pushes the door the rest of the way open. "Figured as much. Come on downstairs." The last sentence floats over her lofty shoulder as she disappears down the hall. Karis sits for another moment, uncertain about his jail cell suddenly expanding to include downstairs. Koira seems as confident as Ronan in her ability to turn her back on Karis, which really isn't flattering. As he follows her, he pays careful attention to his surroundings. The second floor hosts a hallway of closed doors, then opens on a loft that reeks of lingering incense. The 2 bookshelves aren't enough for the stacks of old tomes and notebooks, which overflow onto a dusty floral couch. A sturdy wooden table plays host to more books, herbs, and piles of incense sticks. The tall windows in the loft are all boarded up, only fragments of light peeking through the cracks. Silver markings gleam in Karis's peripheral vision, but vanish when he looks straight at them. Above the cold fireplace hangs a family portrait. A seated blonde woman with a sword in her lap, and a red-headed man standing with one hand on her shoulder. At their side stand 2 very young girls in white dresses, holding each other's hands. The woman looks a little like Koira. Karis recognizes the Merchant Guild crest painted in the backdrop of the portrait, and is certain he's still in Shirane. This manor was owned by lords who became merchants, or merchants who became lords. Koira's waiting at the head of the dark wood staircase. Her posture is casual, but she's clearly examining Karis just as closely as he's examining the room. Karis almost asks whether she's one of the girls in the portrait or whether they're related in some way, but Ronan's voice echoes in the back of his mind. "I'll give you some free advice, kid. Just because you've figured something out doesn't mean you need to let everyone know about it." "Nice place," he says instead. "What did Ronan say you were doing here again?" She snorts. "Apparently babysitting. Are you hungry or not?" "Definitely hungry." He follows that up with what he's pretty certain is a winning grin. Downstairs, the other blonde woman, Milan, pulls him away from Koira. Her hair is cut short around her ears, and she's about Karis's height. She frowns as she inspects him. "Ronan said your name is Karis Cooper, and you're a squire with tracking magic." "What else did he say about me?" Karis looks around behind her. "Where is he, anyway?" "He's—" Koira starts, but her sister snaps her fingers. Koira rolls her eyes and continues. "All I was saying was he's around." "I'm just making sure," Milan says serenely. "Your mouth's always been too quick for your own good." A third female voice rings out from the next room, light and measured. "You'll have to forgive the odd hospitality." This new stranger is a fair few inches shorter than Karis, with dark skin and a pretty face. Her ears are studded with gold and pearl. Karis has never had much of a sense for auras, for all his other talents, but the soothing balm of her aura is impossible to ignore. She follows Kanhala, a healer, and a damn strong one. "We've never kidnapped anyone before, and we don't have any procedures in place for it." "What a coincidence," Karis says. "I've never been kidnapped before either." He's never been kidnapped before, but he's pretty sure this is an unorthodox sort of imprisonment. Over the next few days, his 4 captors, he learns the healer's name is Dansa, let him roam pretty much anywhere on the first 2 floors of the manor. He mentally maps out every door and window and finds every route of escape protected by arrays he can barely see, much less read. When queried, Vara says he can't break them either. In Karis's opinion, Vara isn't trying very hard. Karis also finds a knife unattended in the workroom one morning, but Milan takes it from him before he can retreat with it to Ronan's bedroom. He's still been sleeping there. It's more comfortable than he expected, but also less. The bare-bones room doesn't feel like Ronan's space at all, and Karis can't tell whether he wants it to or not. He's barely seen Ronan since the day he arrived, until the night he decides to wander. Fingertips feather light against the railing, Karis pauses at the foot of the stairs. Across the darkened parlor, warm light glows from the kitchen door. "What time is it?" "An hour past midnight," Vara answers. "Don't think you can use me as a clock in just any situation." "I wouldn't dare," Karis thinks, though he knows the god can see the lie in his heart. He considers returning upstairs. He just wanted to explore the manor again, see if he could find any escape routes he hadn't found in previous days. He hadn't wanted to talk to anyone. But curiosity drives him forward. He's barefoot, so he walks quietly, but he has no hope of sneaking up on Ronan Vizia. The man doesn't look up as Karis enters, but Karis knows he's been noticed. "What are you doing?" Karis asks. "Oh, making tea. Can I have some?" Ronan doesn't answer. He's leaning against the table, watching the kettle on the brick hearth. The fireplace isn't lit, but Karis knows there's a heating rune inscribed in the hearth. Karis leans back against the counter, half the kitchen between him and Ronan. He discards his planned excuse of being hungry. "I was looking for a way to escape. There probably isn't a secret door in the kitchen, but wouldn't it be silly if there was, and I never looked?" Ronan's trimmed his beard since returning to the base. The neat, short beard accentuates the strong lines of his jaw, the rise of his cheekbones. Karis doesn't know that he's ever really noticed a man's cheekbones before, but right now he's so fascinated that he doesn't even care that Ronan isn't replying to him. "What are you guys doing here, anyway? With your whole secret society?" Karis touches his earlobe, fingers the empty hole. "You're not letting me go until it's over anyway, so you might as well tell me. Nothing to lose, everything to gain." Ronan moves, but only to approach the hearth. Karis laughs and offers up the most potent bribe in his arsenal. "You know, if you answer, I'll stop annoying you." Ronan actually looks up at that. Is that a smile on his face? Hard to tell, it's gone so fast. All he says is, deadpan. I doubt that. Would a Varin lie? Karis grins sunnily, leaning against the counter. "I feel bad for taking your bed, you know. Where are you sleeping?" "Upstairs." A second response. Beautiful. "You could sleep in your own bed, you know," Karis says. "I wouldn't mind. It's a lot bigger than that cot in Marek." Ignoring him, Ronan removes the kettle from the hearth and sets it on the table. Somehow, even the simple act of lifting a kettle emphasizes the strong lines of his forearms. His white shirt brings out the bronze undertones of his skin. Karis remembers how those arms felt under his hand, the night he considered strangling the man, when Ronan walks towards him. Karis freezes, head craning up and up as the distance between them evaporates. He catches a whiff of the same clean laundry scent he's been sleeping in the past few nights, and his thoughts scatter. Ronan doesn't stop until he's nearly pressed against Karis, pinning him to the counter with sheer male charisma. Karis's pulse jumps.
"What are you doing?"
One gleaming bare forearm reaches past his head and opens a cabinet. "The mugs are here," Ronan says mildly. Except there's nothing mild about the way his breath tickles Karis's ear. Karis's pulse is still racing when Ronan returns to the table. The buzz of proximity still lingers under his skin, and his ears are so hot he wonders how red they are. For once, he doesn't know what to say, and he can only wait there as Ronan pours out the tea. Safflower and spice fills the air, and Karis is viscerally jealous of the steam curling around Ronan's forearms. Silent and stoic once again, Ronan leaves the kettle on the table and retreats with his mug of tea. Karis's gaze stays fixed on his broad back until he vanishes into the darkened living room. Only then does Karis glance at the table and realize there's a second mug steaming beside the kettle. Ronan poured him a mug, too. The next morning, Karis and Dansa are the only ones eating breakfast, under Alice the cat's attentive supervision. Early sunlight streams through the gauzy curtains. Dansa pours out oatmeal for each of them and pushes over a bowl of berries. Karis stirs a spoonful into his bowl and asks, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Dansa sets down her spoon with a clink, tilting her head thoughtfully. "I'm a healer," she says after a while. "I've failed to save people." "That's different." Her smile is rueful. "It doesn't always feel different." "Ronan's killed people." The metal edges of the spoon cut into Karis's palm. "In the Bright Cathedral. He killed a priest and tried killing a paladin. I don't know what you guys are doing here. If it's just about stealing relics or something else. But is it worth the blood you've spilled?" His voice is too sharp, too young. Dansa doesn't seem perturbed by his simmering anger. "I'm not the one to judge whether Ronan's a good man, but he's better than he thinks." She starts eating her oatmeal again. "You should ask him the truth about the priest and the paladin." "What truth?" His curiosity is painfully sharp. When he doesn't get an answer, he grumbles. "He'll just lie to me anyway." "Can't Varens tell when people are lying?" Dansa asks. "Besides, I think he'll tell you. He likes you, anyway." Karis's next spoonful of oatmeal pauses in midair. "What's that supposed to mean?" She shrugs. "I'm not sure." They finish breakfast in silence. Dansa is done first, leaving her bowl on the counter, and walks out of the room with Alice at her heels. A few moments later, Alice pads back into the kitchen by herself and rubs her sleek head against Karis's ankle. Alice's hierarchy of preferred people was apparent from Karis's second day in the manor. She likes Dansa best, followed by Ronan, then Milan, then Koira. Karis is a distant last place. If she's following him around, it means everyone else is inaccessible. People disappear in the manor sometimes. Wherever they go, it's not somewhere Alice can follow. Karis leaves his bowl on the table. So far, nobody has called him out for never washing his dishes, which makes his petty rebellion a bit less satisfying, and walks quietly through the manor. Sure enough, no sign of anyone. Alice follows him upstairs and into Ronan's bedroom. Karis puts his finger to his lips and whispers, "Don't tell anyone about this, all right?" She blinks big green eyes at him and jumps gracefully onto Ronan's bed. Karis lowers himself to the floor, crossing his legs in a tailor's seat and leaning back against the mattress. He doesn't have his earring, and he hasn't found any unattended gold to use as a substitute, but that doesn't matter. Everyone in the manor is safely away, and Karis is just going to have to risk someone sensing his magic. "Oh, fickle and radiant voice in my head," he thinks. "Show me Stacey." Stacey is just a squire, like him, and probably not the most useful person to scry for. But she's his only real friend in the Order, and he wants to see how she's doing. Golden warmth swoops through his core, before his vision flies up from his body. Vara carries him through a web of enchantments, not breaking them but flowing through the gaps. The traps and wards and warnings are all different colors, different sensations. The bright yellow heat of the sisters' divine flame magic. The mellow blue-green of Dance's healing energy. Orderly arrays of quiet silver. Dangerous pockets of deep, demonic red. The dancing cyan of Ronan's magic tingles through Karis's soul. Once out of the manor, he has only the briefest moment to see his surroundings before his vision winks to Stacey's location. But he recognizes what he sees. And if he was fully in his body, he'd laugh his head off. The red and brown rooftops, the pale stone streets, the white walls circling and circling through different neighborhoods. The first great landmark of the city is the Royal Palace, more pale gray and white stone wreathed in green and yellow banners, towers like spears piercing the sky. The second landmark is almost as large as the palace. The white angles of the roof are edged in gold, almost blinding at high noon. Stretches of glass that look dark from the outside, but from the inside, they paint the light in brightest gold. The bright cathedral in Ostaris. Karis has been 10 minutes from home this entire time. He doesn't have time to dwell on that now. His stomach jerks, and he's overlooking a forested path a day's journey north. A half-dozen men and women ride southwards, with a familiar supply cart rolling behind him. 2 paladins in white and 4 squires in blue. Recognizing people from overhead is difficult, but his sight is centered on Stacey from the start. She's on her bay mare, and her ponytail swishes as she turns her head periodically. Divine sunlight buzzes under his skin. He doesn't have much control over the vision. He tries to peer closer, change angles, see her expression. But the power gets away from him, and everything breaks like a cold splash of water. His eyes fly open, and he's back on the floor in Ronan's bedroom. In Ostaris. "Your friends are pretty good at laying low," he twists around to tell Alice. "I'll give them that." Alice doesn't move from her sprawled-out pose, taking up most of Ronan's bed with her splayed paws. Karis knows people who feel hungover after spellcasting, and scrying is definitely a major spell. He feels fine, though, and he thinks he can get a few more glances in before he wears out. Settling back onto the floor, he decides his next target. He looked for Stacey mostly because he just wanted to see how she was doing, and he didn't glean a lot of information from the scry. Time to check out the opposite end of the chain of command. On his next exhalation, his eyes flutter closed. "Show me Archpriest Narat." Vara's presence stirs slightly. "This should be interesting." "What do you mean?" Karis asks. Vara's answer is another lurching journey out of the warded manor. This time, Karis's vision stays in Ostaris, but they don't head towards the bright cathedral like he expects. His consciousness arcs to a stout fortress just outside the city, past dizzying layers of walls and wards, into a wide, well-lit meeting room. The room is dominated by a massive table, covered in maps and notes surrounded by chairs. All of the chairs are empty, and only 3 people stand at the head of the table, conferring over a spread-out map. Karis recognizes Narat, with his long silver hair and golden robes. His wrinkled face holds none of its usual welcoming smile, and he looks both colder and more genuine without it. Nobody can be that cheerful all the time. Karis also recognizes the portly man in midnight blue robes, with a plain silver circlet squeezed around his balding head, the archpriest of the Church of Saphine. The third man is taller than either of the archpriests, with short brown hair and a precisely trimmed beard. His face is stern, and a dark gray military uniform stretches over his broad shoulders. Pinned to his left breast is a gleaming silver brooch, the snarling face of a wolf. Ka-Dravos, the god of war, doesn't have a separate church anymore. His followers were absorbed into the Shirani military nearly 200 years ago. "It's not like you to ask the military for help," the Draven soldier says. "What's the point of your paladins if they can't handle something so simple?" The Saphinian archpriest crosses his arms, his brow puckering under his tight circlet.
"This is why we should at least tell the captains. They're operating blind."
"Impossible," Narat sighs. "Too many of them are true believers. General, you must know." He says another sentence, but the image blurs and the sound cuts out. By the time Karis regains control of the vision, the Draven is saying, "Between the borders and relics, I can't spare soldiers for your personnel issues. We're still finding Videkos too far south. You'll have to find the squire yourself." Anger flashes in Narat's usually calm eyes, and he opens his mouth. But this time, when the vision fractures, Karis can't restore it. He blinks into awareness on the floor, staring at the scratched wooden floor, the faded rug. The squire. That must be him. Karis has a healthy, all right, some would argue unhealthy, sense of his own importance. He still never would have expected 2 archpriests and a Draven general to be discussing his kidnapping. He isn't sure whether to be flattered or worried. "Do you know what any of that was about?" he asks Vara. The pause in his mind is heavy, and the room seems to dim. Karis thinks all he'll get from his god is another helping of silence. Then the room brightens, as if a cloud has passed, and Vara answers, "I can't say." And that's far more worrying than silence. Chapter 10. Ronan. Ronan has been leaning against the alley wall for over an hour by the time Yvain shows up. He doesn't mind the delay, and a look-away spell keeps the neighbors' prying eyes off him. As much as he spent the last few weeks longing to return to the base, right now it's a relief being outside. That's 1 hour of breathing fresh air, watching passers-by, clearing his head of the bratty, persistent hostage he can't seem to avoid. He doesn't mind the delay, and when Yvain finally strolls down the side alley, Ronan ends up wishing he'd taken even longer to arrive. "I'm excited to meet your new boyfriend, boss," Yvain drawls. "Though it's rather unfair when I think about it. You've never allowed me to bring lovers home." "Lovers?" Ronan raises an eyebrow. That's a strong way of putting it. The sun is low over the walls of Ostaris, painting red and gold highlights in Yvain's bound black hair. His loose red shirt can't disguise the breadth of his shoulders or the golden gleam of his skin. There's a heavy bag slung across his chest, and somehow even the shoulder strap serves to accentuate his muscles. Yvain is contracted with a desire demon, and when he's out prowling the taverns and playhouses, his every movement is proof of that. He tones the seductive reflexes down when he's at base, but it still took a while for everyone to get used to him. "They're still lovers if they're temporary." Yvain flashes a wicked grin. Hurry up and let me in. I want to meet him. Ronan pauses with his dice in hand and fixes Yvain with a stern look. Yvain puts up his hands, dark eyes curving into amused crescents. Fine, fine, I'll behave. Nothing about him physically changes, but the air around him grows less heated. His air of demonic seductiveness fades to simply human good looks. Still, Ronan suddenly hates the idea of introducing Yvain to Karis. He's not anyone's lover, he says after a moment. The edges of his dice dig into his palm. He's a hostage, and he's not here by choice. How much choice did any of them have? Yvain's words are sharp, though a grin still tugs the perfect curves of his lips. I won't interfere, you're the boss. But if he's as useful as Koira said over the fire, make him choose. Oh, good. You remember that I'm in charge. They're standing at the ivy-covered wall to the side of the base, with no door or gateway in sight. Ronan crouches and flips a 10-sided die onto the cobblestones. It's weighted, and the 10 facing upwards isn't a surprise. Cyan light flickers along the stone. Ronan picks up the die, glances down the street to see if anyone's watching, and walks directly through the wall. A brief cold chills his limbs, then passes. Only Milan and Koira ever use the front door of the manor. As far as the rest of the neighborhood knows, the 2 women are the only people residing here. Everyone else has to sneak in via back gate or fire transport. The sisters' ties to Ostaris were half the reason Ronan recruited them in the first place. He needed a safe haven close to the heart of the action. Ferrying relics back and forth between Shirane and Praia would be too risky. The other half of the reason was their teleportation magic. Just like his teacher introduced him to Dansa because they'd need a healer, and he recruited Leth because of his family ties to Draven military command. He found all the locksmiths because they were useful, and he persuaded them each to risk their lives so he could use them. Because that's what his god asked of him. The parlor is dark when they come in from the courtyard, but there's a warm glow and laughter ringing from the kitchen. Yvain sets his bag on the sofa and calls out, I refuse to believe that you're having fun without me. The laughter breaks off and Koira bellows back, Fuck you, Yvain. Ronan frowns. He was only outside for an hour. If the women are all drinking down here, who's supervising the hostage? The answer is apparent when he and Yvain enter the kitchen. Dansa, Koira, and Milan are all seated at the table, accompanied by 2 empty wine bottles and another in progress. A plate of cheese and crackers has been absolutely demolished, crumbs everywhere. But what Ronan focuses on is the slight figure seated with them, leaning with one elbow on the table and blinking slowly up at Ronan. Karis's freckled face is flushed, and his hair is in disarray. A sleepy smile tilts the ends of his pink lips. He looks loose, languid, with none of the sharpness or tension Ronan associates with him. Ronan asks mildly, What the fuck are you all doing? Karis is the one who laughs in answer, They're supervising me. His amber gaze floats over to Yvain. Ronan's shoulders tense in instinctive, inexplicable displeasure, but then immediately back to Ronan. He sits up straighter, brushing his hair from his eyes, and his slight smile never wavers. He seems to be looking precisely at Ronan's neck, and the heat of his gaze leaves Ronan parched. Ronan evades his gaze and asks Dansa, Any problems? None, she says. Sit down, drink with us. Yvain, this is... Yvain already has a glass in hand. Karis, right? His grin is dazzling, and in that moment his presence fills the entire room. Ronan already told me all about his little squire. Karis's attention finally leaves the vicinity of Ronan's throat. Koira just told me about you too. Did you really once? All right, Ronan interrupts, ignoring Koira's snicker. He points at Karis. You've had enough. Go to bed. For once cooperative, Karis nods his pretty head. I've had enough. He pushes his half-empty glass a few inches away, the wine sloshing with the sudden movement, and stands up with obvious caution. He doesn't stumble until he reaches Ronan's side, tipping sideways and catching himself on the door. They don't touch at all, but when Karis blinks up, Ronan can count every single one of his eyelashes. Where are the stairs again? Karis asks innocently. Ronan turns his back on Yvain's leer and grabs Karis by the arm. He's only wearing a thin blue shirt, and his skin is warm through the fabric. There. The stairs open directly into the parlor. They're impossible to miss, but Karis tilts his head up, eyes wide and guileless. I don't see them. You need to show me. Ronan remembers his words to Yvain. He's not here by choice. And it's definitely guilt and obligation, not the heat building beneath his heart, that makes Ronan determined to get Karis safely into bed. You really can't hold your liquor. I can. Karis leans against Ronan's body. I really can. The laughter behind them fades as they progress slowly up the stairs. Very slowly. Karis carefully inspects every step before he lifts his feet, and Ronan releases his arm to support his narrow waist instead. Karis leans into the touch. The gesture is almost an embrace. Karis's light breathing is the only sound in the stairwell, until he opens his lips and asks lightly, Is that a basement? That's none of your business. Ronan answers calmly. His arm tightens when Karis stumbles, and a bony shoulder jabs into him. Karis's head tilts back to press on his shoulder. His gaze is unreadable in the darkness. I think it's my business. Danza said I should ask you questions. They're at the top of the stairs. A single silvery lamp lights the loft area. Ronan's pulse picks up, as if he's climbed an entire mountain. Did she? Yeah. Karis twists out of Ronan's arm, then floats closer and pats Ronan's cheek. His fingertips trace downwards to Ronan's jaw. Don't worry. I'm not asking tonight. Ronan grabs his wrist, harder than he intends, but all Karis does is smile. That's what I like about you. Karis breathes. His wrist is so fragile in Ronan's grip, but his smile is bright in the shadows. You're so honest. Nobody's ever accused me of that before, Ronan says, and pulls Karis down the hall. Maybe some of Yvain's magic is affecting him, because his blood feels hotter than usual, and he can't stop thinking about the angle of Karis's jaw, the firm feel of his waist, the light, wine-horse timbre of his voice. Or maybe it's Karis's own magic, glowing inherently through every fiber of his body. You're handsome, too, Karis says, and now it's Ronan's turn to stumble on the wooden floor. Has anyone accused you of that? Ronan lets go of his arm. They stop in the hallway, right outside Ronan's room. The door is open, revealing the single bed with rumpled blankets. Karis has been sleeping here, Ronan remembers with a sudden surge of heat. He can't keep pretending his reaction is due to magic anymore. Plenty of people, he says with a calm he doesn't feel. That's fine. Karis leans closer. The hallway is dark. They don't matter. They're not here right now. The responsible thing would be to move. Ronan is far stronger and quicker than the young squire in front of him. He could move away when Karis rests one hand on his chest, fingertips brushing the skin inside his collar, and the other hand on his jaw. Each touch burning, yet light as a feather. He could turn aside as Karis lifts up on his toes, eyes hooded in the darkness, wine and laughter on his breath. But he doesn't move, and he doesn't turn aside as wine-sweet lips slide onto his. A whispered caress of a kiss that carves out Ronan's heart and leaves him hollow. A promise to fill that hollow space with light. His hands rise on instinct to settle on Karis's hips. He pulls him closer for one moment of weakness, then pushes him back. Karis's lips shine wet in the dim light, and he looks just as dazed as Ronan feels. 1,000 thoughts run through Ronan's head. He's too drunk. Even if he wasn't drunk, he's too young. He's too naive. He's too dangerous. If they stay here any longer, Ronan's afraid he'll take the risk. Sleep, he says hoarsely. He's not sure if he's relieved or disappointed when Karis tilts his head and says, "Okay." And Karis stays put and doesn't follow as Ronan retreats to the attic. Ronan flings open a window and breathes in the night. Stars above and street lamps below illuminate the neighborhood, and there are enough people still on the street that Ronan shouldn't hang out the window for long, but he needs the fresh air to clear his head. Not that it's working. Avoiding Karis isn't working. Keeping him prisoner isn't working. Ronan would prefer to stay in this limbo forever, unwilling to kill the brat or recruit him. But Karis has made it abundantly clear that he won't tolerate the status quo. The lingering taste of his lips is proof of that. Ronan doesn't want to know what stupid thing Karis will do next if Ronan keeps him in the dark. Certainty cools the heat in his veins. Something has to give. Yvain was right, as much as Ronan hates to admit it. He has to give Karis a choice. Chapter 11. Karis. Karis wakes up the next morning with an aching head and a vague certainty that something has gone terribly wrong. The feeling is familiar enough. He doesn't have much experience with alcohol, but it's more than none. He blinks his eyes open, then squeezes them firmly shut. The light does unsettling things to his stomach. Burrowed into his pillow and blankets, he sorts through the events of the night before. Koira announced it was wine and cheese night, and 2 many glasses later, Ronan escorted him upstairs. And his lips tasted sweeter than Karis ever imagined. Groaning, Karis covers his head with the pillow, which makes everything even worse, because even though all it smells like is laundry soap, it's still Ronan's pillow. He flings the pillow to the other side of the bed and sits up, hands over his face. "Oh, benevolent and radiant one," he says weakly. "Can you just go ahead and smite me now?" The only answer is divine, judgmental silence. Karis intends to stay in bed indefinitely, stewing in hungover embarrassment. But eventually, Dansa stops by with a glass of Halablossom tincture. She doesn't say anything or look at him funny, which means either that she's a fantastic actor or that, as he should have guessed, Ronan is a mature adult who hasn't gossiped about Karis's humiliating antics to the rest of the group. Karis isn't sure why he cares so much about what these people think of him. They might be nice, with wine and cheese night and a cute cat, but they still kidnapped him. Ronan still makes Karis shiver every time they're in the same room, a deep-seated sense of fear. That has to be fear, right? Even if Karis really wants to kiss him again. A thrill runs through him as he sits in Ronan's bed, remembering the rasp of his short beard against his chin. He touches his lips and thinks of how appalled everyone in the Order would be. The look of shock on Narat's face might be worth every bit of the danger. The tincture eases the headache and cures the nausea, allowing his hunger to finally make itself known. Around noon, he can't force himself to dawdle anymore, and he descends nervously to the kitchen. He's almost disappointed that Ronan's nowhere in sight. Yvain and Dansa are looking at books in the loft, and Koira's attempting to brush Alice's stomach in the parlor, while the cat tries to squirm away. Milan's nowhere to be seen, and Karis wonders if she's with Ronan. He pulls together a belated breakfast from what he finds in the kitchen. The forks and knives are all in a locked drawer, so he has to cut his sandwich with the side of a spoon. After eating, he re-emerges into the parlor and finds, between the fireplace and the stairs, a door he's never seen before. Pulse picking up, he glances around downstairs. Koira is out of sight, the cat's hairbrush abandoned on the sofa, and telltale swearing sounds from up the stairs. Nobody else is around to stop him from stepping forward and inspecting the door. Aside from its sudden appearance, the door is utterly ordinary. Dark-stained wood like all the other doors in the manor. When Karis reaches out towards the barely open seam, he doesn't feel any change in airflow or temperature. His fingers graze the edge, and there's no magical recoil. Just smooth, ordinary wood. The hinges whisper smoothly as he pushes the door open, revealing a narrow set of stairs twisting downwards. The stairwell isn't lit, but light shines from around the corner. Karis doesn't stop to think before moving forward. As he descends, something trembles through his soul, hooks into the deepest parts of his magic, and pulls. The stairs open onto a room, and the only part Karis sees is a table with 5 black boxes set on it. Each box is a different shape and size. The longest one is open, the other 4 are shut. Karis stumbles forward, drawn irresistibly to one in particular. It's about a foot wide, square, and half a foot tall. He doesn't know what material it's made out of, but the surfaces gleam without reflecting. From it emanates a light and warmth that he's only ever felt from the god riding inside his head. Radiance. "Vara, what is this?" he whispers. The god's only answer is a hum of excitement mirroring his own. Karis reaches out, and the edge of the box feels like nothing. It's solid, there's pressure against his fingertips, but it feels neither warm nor cool, neither smooth nor rough. The lid doesn't move when he tries to lift it. He turns it around. It isn't heavy. Searching frantically for a latch, something he can gain purchase of, something he can break. Suddenly, intensely, he needs to open this box. to see and touch the thing inside, to become... A firm hand on his shoulder yanks him out of his daze. Karis blinks up at Ronan and has no idea how long he's been in the room. Ronan's gaze flicks from his lips to the black boxes. You can sense it even through the tell iron. Karis swallows, his throat dry. The box still calls to him.
What is it?
He isn't surprised when Ronan answers, the crown of Vara. The door wasn't open by accident. Ronan wants him to see this. And the other boxes must be the other relics. They haven't been sold for profit, they're being kept. Karis takes a deep breath and says, Tell me everything. This time, Ronan's answer is a surprise. All right. As they head upstairs, Karis engages most of his willpower in not rushing back towards the basement. The urge is futile. The door in the parlor disappears again when Ronan closes it. But the memory of Radiance still calls to him. He wants the crown. He needs the crown. But he also needs answers. When the door of Ronan's bedroom closes behind them, Karis asks, Can I put you under a truth spell? Ronan's eyebrow quirks. He sits at the small table, leans his elbows on the surface. Feel free. Thanks. Karis sits across from Ronan and concentrates. With the crown's radiance still buzzing through his soul, his magic is easier to call than ever. Releasing the spell is as simple as opening his hand, and the only trick is in limiting the scope of the spell. Purely informative, not compulsory. He doesn't want to force the truth out of Ronan. He just wants to know if he's lying. How does that feel? Tingly. Ronan's lips twitch. Ask away. I don't know what to ask yet. Karis lifts his chin, attempting to look down on Ronan despite the height difference. Just start talking. The mirth fades from Ronan's striking features. He looks more serious than Karis has ever seen him as he begins. 200 years ago, Shirani mages imprisoned 5 gods. I'm following a quest from my own god to set them free. His voice is grim, resonant, and holds only truth. Karis knows the names even before Ronan says them. Kadravos, Myza, Songbird, Safine, Ronan lists, and your Radiant Vara. Have you ever wondered why Shirane prays to Mother Safine, while all the rest of the world calls her Cold Safine? Karis shakes his head, stunned. Only members of the Church of Safine can contract with her, Ronan says. Only the Cold Paladins, but each of them. Most gods pick and choose their contracts, their favorite children. It's different for the bound gods. Any green-eared squire who joins the Radiant Order can contract with Vara, but no Prion Hedgewitch can ever pray for a contract, if he isn't willing to leave his homeland and enlist in Shirane. Karis thinks about the archpriests and the general meeting in an empty room in Fort Tarheg. Radiant Vara descended in Ostaris and said, "These are my people and this is my place," he says softly. That's what Audiobooks say. The books were written by the captors, Ronan counters. Of all the gods, why would Radiant Vara bind himself like that? Does the sun choose which places and people to shine on? There's no lie in his voice. But the trouble with truth spells is they can't discern fiction if the speaker doesn't realize it's fiction. Maybe Ronan just believes this, but the truth is different. Maybe everything Karis thought he knew isn't a lie. Vara? He asks silently, and gets no answer. In the back of his mind, he starts to piece together all of Vara's silences. Ronan continues. They did it for power, of course. In some ways, I can hardly blame them. Their Senya was falling apart to the north, and Praya's military has always been stronger to the west. Some of them may have thought they were doing right by their country. He leans back in his chair. The early afternoon sunlight gleams along his high bronze cheekbones, clearing the dark pools of his eyes. How could humans bind gods like that? Karis asks. Even a single hedge witch can bind a demon, if he knows the right arrays and incantations, but he's never heard of anything that can restrain a god, except... They had help, Ronan says. The trickster helped them do it, for grievances of his own. Karis stares. And then what? He changed his mind 200 years later? He changed his mind. The sentence rings true. He found a new voice 20 years ago, but she was already too old for this kind of quest. She found me and took me as her student, and when she thought I was ready, she passed the quest to me as a condition of my contract. I recruited the rest of the locksmiths. Danza named us that. And we spent a few years preparing before we started collecting relics in Shirane. There's a lot to ask about there. Ronan's teacher and contract, preparation and collection. But Karis's attention fixes on a single word, one Ronan mentioned as if it was nothing special. What do you mean, a voice? It's Ronan's turn to stare at him, before laughing in disbelief. They really don't teach you anything important in Shirane. A god's voice is their prophet. They have a deeper connection to the god. He gestures between them. You and me, we have to put in effort to talk to our gods. I have to roll the dice, and if I'm lucky, maybe I'll have a chance at an answer. You have to pray and hope. Though, with Vara bound, I bet no paladin alive has actually heard him. The voice of the trickster and the voice of Vara would just have to think casually and say hello. If Karis wasn't sitting down, he would have fallen over. There's a name for what he is, besides crazy or dangerous. The voice of Vara. Just because you figured something out doesn't mean you need to let everyone know about it. Change the subject. He hopes he sounds steady enough when he opens his mouth again. Then what are you doing with the relics? Ronan rubs his throat. I didn't think you could keep it up this long. Excuse me? Karis asks, blanking out. The spell. Karis glares. I can keep it up as long as I need to, he says sharply, and tries not to remember what the man's lips tasted like the night before. Don't avoid the question. I wasn't, Ronan says with a fleeting grin. The relics were used to trap the 5 gods in the first place, and we need all of them to break the binding. We have 4 of them already, and all we're missing is the Draven sword. Any other questions you need the spell for? You're looking... Karis is sure he looks stunned and shaken, no matter how he tries to cover it up. He shoves his trembling hands under the table, but it has nothing to do with overdrawing his magic, and everything to do with what Ronan's been saying. Everything Vara isn't saying. 2 more things, Karis says, if you think you can handle it. Hit me. Why wouldn't the bound gods say anything through their voices? He bites his lip, wondering if he's revealing too much. I mean, unless the binding is so strong that it cuts off that connection too. I don't know, Ronan says. None of the bound gods have had a voice in 200 years. but voices are rare enough to begin with. A god finding one once in a century would be a good number. But I've studied the binding array too, and it has a silencing component. The bound gods couldn't talk about the binding, even if they broke through to answer a prayer. Vara's silences all fit together like strands of a spider web, weaving a shape Karis can finally see. The ache of sadness and indignation isn't entirely Karis's own. But there's triumph, too, a furious satisfaction. Karis knows with every fiber of his soul that this revelation is why Vara sent him into Ronan's prison cell in the first place. Vara can't speak, but he found a way to send Karis to the answers. Ronan asks, "What's the last thing?" Karis was going to ask about casualties. He was going to ask about Brother Oscar and Sir Arthur, killed and wounded in Ronan's quest for the crown of Vara. But his mind is already whirling out of control, and he needs to decide for himself what Ronan's answer means to him before he asks the question. He might be willing to kill for Vara too, after all. So instead, Karis leans his elbows on the table and props up his chin. Grins a winning smile, wide enough he knows his dimples are showing. "The last thing is, do you think I'm pretty?" Ronan, the fucking bastard, rubs his chin like he has to consider it. There's a dark heat in his eyes that hooks into Karis's heart just as deeply as Radiance ever has, but with an entirely different flavor. And Ronan answers, with all the golden weight of the truth spell behind his words, "No comment." Karis's grin widens, and he leans over the table. He's about to press for more answers when Ronan adds, "You know, you cast this truth spell without a focus." Chapter 12. Ronan. The truth spell scatters in motes of gold, and the color drains beneath Karis's freckles. His bright eyes widen, with fear, Ronan thinks, not with shock, which is very, very interesting. He decides it's time to take the reins of this interrogation. But before he can ask anything, Karis bolts from the table. Ronan lunges to seize Karis's wrist, and when he yanks them to a halt, suddenly the room is far too small around them. They're far too close together. Ronan's heart hammers with the rush of movement and the afterglow of enchantment. With the echo of that deliberately distracting question, "Do you think I'm pretty?" Karis doesn't meet Ronan's eyes. His ragged breaths tickle Ronan's neck. "I just told you a dangerous amount of information about me and mine," Ronan says, feigning calm. "It's only fair you tell me something about yourself, too." He waits through the long silence. Faint sounds intrude from the rest of the manor. A door closing. Voices in the loft. But inside this bedroom there are only two souls held in tension. Ronan's the one with a hand on Karis's wrist, but he feels like he's chained in place, too. Still tense, Karis stops trying to free himself. He looks up with a fierceness at odds with his pale face. "Goira asked if you were recruiting me. Are you?" Ronan loosens his grip to prevent himself from grabbing harder on instinct. "Everyone here chose to join. If you don't want in, you're free to just stay here until the unbinding is over, and then we'll let you go." "That sounds pretty boring," Karis says, the color slowly returning to his face. "Your Radiant Order won't exist when we're done." Ronan's teacher would scold him for persuading against his own cause, but part of him still doesn't want to recruit Karis at all, doesn't want to put him at risk. And he definitely doesn't want to recruit him without making sure he understands the consequences. Not the same as it is now. Not everyone who has a contract with Vara will be able to keep it.
Karis's eyes narrow.
If they can't keep it, they don't deserve it.
Ronan lets go, but the warmth of contact lingers in his palm.
What we're doing is dangerous. If we get caught, we're criminals. You should know this better than most. Take a few days to think about whether the cause is worth the risk to you. In the meantime, you can tell me.
It's Karis's turn to seize Ronan's shoulder, with strength Ronan never expected from him.
I don't need a few days, he bites out. If you're unbinding Vara, I want in. No, I'm already in, whether you let me or not.
Ronan's heart pounds with the fervor in his voice, the utter certainty shining in his glare. He wishes suddenly that the trickster's jurisdiction extended to truth as well, that he could ask why Karis feels so strongly about this and guarantee himself an answer. Maybe he's just that religious. Nothing more dangerous than a true believer. Whatever the reason, the determination in Karis's eyes sparks an answering flame in Ronan's heart. Doubt and exhaustion burn away from his veins, reminding him of the clarity of purpose he'd almost forgotten. He agreed to this mission, not just because the trickster asked it of him, but because it's the right thing to do. He's given Karis a choice, and now he has to abide by it. He reaches out a hand. Then welcome to the locksmiths. The handshake lingers in Ronan's nerves. The rigid determination fractures from Karis's posture. With a sigh, he flops back on Ronan's bed, and fuck if that isn't a distracting image. Ronan's thoughts spin astray before Karis interrupts, all the fierceness gone from his voice.
Since we're partners now, I'll tell you about my magic. But you have to promise not to tell the others.
My promise isn't worth much. Ronan leans against the wall with a good view at Karis's sprawled-out form. The way his untucked shirt rides up his waist and exposes a stretch of pale skin.
It's worth what you want it to be worth,
Karis says, which is nonsense. But Ronan can tolerate more nonsense than he thought.
I promise, then.
Great. Fantastic.
Karis's voice is too easy. Ronan hears the nervousness rippling beneath the surface.
I've never needed the catalyst for magic.
Ronan expected that, given the truth spell. The possibilities are endless. The ramifications, potentially dangerous. He's not surprised Karis would hide that information.
So you could have escaped at any time?
Maybe.
Karis sits up, feet dangling from the edge of the bed.
Or maybe I wouldn't have been quick enough, and you would have realized what I was doing.
Ronan frowns.
Who else knows?
My parents.
Anger edges his voice.
I think Nerat suspects, because my parents told him, but I've never admitted it to him.
He speaks with casual arrogance, not even granting a title to the head of his church. The young man has barely opened up, but he's already closing in on himself again. Ronan probably only has one question left before Karis's armor slams fully into place, so he intends to make that question count. He's only met one person who could cast spells without a catalyst before. His teacher. The trickster's voice. Ronan asks, "Has Radiant Vara ever spoken to you?"
No.
Karis answers easily, meeting Ronan's eyes. Then he laughs and hops off the bed.
Wouldn't that be something? Oh, and can I have my eating pack? I want to be able to use magic in front of the others.
Ronan moves to the table and upends his dice bag. Dark resin scatters across the surface, and a gleaming piece of golden lapis. The earring is a simple round stud, the jewel the size of Ronan's thumbnail, with a pushback. It looks especially delicate in his fingers when he picks it up. Karis leans against the table,
He doesn't reach for the earring, and Ronan doesn't offer it. Understanding shivers between them, and Ronan moves as if possessed to brush the hair away from Karis's left ear. The curved shell feels fragile against his fingertips, and he notices faint freckles here, too. He unfastens the earring's back and takes hold of Karis's earlobe. The piercing is clear, and the post slides easily through tender skin. The hitch of Karis's breath isn't from pain. He catches Ronan's hand and holds it against his ear. The soft warmth of his hair. He looks up, and the offer is clear in his amber eyes. Accepting would be easy. But there's a tension in Ronan's heart that he doesn't know the name of. Perhaps the closest word is fear. He's afraid of what he'll do to Karis, and he's afraid of what Karis is doing to him. He slides his fingers through Karis's hair, then pulls his hand free. You should go down and find lunch. The displeased pout of those pink lips threatens Ronan's convictions. But for better or for worse, Karis doesn't protest. Sure. His pout melts into a devious grin. Boss. With that, he flees the room. Ronan waits until Karis's light footsteps disappear down the hallway, then locks the door. All his thoughts are still scrambled. He should consult with Dansa right now to figure out how they can best use Karis's talents. Or he should at least head downstairs himself to tell everyone about the new member, rather than letting Karis break the news. He should check the progress of Yvain and the sisters' little explosives. Instead, he falls back onto the bed, lying on the same stretch of sheets that Karis just occupied. He imagines the young man's body heat lingering in the mattress. Karis has been sleeping here for days, in a bed that's never felt like Ronan's own. He wishes it did now. That he felt like he was dragging Karis into his home, not just sharing a temporary room. All he's doing now is dragging Karis into the trickster's business. Burning with the aftershocks of brutal self-restraint, Ronan unfastens his belt and unlaces his trousers just enough to fit a hand inside. His cock is already hot and hard with the memory of Karis's wrist in his hand, the softness of his hair, the freckles on his earlobe. Fantasies consume him as he jerks his length, heedless of the friction. He could bend Karis over the table, or urge him to his knees, run his thumb over that plush lower lip and push his mouth open. Would Karis be quiet or talk dirty? Or would he just complain about anything and everything until Ronan's cock muffled the words in his throat? Ronan's thighs tense with the heat of the image. He thrusts into his hand one more time before spilling with a muffled groan. As he pants for air afterwards, he knows one thing for certain. The next time Karis offers himself, he won't be able to refuse. He rises and cleans up a while later, then opens the window. The glass slides up and the shutters swing out, and there's an illusion of freedom if he ignores the barely there whisper of the wards. Under the afternoon sunlight, with the air of Ostaris in his lungs, he stands at the table of scattered dice. The dark gray resin seems to soak up the sunlight, reflecting it out only in the gold-inked numbers. This set has two 20-sided dice, identical to the eye. Even Ronan has to pick them both up to tell which is true and which is weighted. He sets the weighted die aside. There are some questions the trickster won't let him cheat the answers to. Am I doing the right thing?
Ronan asks quietly. Dragging him into this? He throws the die with a cascade of bright sparks. It rattles over the tabletop, the numbers blurred beyond reading. But as it starts to slow, fear takes hold of Ronan's heart. Before the die can land, he slams his hand on it. The edges are sharp against his palm, the die warm with the trickster's answer. He doesn't look at the die as he returns it to the leather pouch. He doesn't want to know what he's rolled, and he doesn't want to know what's to come. Karis has chosen this alliance, and Ronan wants to believe his choice won't hurt them both. Chapter 13. Karis. Karis pauses at the end of the hall, looks over his shoulder, and wonders if he should go back to Ronan's room and try his luck again. His ear still burns with the echo of Ronan's touch, the wish that those rough fingers would twist deeper into his hair. He doesn't understand why Ronan keeps holding back, any more than he understands why he himself wants more and more. The excuse that he's trying to seduce his way out of a kidnapping is looking flimsier by the day. Maybe he's crazy after all. His sanity just hinges on his libido, not his magic. Karis continues, head still spinning, to find Yvain and Dansa in the loft, poring over a book together. Alice is lying down on the desk, her paws and chest tucked neatly on top of another book. We might have to wait until Leth. Dansa breaks off and closes the book when she sees Karis, who waves. Hello, comrades. He laughs. Ronan said I could join the secret club. Finally, Yvain says. He's dressed in an extravagant red silk lounging robe, the black-trimmed neckline open over a slice of muscular chest. His hair is tied back messily, and he looks particularly lethargic next to Dansa, who's wide awake and fully dressed in sensible green trousers. She asks, arms crossed, "And what secret club did he let you join?" Karis's grin falls away. "The locksmiths," he confirms. "He told me about the binding, and how you're trying to fix it. I've been worshipping Vara all my life, and I agree with everything Ronan said. Nobody should be trapped like that, humans or gods." "Worship is a strong way of putting it," Vara whispers in the back of his head. Karis ignores him. The explanation seems to ease the pair's concerns. "He's so earnest," Yvain says, wonderingly. "Absolutely adorable." "You wouldn't know Ernest if it bit you." Dansa relaxes into a grin. "Then welcome to the locksmiths, Karis. Ronan said you were good at finding things." "I'm the best," Karis says, grinning back. They spend the next few hours scrying and attempting to scry. Dansa sends Yvain to bring up food at one point, and they pile the books safely out of the way of crumbs. Alice crouches in wait, eyeing the slices of sharp cheese. Karis is very pleased with how impressed Dansa seems with his scrying, like when he first joined the Radiant Order and he got to show off to the other trainees. He thought impressing them all would make him popular. Only this time it might actually be working. "All I need is a vivid description of the target," he tells them. Most hedge witches need an object associated with the target for finding magic, and he pretended he did when he was in the Radiant Order. But that requirement is too limiting. If he wants to be useful to the locksmiths, if he wants to free Vara, he needs to be able to practice widely. "The more detailed, the better, and it helps if you've seen them before." With Vara's covert help, he finds 2 high bards in Songbird's Bower, easily dancing through the songspell wards. Then he finds General Anton Katariel outside Fort Tarheg, and recognizes the same Draven soldier he saw talking to the archpriests previously. None of their locations or movements seem to surprise Dansa or Yvain. Karis realizes by the third scry that they're testing him with information they already know. "Can you manage one more today?" Dansa shares a glance with Yvain. "I can try," Karis answers. With the sheer amount of radiance he absorbed from the crown, he feels like he could spend the next week straight performing magic without tiring. He wonders how much more power he'd get from actually holding it. Yvain removes another book from under Alice's paws, ignoring her disgruntled mew. He flips it open to a bookmarked page and slides it towards Karis. The pages are yellowed, but the ink drawing taking up the right-hand page is crisp and clear. A long sword, with a dark blade and a darker hilt. The grip wrapped in leather and a gemstone set in the pommel. The hilt is otherwise unadorned. Grooves like claw marks stretch down the flat of the blade. Karis doesn't need the caption to know this is Khadravos's sword. After studying the drawing, he closes his eyes. "Vara, I'm guessing you can't do this one, since it's directly tied to the binding, but if you could give it a shot." Silence, as expected. He keeps his eyes closed for another moment, letting a few golden sparks dance around his fingertips in a proper show of effort, then relaxes and opens his eyes. "I'm not sure if I'm tapped out or if it's too well hidden. Or it could be something about the divine relics in general. Captain Tanner had me try to scry for the Crown of Vara plenty of times, and it never worked." "I told you," Yvain tells Dansa. She shrugs, unperturbed. "It was worth trying. We'll just have to wait for Leth to get started, like we planned." "Who is Leth, anyway?" Karis asks. "He's boring," Yvain says seriously. "No fun at all. You'll hate him." Dansa slams the book shut, nearly taking Yvain's finger. "Leth's a sword witch. He was a River Swords mercenary before Ronan recruited him." A vision takes hold in Karis's head of a grizzled, dour-faced mercenary, face leathered by years in the wilds, a greatsword over his shoulders. "Where is he right now?" "He's investigating Fort Tarheg." Dansa scratches Alice's chin, smiling as the cat leans into the touch. "He should be back any day now." Any day now arrives 3 days later, while Karis is upstairs scrying out order movements. Before he can catch a glimpse, the mysterious final member of the locksmiths disappears into the basement with Ronan and Dansa. Karis joins the others congregating in the kitchen, somewhat disgruntled. Ronan has been scarce too the past few days. "How about we toast to celebrate?" Koira proposes, drifting towards the cupboard. "We're finally all back together. Well, in the same building, anyway." "Yes," Yvain answers, at the same time that Milan says, "No." Milan wins that argument. She and Koira proceed to bicker about anything and everything, with occasional interjections from Yvain playing both sides of the debate, while Karis sits back and just absorbs. Nobody's paying attention to him, and he sends a thought towards his constant companion. "Anything you want to say about any of this?" The answer's immediate, like Vara's been waiting for him to ask. "You're doing well." "I know, thanks." He stops himself from pursing his lips. "What about any divine guidance? I'm kind of doing a lot for you right now, betraying the order and all." "Pray more often during the day," Vara answers immediately. "Your magic will grow stronger." Only years of practice at hiding his secret conversations prevent Karis from rolling his eyes. It's true that prayer will strengthen their connection, but it always sounds self-centered coming from the god himself. "Karis," Clara waves in front of his face. "You there?" He straightens up. "Just spacing out?" "You've made him scry too much this week," Milan accuses Yvain. Yvain shrugs. He's once again lounging in his red silk robe, holding a mug of something. Blame the medical expert. I'm just the cook. Footsteps and voices from the living room interrupt them. Karis heads quickly to the door for a look. Because he's curious about Leth. Definitely not because he's eager to see Ronan again. Karis's expectations of a stern, grizzled sword witch are swiftly broken. The allegedly boring Leth proves to be only a few years older than Karis. His light brown hair hangs to his shoulders, with black beads braided in here and there around his face. A sword and dagger hang from his hip, and Karis gets the distinct sense that those are just the weapons he can see. Leth is also much shorter than expected. Just a few inches over 5 feet, barely taller than Dansa. Ronan claps his hand briefly on Leth's shoulder. Karis, this is Leth Catariel, our sword witch, and our eyes and ears in the Shirani army. Leth, this is Karis Cooper. Leth's voice is soft and measured. I've heard a lot about you. From Ronan? Karis asks. Leth shakes his head. I've been at Fort Tarhaig and the palace for the past month. There are soldiers and paladins all across Shirane looking for you. Oh, that. Karis buries the pang of guilt in his heart. There are people in the order he cares about, or doesn't mind. Stacey must be worried. Captain Tanner was always good to him. They don't know if he's alive or dead. Yeah, I guess I'm a little famous now. If my brother knew... Leth shakes his head again, beads swaying in his hair. Never mind. Brother. Karis remembers the man he spied on earlier that week. Wait, is your brother Anton Catariel? Leth's voice is even quieter than before when he answers, Yes. Before Karis can ask anything else, Yvain saunters from the kitchen, his robe revealing even more of his bare chest. Long time no see, Leth, he drawls. Did you miss me? Frost layers over Leth's expression. Get dressed, Yvain, Ronan says, with barely a glance towards him. His attention returns to Karis. Before we meet, I want you to spar around with Leth. I know your magical strength, but I haven't seen you fight. Generous of him not to judge Karis's prowess purely on his failed escape attempts, but dissatisfaction still purses Karis's lips. Can't I spar with you? I want to watch, Ronan says simply. Everyone ignores Yvain's low whistle. All right, Karis says. Dansa and Yvain are already heading to the sofa, and the sisters are near the kitchen door. Right now? No time like the present. Ronan joins the man, woman, and cat on the sofa. Leth unbuckles the sword from his belt and hands the scabbard to Karis. See if this works for you. The short sword is a simple, utilitarian weapon, with no flourish or ornamentation. The steel is perfectly balanced, and after testing a few forms, Karis feels confident enough, though embarrassingly rusty. He's had way too much time off of weapons training, with the whole kidnapping thing, and training had already been irregular during the hunt for Ronan. The weapon's lighter than the swords he trains with, and he'll have to remember that. He'll also have to remember that this blade isn't blunted like a usual training sword. He almost asks if he should leave the scabbard on just to be safe. But Leth definitely knows how sharp his own sword is, and Karis doesn't want to look any greener than he actually is in front of everyone. Don't you need a sword? Karis asks. I can use another if someone grabs one for me. Leth slides the long dagger from his belt. I'm fine with this. He steps back across the scuffed floor of the parlor, his posture changing only slightly. We'll go to the ground or first touch, Nothing fancy. Don't worry about hitting me.
The instruction is casual, no hint of boasting, but Chorus still bristles and barely resists biting back. Don't you worry about hitting me.
Suits me, he says instead, taking a few steps back as well. Whatever. If he accidentally skewers Leth, Dansa can just call on Kanhala to patch him up. Chorus glances at Ronan and asks, Kantasin? There's no heat in Ronan's gaze now. On 3. Yvain asks, Should I run upstairs and grab a scarf? They can duel for my favor. That'll take too long, Koira counters. Chorus catches a hint of disgust crossing Leth's face, barely there before watchful calm replaces it once again. 1. Ronan ignores all of them, simply counting out. 2. 3. Chorus moves as soon as the last syllable lands. He's never been the strongest on the training ground, or the most agile, but he's one of the fastest, and his reflexes are better than average. The sword feels good in his hand, warm to the grip, like it's part of him. The longer he waits around probing his opponent, the more time his opponent has to get a good read on him. Better to just fling himself forward and clash against whatever he finds. What he finds is Leth's knife, angled perfectly into his trajectory. Chorus pivots around it, bringing his sword up to counter, but Leth's no longer there. Chorus barely dodges the next blur of movement. He stumbles on the footwork, but his training kicks in. As if he'd stumbled on purpose, he surges up into a tricky low thrust. His sword catches on the blade of Leth's dagger. They meet eyes for a split second. Then Chorus breaks away just in time to avoid a knee in the stomach. He can't avoid the foot sweeping past his ankle, or the numbing blow to his wrist. Steel clatters to the floor when Chorus loses his grip on the sword, and a final training ground lesson kicks in, rolling up as he falls backwards so he doesn't hit his head. His back meets the ground with a slap that knocks the breath from him. After the burst of movement, the sudden stillness is dizzying. Leth kneels over him, gloved hand at his neck, for a perfect slow count of 3, just like Chorus and his fellow squires were taught. Yield, Chorus gasps. Leth stands up and backs away. Light applause sounds from the sofa, and a hand appears in Chorus's vision. He grabs it to rise up and registers only when he's already on his feet that this isn't Leth helping him up, but Ronan. Heat seals their bare hands together, and Chorus's heart is racing by the time they part. That was excellent, Dansa says from the sofa. She isn't talking to Leth. She's talking to Chorus, the one who just took a direct route to the floor. My ego isn't that sensitive, Chorus says helplessly. Sure, it stings a little, but the praise only makes it worse. He'd rather just have a minute to nurse his bruised pride and not have to banter about it. You don't have to flatter me when I lose that badly. Koira waves dismissively. None of us can beat Leth in a sword fight. You lasted an entire minute. That's pretty fucking good. Leth, entirely unruffled from the fight, opens his mouth like he's about to say something. Before he can, Yvain chimes in. Are you feeling all right, Leth? Such a long fight must have tired you out. Expressionless, Leth turns to Ronan. Where are we meeting, sir? Downstairs, actually. Ronan glances at Chorus. Kitchen. I'll get the maps, Dansa says. Everyone disperses in various directions, except for Chorus, unsure what he should be doing, and Ronan, who lingers beside him. When everyone else is in motion, Ronan puts a hand on his shoulder and leans into his ear. You really did well, he murmurs. The touch lingers, and the words melt into the depths of Chorus's veins. Suddenly, the loss doesn't sting at all.
Chapter 14. Ronan.
We're going to run 2 simultaneous operations. Ronan gestures at the map of Shirane. Fort Tarheg and Melody. The kitchen table's been cleared of dishes, laden instead with maps and a few books. There aren't enough chairs for everyone, and Koira and Yvain lean against the counter behind Milan. Dansa sits across from Ronan at the other end of the table, with a pen and a well-worn leather notebook. Leth is between her and Karis, more distant and collected than Ronan's ever seen him, and that's saying something. Karis grabbed the chair directly to Ronan's left, and Ronan is constantly aware of his presence. He's quiet now, listening, all of his bratty attitude gone. The intensity in his eyes is far worse for Ronan's composure than any strip show or drunken kiss. When he's serious like this, his smooth brow furrowed and his hands folded on the table, Ronan realizes with a lurch that he's not a kid. Maybe first impressions have colored Ronan's perspective for too long.
"Do we need a full operation in Melody?" Milan asks. "If we get the right rumors to the right people, we can still make them think we're heading for the flute, without risking manpower on a feint."
Ronan cuts off his musing and returns to the meeting at hand. We don't have enough of the right people. Leth is our only connection to the army, and we need him to get into Tarheg. He knows the entire layout, and he's confirmed where they're keeping the Draven sword. Koira sips from a mug that may or may not have wine. "Any new books, Leth?" The Sword Witch has a habit of stealing books from his family's library whenever he visits Fort Tarheg. Grimoires and strategy guides. He redesigned the base's ward spells based on one of his borrows.
"Just one this time," Leth says. "A journal belonging to one of my illustrious forebears. It could be very interesting or very dull. I won't find out which for a while. It's written in Tariel code, and I'm a little slow at reading that."
Karis taps the table, getting their attention.
"What was that about the feint?"
His shirt sleeve has written up on his wrist. Ronan counts freckles as Dansa answers.
"The songbird's flute that the high bards have is a fake. We already have the real one."
Karis blinks.
"You stole it already? Wouldn't the high bards know the difference?" "We can't take the credit for that one," Dansa says. "The trickster stole it himself 200 years ago, right after the binding ritual. They've had a fake the entire time."
Ronan adds, "The Shirani orders think we still need 2 more relics, but all we're actually missing is the Draven sword. We're going to pretend to go for the flute to draw everyone's attention while we break into Fort Tarheg." Karis's eyes widen, and his clear excitement shivers through Ronan too. Sometimes, in the day-to-day exhaustion, he forgets the sheer scale of their mission. The men and women around him, his friends, who usually spend their time bickering over wine and cradling the cat and cooking disastrous porridge. They're planning on infiltrating the best-guarded fortress in Shirane. They have at least 3 armies on their heels, and they're going to break the chains of gods.
Maybe Ronan does need someone like Karis around.
A reminder of their purpose, their inspiration.
A reminder of the spark that drove Ronan to accept this mission in the first place, when he rolled the dice and the trickster answered.
Anyway, my anonymity is thoroughly burned, as much as I'd love to break into Tarheg, Ronan continues. I'll run the feint to Melody and draw attention there. As for everyone else, that's what we're meeting to discuss. Some roles are set in stone. Leth needs to go to Fort Tarheg. One of the sisters needs to go with him while the other stays at the base, due to the way their transportation magic works. Their flames will be the emergency escape route for the Draven Sword team.
Milan and Koira's argument takes a vicious detour into muttered Prion, before resulting in Milan joining Leth and Koira staying behind. Everyone else requires some debate.
"I'll stay here,"
Dansa says. I need too much time and focus to heal. If anyone gets injured, it's better to get back to base first.
Ronan nods. If you're staying, then Yvain needs to go with Leth and Milan. Leth, spend the next few days running through the layout with them. As for the timing... Karis knocks on the table again. Everyone looks over, but he only looks at Ronan. What about me? Ronan almost tells him to stay at the base. He's untested in action, and his scrying could help Dansa keep track of everything from afar. Going to Fort Tarhaig is out of the question, since he's probably just as recognizable as Ronan. As for the feint operation, he could help there too. But Ronan's used to working alone. He doesn't need backup. Staying at the base would make the most sense, but something about the thin line of Karis's lips stops Ronan from giving the order. Instead, he asks, "What do you want to do?" Karis answers without hesitation, "I want to go with you to Melody." He doesn't need backup. But something deep inside him warms at the answer, like sunlight reaching through the darkest waters. "Then you're going to Melody," Ronan says, and he warms even more with the satisfied glow in Karis's eyes. He forcibly yanks his thoughts away from distracting impulses, back to the purpose of the meeting. "We'll coordinate the timing via fire talk. The Dravensword crew has time to prepare, but it'll take us a week to get to Melody without a transport spell. We're leaving first thing in the morning. As far as supplies, Yvain and Koira, how are those explosives coming along?" Night has fully fallen by the time Ronan ends the meeting. They ate dinner in the middle of it, so everyone disperses from the kitchen when it's over. Ronan's head aches and his veins feel dry, like a hangover without the fun of getting hammered the night before. He's going to be glad when this is all over. He just needs to be careful not to fuck everything up by rushing to the finish. The only people left in the kitchen are Ronan and Karis. Ronan rolls the last of the maps and taps it on Karis's shoulder. "What are you thinking about?" Karis snaps out of his daze. When he stands, the distance between them vanishes. "I was thinking, tomorrow's going to be busy." His fingers drum the back of the chair, then fall away. "Where have you been sleeping?" "Upstairs." Ronan sets the map down. "In the attic?" Karis tilts his head, auburn waves sweeping over his smooth forehead. "You shouldn't sleep in the attic tonight." The invitation is clear. Ronan still asks, "Why is that?" Karis's lips look impossibly soft, his eyes impossibly bright, a vision of innocence entirely at odds with the next words out of his mouth. "Obviously, I want to sleep with you." His little smirk begs to be kissed away, and his next words are clearly a lie. "Just the sleeping, of course." Ronan's hand lifts thoughtlessly, and his fingertips hover a hair's breadth from Karis's freckled cheek. So much warmth within reach, if he doesn't mind getting burned. It would be reckless to get involved with this brat he barely knows, right before one of the most dangerous missions of his life. He needs to be 100% on his game. But Ronan has resisted his own desires too many times, and now he's far too tired to do the right thing. Karis looks up with such sweet expectation, and Ronan wants nothing more than to indulge him. "Just sleeping," he echoes the lie. "You go up first." He touches Karis's cheek for just a moment. Desire pulses between them before Karis laughs and runs upstairs. Ronan follows a while later, his footsteps light and his heartbeat in chaos. When he reaches the bedroom, the lamps are out. Slivers of moonlight sketch the image he seeks. Karis looks thinner, lonelier, curled up in the wide empty bed. Blankets twist around his waist, and the shirt he's wearing is far too big. The neckline gapes down to expose his collarbones and the planes of his chest. One of Ronan's shirts. Karis's eyes are closed, and disappointment briefly tightens Ronan's chest. Maybe just sleeping wasn't a lie after all, and Ronan's grown too eager in his weakness. But when Ronan strips down and dresses in loose sleeping pants, he notices Karis watching him with narrowed eyes. Ronan's movements neither halt nor slow, but he's hyper-aware of the gaze on his bare skin. He slides into bed and Karis rolls towards him. Their knees touch under the blankets, and each of Karis's freckles is outlined in moonlight. It's the easiest thing in the world for Ronan to lean closer and press his lips to Karis's forehead. A small sound shudders past Karis's throat and lodges deep in Ronan's heart. He pulls away enough to see the light shining in Karis's eyes before lowering again to steal a proper kiss. Karis makes another sound, sharper, and kisses back. Dry skin ignites with a sweep of tongue. Breath and pulse intertwine in a wordless spell that leaves Ronan reeling. He always thought kissing was a means to an end, a distraction while he picks a pocket, a token of sincerity to conceal deception, an unexciting preliminary step to having sex, those few times he sought out partners outside of jobs. This is different. Ronan could spend the entire night lost in this kiss. Karis kisses with clumsy enthusiasm. Too much tongue, too much teeth, too fast. But he learns quickly, meeting Ronan's pace. The kiss slows and sweetens until Ronan almost forgets how tired he is. He breaks the kiss and presses their foreheads together. He doesn't know when his fingers tangled into Karis's hair. Every exhalation tingles along his licked wet lips. So, you were lying about just sleeping, Ronan teases in a low voice that makes Karis swallow audibly. He chuckles. Some Varan you are. Chapter 15. Karis. Karis rolls onto his back with a dramatic groan. Please don't talk about Vara right now. His heart still drums through his chest, and his lips still tingle. He never knew anyone could kiss like that, and it's a good thing he's lying down, because his knees feel like jelly. A nervous thrill runs through him. He wonders how he'll survive if they do anything else tonight. Just kissing is already mind-blowing enough. For the past 20 minutes, he's been trying to persuade himself that he really intended just to sleep. Nobody else seems concerned about how tired Ronan looks. During the rare moments, Ronan doesn't realize anyone's watching. Or maybe nobody else even notices. Sleeping on the attic couch can't be that comfortable. Luring Ronan back to his own bed was really an altruistic scheme. Altruism is overrated. Karis hooks his fingers into Ronan's collar and pulls. Darkness amplifies every sound and touch as Ronan braces himself on one elbow. He hovers over Karis, then leans down. The next kiss is maddeningly gentle, like water heating slowly and inevitably over a low flame until it boils beneath Karis's skin. Ronan's short beard rasps against his cheeks. No teeth this time. Karis parts his lips, wanting more, but Ronan pulls away, huffing a laugh. You should sleep now. The rawness in Ronan's voice shivers down Karis's spine. The last thing Karis wants to do is sleep.
He's about to protest when Ronan adds, "We're leaving before dawn." "Before dawn?" Karis releases Ronan's collar. "Just sleeping. We're actually definitely just sleeping." He rolls away and buries his face in the pillow. There's another low laugh behind him, and followed by the faint pressure of a kiss on his shoulder, warm through the loose shirt. Then there's only quiet, and the unsteady metronome of Karis's heartbeat. In the darkness, Karis touches his lips. He thinks a tentative wisp of a prayer. "Hey, Vara?" The god hums acknowledgement in the back of his mind. "I'm here." "Great." Karis shifts on the pillow. "Do you think he likes me?" The pause that follows is thunderously silent. Karis imagines Vara rolling his divine eyes before the reply finally arrives. The trickster's acolyte was right. Go to sleep. For some reason, the answer satisfies Karis. Maybe because he can imagine that Ronan telling him to sleep is a sign of his deeper concern, that he cares about Karis more than he cares about the other locksmiths. He can imagine the kiss means something more than just the most searingly hot kiss of Karis's life. A while later, the bed shifts. Adrift on the border sea of sleep, Karis is just awake enough to register the loss of warmth as Ronan leaves the bed. Any footsteps are inaudible, but he hears the click of the bathroom door closing. A few minutes later, he hears the sound of running water. Karis sinks fully into sleep before Ronan returns. If Karis knew how long it would be before he managed another kiss, he wouldn't have fallen asleep so easily. They leave Ostaris in a merchant's cart, accompanying one Mistress Johanna and her unnamed male companion. Mistress Johanna is somewhere in her 50s, her hair gone a striking early silver. Her companion is about 2 decades younger, with impressive arms. Their scowls are identical. They're the sort of merchants who have a hidden compartment in the floor of their cart and are willing to take extra passengers past the soldiers at the gate. "A smuggler?" Karis had hissed, and Ronan corrected. "An open-minded merchant." Whatever Ronan pays Johanna, it's enough that she doesn't ask questions, but she and her friend are always watching. Over the next week, even though Karis spends day after day crammed in the cart with Ronan, he only manages to steal the quickest of kisses. "I don't think they care," Karis whispers near the end of their journey, sitting so close to Ronan that their thighs plaster together through their trousers. Benches line both sides of the cart with plenty of space, but Karis doesn't want space. "Even if they do, why should we care what they think?" Spice sacks and miscellaneous metalware fill the cart with fragrance and the occasional clatter. The cart has a roof that opens and closes with a complicated pulley system, which the unnamed companion operates with a grimace every time Mistress Johanna demands an adjustment. Today, the roof is jammed, with the front half covered and the back half open. Ronan's hand rests on Karis's thigh for a too brief moment, just enough that Karis tenses up with reflexive anticipation, before Ronan shifts a few inches to the side, separating them. "I don't care what they think," he says, barely audibly. "I care what they might say." Karis doesn't get it. Ronan sighs and says more loudly, "Want to learn a card trick?" He doesn't wait for Karis's reply before standing up from the bench. Navigating the moving cart with enviable balance, he clears a larger space on the floor, then sits down cross-legged. "Come here." Karis wobbles across to join him. The wooden floor rumbles steadily underfoot, leaning back against a sack of dried safflower. He watches Ronan pull out a deck of cards. Ronan's hands gleam like sculpted bronze in the daylight, each knuckle beautifully defined. His fingers move with expert carelessness as he shuffles the deck in midair. He passes the deck over. You shuffle it next. Karis takes it, torn between the delicious sparks as their fingers touch, and the sudden fear of making a fool of himself. He asks casually, "Any particular way?" As if he knows multiple ways to shuffle cards in the first place. There are multiple ways, right? No particular way. Ronan isn't even looking at him. Instead, he dips his finger into a patch of spilled red spice and starts drawing on the floorboards between them. Relieved by the lack of attention, Karis splits the deck. He transfers a few other cards to the right-hand split until it looks more even. Then he sets the cards on the floor, pulls up the inner edges, and somehow flings all the cards upwards like a geyser of confetti. Cards rain down. They land on Karis, on Ronan, on the half-drawn array of paprika. Ronan sits, stone still, until all the cards have fallen, then meets Karis's eyes. Utter disbelief replaces his usual impassive expression. "You're a rare talent," he says after an evocative pause. "In all the taverns and gambling houses I've played, across all of Praia and Shirane and Etenia, I've never seen anyone shuffle cards that badly before." Karis bursts out laughing. The beauty of Ronan's shock is well worth his own humiliation. "Sorry," he says through his giggles. "That was an accident. Let me try again." Mistress Johanna's voice creaks from the driver's seat. "Problem back there?" Ronan rubs his face, leaving a streak of paprika on his forehead. "No problems," he calls back, then orders Karis, "Do not try again." Karis raises his hands in a gesture of innocence. All right. I'll just pick them up. No shuffling, promise." The tiniest smile tugs at Ronan's lips. He lowers his head and fixes up the little paprika array, then rolls a 6-sided die next to it. The die lands with a gold ink 6 facing upwards. Blue magic arcs from the array and tingles through Karis before vanishing. "What?" Karis cuts off, glancing towards the driver's seat, and lowers his voice. "What was that for?" Ronan dusts his hands off and retrieves the die. He answers at a normal speaking volume. "They can't hear us now. Well, they'll hear the occasional murmur, but it won't register as anything interesting. Don't shout, but no need to whisper." "Huh." Karis leans closer to examine the array. Some of the symbols are familiar, others aren't. He recognizes a rune that usually means avert, and another that means, alarmingly, protection from harm. "Your trickster's pretty useful." He's useful until he isn't. There's always a risk of failure, even with loaded dice. Ronan starts picking up the cards. Now, the important thing about Mistress Johanna is that as soon as we get to Melody, she's going to report our whereabouts to the Dravens or the churches, whichever she finds first. If anyone recognizes your description, it's safer for you if they still think you're with me against your will. Karis cranes his neck around to stare past the sacks and crates. "Fuck, really? I thought you paid her off. We should sneak out tonight. I want her to report us," Ronan interrupts. Karis narrows his eyes. "Explain?" The entire point of the feint is to let everyone know I'm in Melody. Ronan shuffles the collected cards in a perfect arc, a cloud of golden dust puffing from the edges, and returns them safely to their case. Mistress Johanna won't be the only lure, but she'll be one of the quickest. She was happy to smuggle us out of Ostaris for coin, and she's smart enough not to mess with us until we reach Melody. Her escort isn't a match for us, but once we're out of her cart, she'll be just as happy to curry favor from soldiers and clergy. Karis pulls his legs in front of him and hugs his knees. Do you wish you were going to Fort Tarhaig instead? Ronan's eyes lower in a sweep of dark lashes. Perceptive, he says neutrally. Not an insult, but definitely not a compliment. If I could trust a disguise spell well enough, yes, I'd be going for the Draven Sword. But since I can't, I need to give them the best possible chance for success. Like loading the dice. I owe that to all of them, and Leth especially. The cart rolls over a large bump, knocking them around. Karis checks that the array's still intact before asking, Why Leth especially? Leth Catariel, Ronan says, like the name explains everything. He sighs. The Catariels have worshipped Kadravos since long before the Binding. Generations of warlords and sword witches. Since the Binding, they've been soldiers. His brother, parents, cousins, aunts, and uncles. Ronan's face is calm, his voice light, but there's tension in the way he doesn't look Karis in the eyes. Leth is betraying his family for this, because I convinced him to. Whether he succeeds or fails, he can't go back. That must be difficult, Karis says. He's not sure whether he means Leth's situation or Ronan's. Ronan still isn't quite looking at him. His voice is still light when he adds, Same as you betraying the Order. Karis laughs sharply. Ronan finally looks at him again, a question clear in his silence, but Karis doesn't know how to explain. He can't explain because he trusts Ronan enough to betray the Order, enough to follow him to Melody, but not enough to reveal the voice in his head. It's his turn to avoid eye contact. I'm not betraying them. He stares up into the crisp blue sky. I'm saving them. An autumn breeze rustles through the surrounding trees, and the sun beats down on their heads and shoulders as if the rays of light have weight. Before Ronan can reply, Mistress Johanna calls out again, Travelers ahead. Karis swiftly moves towards the front of the cart, where he's better concealed by the half-up roof. Ronan smudges away the paprika and squeezes in next to Karis, trapping him against the sturdy wooden wall of the cart. They jostle together, elbows colliding, as the cart slows to a halt at the roadside. Horse hooves and rattling wheels announce another cart approaching. It's not the first time they've crossed paths with other travelers and merchants, but Karis always gets nervous. Or excited, it's hard to tell which. Especially when Ronan's body is blazing hot against his, driving distracting impulses through his nerves. He twists and reaches, brushes the streak of paprika from Ronan's forehead, and breathes, You have something here. Ronan catches his arm, his thumb kissing the pulse point in Karis's wrist. He doesn't let go as they listen and wait. The other travelers stop too, calling out to Mistress Johanna and her man. Karis strains his ears but can't make out what the strangers are saying, just Johanna's replies. What's that? Is that so? Moon Mother's tits, what is this world coming to? How many? Well, fuck me sideways. That's great, thank you kindly. You take care. A few minutes later, the other traveler's cart rumbles off again. Only when the rattling wheels fade into the distance does Johanna pass the reins to her companion. She hops from the front seat and comes around the back of the cart.
"Trouble up ahead,"
she says, looking more gleeful than they've seen her. Ronan squeezes Karis's shoulder, then stands up between Karis and Johanna, so all Karis can see is the breadth of his back.
"What sort of trouble?"
"There's a Vidcoast sighting a few miles northeast." She sucks air between her teeth. "A troop of Draven soldiers are on their way to hunt it down. That's who that merchant heard from. I don't fancy running into demons or Dravens right now, so we're gonna pull over and camp a few hours. Hope that clears up." Karis's mouth drops open in shock, and even Ronan sounds surprised when he answers, "Vidcoast? This far south? Are they sure?" "Could just be a big fucking lizard with 17 heads," Johanna says, still gleeful. "But I don't want to run into that, either." Karis doesn't want to believe it either, but he remembers Anton Katariel mentioning them during a scry. Vidcoast, the collective name for a variety of demonic beasts, cross between realms and rifts of wild magic. Unknown numbers of Vidcoast stalk the broken mountains of Lyricenia, but the northern barrier is supposed to keep them out of Shirane. Some slip through in flares of wild magic, of course, but never this far south. While Ronan and Johanna talk, Karis calls on Radiant Vara to stretch his awareness out as far as he can. Sure enough, a blood stain of dark energy spills to the northeast. As expected, but worse, is the absence of divine magic. There are no Radiant Paladins in range, and the soldiers Johanna mentioned must not have much power. Karis frowns. He thinks about risk and reward, altruism and pragmatism. He thinks about how sick he is of being in this cart with these strangers, with Ronan refusing even to kiss him. About whether he's ready to show off his magic a little more. He keeps thinking and talking with Vara until the cart starts moving again, and Ronan's grip on his shoulder shakes him out of his silent conversation. "Something wrong?" "I'm fine." Determination surges through him. He grabs Ronan's hand and stands up, the better to look him in the eyes. "How far are we from Melody?" "Half a day," Ronan answers. "The safe house is even closer." "Great." Karis takes a deep breath. He doesn't know whether Ronan will agree to this plan. Certainly, Captain Tanner and the rest of his instructors in the Order would tell him to sit back and stay safe. But Ronan's different, and Karis wants to try his hand at loading the dice, too. "I have an idea." Chapter 16. Ronan. Anticipation sharpens Ronan's nerves like a whetstone. He's helpless to resist the light in Karis's eyes, or the urgent whispered plan. He hasn't felt this excited about a job in years. Now the two of them crouch between the roots of a massive tree, uphill from sounds of confrontation. Ronan rolls a few dice on a patch of stamped flat earth. He's walked these woods before, and he knows the area well. He and Dansa secured a nearby farmstead's unused barn 3 full years ago, and they've been back since to lay more groundwork for an assault on the Bower. This feint operation has been percolating in Ronan's mind ever since he learned that his teacher had the true flute in the first place. Every element of this operation has been meticulously planned, except for this. "Only one Vidcoast," Karis breathes in his ear. The sword at his hip was taken from Leth's collection, and the green-blue shirt was the least elaborate option from Koira's wardrobe. Borrowed blade, borrowed clothes, borrowed purpose. Yet he carries himself as if they all belonged to him in the first place. Ronan doesn't bother asking if he's sure. Karis's magic hasn't gone wrong yet. Really shows up the downsides of contracting with the trickster, in comparison. For example, his barely informative dice. Ronan brushes the dirt away and pockets them. Anywhere from 3 to 10 dravens. I'm hoping for 3, but even 10 should be manageable if we move quick. He stands and reaches a hand down towards Karis. If we don't see any loose horses, we turn around immediately. Karis grins brilliantly up at him. Got it, boss? He takes Ronan's hand, a heated kiss of palms, and leaps to his feet. Instead of letting go when he's up, he tightens his grip and leans closer. His chin lifts. Kiss for luck? Ronan wonders if anyone else would notice the nervousness in Karis's face, hiding behind his smiling bravado, as if he thinks Ronan might refuse. It doesn't stop him from asking. They're alone in the dappled gold forest, only the calling birds and silent trees to witness them. Ronan's all out of excuses, and his self-restraint has frayed thinner with every stolen kiss over the journey. He brushes Karis's hair back from his brow, lets his fingertips fall to that pointed chin, holds it delicately in place while he takes what Karis offers, the lightest kiss, the softest breath. When they break apart, Ronan says, "Good luck." "Radiance guide us," Karis answers with a dimpled grin. Karis hadn't been able to scry out the exact location of the Dravens or the Vidkos. Ronan hadn't expected him to be able to. He doesn't have an object tied to either of them, or even a good eyewitness description. But Karis seemed surprised and annoyed that he couldn't pin them down more narrowly than probably this way and maybe about a mile. He said with a frown, "The Vidkos' aura is interfering." Now they make their way carefully down the hill. Karis holds his sword and Ronan a handful of coins. The occasional crackle of leaf or twig doesn't matter when before them the forest air rings with steel, shouts, and unearthly screeching. 5 soldiers and a Vidkos face off at the crook of an old deer trail. The Vidkos' fetid aura permeates the air, a burned edge of smoke easily sensed even by the ungifted. Just like Karis predicted, the soldiers' horses are violently unhappy with the situation. Only one of the armored soldiers is still mounted, and 2 riderless horses snort and prance nervously at the edge of the scene. If the remaining 2 soldiers ever had horses, they've clearly long since bolted. The Vidkos only has 4 heads, instead of the 17 Mistress Johanna promised. 4 heads are more than enough, with slavering, skull-like jaws on serpentine necks. The creature moves fluidly, red and gray scales gleaming in the sun. Scraggly fur crawls down its spine, roughs its chest, stiff with dirt and other matter. If it has eyes, Ronan can't see them. Fresh blood stains the fangs of 2 heads, and one of the soldiers is on his knees. His comrades close in front of him, showing caution, but no fear. The mounted soldier begins chanting a Draven battle spell to shore up their swords. "You know," Karis whispers behind him. His hand rests briefly on Ronan's shoulder. "Last time I saw a Vidkos, it took 3 paladins to kill it." Ronan raises an eyebrow. "You want to stay back?" Karis laughs, a little too loudly, his eyes flashing gold in a trick of the light. "I just want you to have context for how awesome I'm about to be." Then he takes off towards the fray, and Ronan follows him into the dark miasma. The brat lasted a minute against Leth, Ronan reassures himself. He knows Karis has training, and enough speed and daring to propel him through the start of a fight. But he's still 18, flinging himself towards a four-headed demonic beast. Keeping him back would be the smart thing to do. But the light in his eyes has Ronan by the throat. He needs to see what Karis is capable of. He wants to believe in someone besides himself and his fickle god. The soldiers are startled at the sight of them. One pivots to face Ronan, her shield up, while the others stand steady to meet the Vidkos's next swerving attack. Ronan raises an arm and barks, "Reinforcements!" They don't have time to doubt him. A snake-like head strikes past a shield and crashes into the soldier in front of Ronan. Despite the blow, she keeps her feet and pivots to thrust her sword towards the grotesque jaws. Closer in, the reek is overwhelming. Ronan's never been this close to a Vidkos before. His foes have always been humans, not monsters. At least, human-shaped monsters. The foul odor and the corrosive aura darken the edges of his vision. He feels too slow. They need to finish this fast. The Draven soldiers are in no better shape. If they had true contracts with an unfettered Kadravos, they would have stood a chance. Just one of them would be enough to slay a single Vidkos. But the war god's power is far too diluted. There are more Draven soldiers than contracted paladins and clergy of the other four orders combined. Ronan scatters a handful of coins. Smoke streams into the air from the ones that land crown up, just as light blazes from the center of the action. Karis stands in a towering beam of magic. Gold swirls around the blade of his borrowed sword and illuminates his auburn hair. He's glorious. He's glory. An answered prayer, come to life in the most beautiful form Ronan's ever seen. The Vidkos instinctively cowers, all four fearsome heads shrinking back at the touch of divine light. "Thank fuck, Avarin!" a soldier yells. No, not Radiance, Ronan remembers. Karis doesn't have a contract. This is his own inherent magic. Even though it's just as brilliant as Ronan's ever seen from any full-fledged paladin. The image of Karis ablaze with light fixes in Ronan's mind as he turns to his own task. He dodges the moving soldiers, heading for the horses 20 feet away. The mounted soldier shouts a question at him, but he doesn't need to answer. He just needs to move. The two horses are very big and very nervous. Ronan picks the closest, a hefty bay who shies away when Ronan approaches, but stills when he grabs the reins. Well trained, even if that training is sorely tried by the demonic aura. Ronan swings into the saddle and doesn't have time to secure his feet in the irons before the mounted soldier canters up to him. "What the fuck are you doing, Paladin?" the soldier shouts through the noise. Smoke and radiance intertwine with clashes of steel behind him. "Who are—" His face undergoes a journey almost hilarious in its intensity. Confusion to shock to grim determination as he recognizes the man currently stealing his comrade's horse. Gathering the reins in one hand, Ronan grins. "Ronan Vizia," he says. "Nice to meet you." The Draven's swears and shouts to his companions are too late. Ronan kicks the bay forward towards the ongoing fray, just in time to see the Vidkos burst into ashes. Karis whirls out of a lunge, the Vidkos' red-silver blood evaporating like shadows from his blade. Fragments of magic glitter around him, and when his golden gaze lands on Ronan, it feels like they're the only two people in the world. Revelation hits him like a radiant blade to his own gut. Oh, fuck. I'm in love with him. The shock doesn't slow Ronan down. He barrels his new horse past the rest of the soldiers, who turn their weapons towards the intruders now that the Vidkos is gone and they've recognized wanted criminal Ronan Vizia. Reining the horse into a dramatic cloud of dust and ashes, Ronan reaches down. Karis sheathes his sword and seizes Ronan's arm. He swings up behind Ronan as smoothly as if they'd practiced it. Ronan barely waits for Karis to grab his waist before surging forward again, a furious gallop down the trail. Karis's chest presses to Ronan's back, and his thighs fit right behind his. Every rocking movement brings them closer together in constant friction. Adrenaline and blood rush between them as if they share the same pulse. Ronan doesn't know if the dazzling heat is the remnants of magic clinging to Karis's skin, or an artifact of Ronan's own desires. He just knows he wouldn't mind riding like this forever, as long as Karis never lets go. Unfortunately, their head start is meager, and they need to leave both the trail and the horse as soon as possible. Ronan knows the area. There's a place up ahead. "Grab my coin purse." Ronan bites through the wind. "Not my dice." Karis releases one hand to fumble around Ronan's belt, and all Ronan's thoughts sink into the gutter. "More smoke bombs?" "When we turn the corner, I'll tell you when to throw a handful." "Got it." The fumbling at his coin purse is briefly unbearable, then mercifully over. They whip around a corner of the trail, and Ronan says, "Now!" He concentrates, and sparks of magic scatter. More plumes of smoke billow behind them. The horse is used to the power of Kadravos, not the trickster, and shies sideways. Ronan steadies him between his legs, even as his own heart thuds erratically with Karis's heat behind him. He reins the horse into a nervous trot, not even stopping all the way before ordering, "Dismount." Karis moves immediately, stumbling on the landing. Ronan doesn't have time to steady him. He just leaps off the horse, grabs Karis by the arm, and drags him off the trail. Every move is pure instinct. The spooked horse is already galloping away, thoroughly done with the strangers and smoke bombs. Ronan shoves Karis to the ground behind a tree just before the first of the soldiers rounds the corner in pursuit. By the time the Dravens realize the fleeing horse doesn't have a rider, their own passage will have cleared away the marks of the escapees dismounting. As the pursuing hoofbeats quiet into the distance, Ronan's heartbeat becomes far too quick, far too loud. He's half on top of Karis, a hand in his hair, their legs overlapping. Cold earth grinds through the gaps in their clothes, and dry leaves tickle their wrists. Karis is warm and solid beneath him, his ribs heaving against Ronan with his rapid breath. There's something impossibly thrilling about the way Karis is able to keep up with him. Not only keeping up, but pushing, inspiring. They already work so well together. What will they be capable of in Melody? A month from now? A year from now? Ronan's thoughts race too far into the future, but he can't rein them in until Karis turns, the soft curls of his hair brushing Ronan's jaw. His lips are so close to Ronan's ear when he murmurs, "I think they're all gone." Reluctantly, Ronan slides his fingers from Karis's hair. He can't resist tracing down his back, drawing out a palpable shudder. "We're just a few miles away from the farmhouse. Follow me, quietly." He stands up and helps Karis to his feet, but once again, before he can move, Karis catches his wrist. Karis smiles as bright as the sun. "I was pretty awesome, right?" Desire and affection blaze irresistibly through Ronan's heart. He twists his hand until he's holding Karis's wrist instead and pulls him in. "You're amazing," he breathes and leans down to taste that gleaming smile. "Let's go." He wants to get to the safe house now, and not just to hide. Chapter 17. Karis. Karis barely registers the dusty interior of the barn. As soon as they enter, his back slams against the wooden wall, and in front of him, Ronan overshadows the entire world. One broad hand slams flat on the wall beside his head, and the other gently cups his cheek. A bruising kiss steals away what little breath he has. Adrenaline courses through him. He throws his arms around Ronan's neck and drags him even closer. His plan worked. He killed Videkos, channeling more radiance than he's ever dared. Outran a pack of Draven soldiers on a stolen horse, and the sexiest man he's ever met is kissing him senseless. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking amazing. The wall is rough through his shirt. The kiss deepens, tongues sliding together, teeth digging into his lip. Karis is happy to drift off in the dizzying haze when Ronan's hand drops from his cheek to his waist, up under his shirt. The touch of fingertips against his bare skin forces his thoughts back into stark clarity. Karis wants this. He really wants this. But he needs to know what this actually is. With a muffled noise, he breaks the kiss and covers Ronan's mouth with his fingers. "Wait." Ronan's eyes shudder. When they open again, the hungry fire has vanished into perfect composure. The hand on Karis's waist doesn't move. Too fast? Too much? No. Karis leans his head against the wall and stares up at the roof. There are gaps in the thatching, and light spills in to illuminate the clouds of dust. Like the world's simplest church, and in the moment, Karis thinks it's no less glorious than the bright cathedral itself. "It's not too much. I just want to ask." He doesn't want to ask. He wants the answer, but he resents having to ask for it. Pride surges up in his heart, threatening to block his throat. But Ronan waits silently, with patient dark eyes, until Karis overcomes his pride and asks anyway. "Do you like me?" He takes a deep breath, trying to channel Ronan's collected demeanor. "It's fine if you don't. We can still fuck if you don't like me. I just want to know." Ronan doesn't laugh or tease in response. He leans in to kiss the corner of Karis's mouth, then leans in closer until his lips brush the shell of Karis's ear. His beard scrapes Karis's cheek. Their bodies press together with undeniable heat, and Ronan's answer is smooth as molten gold. "I like you." His thumb paints a burning circle against Karis's waist. "I wouldn't do this if I didn't." "Oh, Karis breathes. That's good. The last word is lost in the heat of another kiss. Hey, Vara? Karis thinks, before he loses his mind entirely. Don't watch this. Amusement flashes through his mind. Vara's typical fond condescension. Trust me, I wasn't planning on it. Karis has never gone this far before. His prior experience was just kissing a few other boys in Andel, the ones who didn't mind their parents' gossip about the crazy kid down the street. But regardless of experience, Karis knows what he wants. Every instinct and sensation drives him forward. When Ronan's hands slip beneath his shirt, dragging up and down his back, he arches in pleasure. Their hips rut together, and Ronan is just as hard as he is. Take your shirt off, Karis demands, but first he has to fumble with Ronan's coat, then the belts securing his coin and dice bags, the knife sheath strapped around his chest, the other at his waist. Why are there so many fucking buckles? Ronan, quick-fingered thief that he is, slides his hand into Karis's trousers, and the grip on his cock drives all the complaints out of Karis's head. His knees weaken with the rush of pleasure, and he rocks into the grip. He moans when Ronan twists his hand. Remember when you questioned me under truth spell? Ronan murmurs into his ear. You asked me if I thought you were pretty. Karis succeeds at unbuckling a single belt, a triumph of coordination when all his awareness currently centers around the hand on his cock. I remember. You didn't answer. Incredibly rude. Ronan's thumb lingers over Karis's slit. His voice lowers into a wicked rumble. What I wanted to answer was, you'd look even prettier sitting on my cock. The last shred of coordination leaves Karis in a rush. His hands fall uselessly to Ronan's chest, and his head tilts back to look into Ronan's burning eyes. Ronan takes advantage of his movement to kiss a tingling bruise into the side of his neck. Karis's skin comes alive with the wet press of lips and teeth, the scratch of his beard. He doesn't feel cold when Ronan lets go of him and backs away. Ronan's gaze is still burning hot, sweeping him from head to toe. Karis lifts his chin. Am I pretty now, too? Gorgeous, Ronan says, his voice nearly a growl. His gaze lingers on Karis's throat. Take your boots off. Karis has always liked compliments. He likes being admired, instead of despised or ignored. But there's something entirely different about the way Ronan talks to him. Karis could easily become addicted to Ronan's praise, if he isn't already. Crouching to unlace his boots feels like it takes an hour. By the time he's done, his hands are slightly steadier, his head less dizzy. The packed dirt floor is cool against his bare feet, grounding him. He's finally able to take in some of his surroundings. An old, disused horse barn, with wide stalls and a few trunks with rusted locks lining the aisle. A wooden ladder leads up to a hayloft. Ronan has one trunk propped open, pulling out something Karis doesn't care enough to identify, because Ronan's stupid belts are gone, along with his shirt. Karis can't think about anything except the mouth-watering expanse of muscle before him. Speaking of gorgeous. He abandons his own belt, knife, and boots. His body moves without conscious input from his head, and when he's near enough, it isn't clear who reaches out first. All that matters are the strong arms wrapping around him, the teeth against his lips, the heat of bare skin surrounding him. Ronan's hands fall to his trousers, and Karis's hands drop too. "I can get—" "Let me," Ronan says. "I want to." Helpless against the rasp in Ronan's voice, Karis stares spellbound as Ronan's strong, scarred hands unlace his trousers, push them down, with his underwear, to his knees. Karis's cock bobs pink and hard in front of him, desperate to be touched. But Ronan only strokes his palm down the outside of his thigh, drawing a shiver from him. Karis kicks his trousers away, then lunges forward into a kiss. They're still kissing when Ronan drags him to the ground. An old blanket spreads beneath them. Ronan sits against a tack trunk and pulls Karis down until his thighs spread across Ronan's lap. His cock rubs against Ronan's stomach, and his toes curl into the blanket. Ronan's still wearing trousers, and Karis is still wearing his shirt, but it feels like there's nothing between them at all. He's never felt this close to anyone before. Not even Vara. The kiss breaks. Ronan hitches his trousers down enough to free his own cock. The length of it is hot and hard between them, large enough to send a nervous flutter through Karis's stomach. He's not about to back down from the challenge, though. Ronan picks up something from the ground next to them, a glass bottle. Once Karis's gaze falls on it, he's transfixed. He can't look away as Ronan uncorks it in a quick movement of his gorgeous hands. Karis catches Ronan's hand just before he tips the bottle out into his palm. "I want to, He attempts an air of confidence even as heat rises in his cheeks. "Use the oil." Ronan's gaze darkens, and his cock jumps against Karis's thigh. "That works for me." He pours the denseed oil over Karis's outstretched palm and fingers. Excess droplets splash cold onto his thighs. Karis rubs his fingers together, intending to let the oil warm. But he's too impatient, or too afraid of chickening out, and he can't wait any longer before wrapping his slick hand around Ronan's cock. The shaft is smooth but hard, and feels even larger than it looks. The heat is exhilarating. Entirely different from touching himself. Karis is familiar with the logistics of sex, in theory. Practice is far more intense than he'd imagined. He thinks he's doing all right, judging by the raggedness of Ronan's breath and the way his thighs tighten under Karis. Just a few strokes later, Ronan yanks his wrist away. "That's enough," he growls, his voice alone nearly driving Karis over the edge. He swipes the rest of the oil from Karis's palm and reaches between them. When thick fingers first press past his rim, Karis's mind empties. There's only slight discomfort, less and less as the oil slicks him up. But intimate pressure scatters his thoughts completely. He must make some kind of noise, though he's too dazed to hear himself, because Ronan huffs a laugh and rubs his thumb over his lip. "Shh. Relax." How the fuck am I supposed to relax? Karis gasps, burying his face in Ronan's shoulder. He stays there, heating up inside and out, while Ronan's first 2 fingers pump into his body, sometimes twisting, sometimes sliding deeper. He feels distinctly whenever Ronan's knuckles pop past his rim. Ronan only occasionally brushes his prostate, teasing him with random, unpredictable pleasure that makes Karis shiver every time. It might be easier from behind, Ronan says roughly. But Karis is still stuck on those words from earlier. You'd look even prettier sitting on my cock. He bites Ronan's shoulder. I don't want easy. I want you. Ronan's fingers pause inside him, then withdraw. All right, so it probably would have been easier from behind. But as Karis sinks down on Ronan's massive cock, even the strain in his thighs and trembling in his hands, the deep, unfamiliar ache of being filled, can't take away from the sheer stunned joy of it all. He moves more from pride than anything else, rocking scant inches up and down. Pride and Ronan's strong hands at his hips, steadying him, urging him on. Each movement threatens to be his last, his body overloading with sensation. He claws at Ronan's shoulders and doesn't have the breath to apologize for it. You're doing great, Ronan rasps into his ear, and it should sound condescending, but in the state Karis is in, the praise is like a drug. You feel so fucking good on me. Karis doesn't know how to reply, so he throws himself into a kiss instead. Closes his eyes and rides through the cascading pleasure. His soul soars while Ronan's strong hands pin him down. No more rope bindings, no more warded windows. Karis could run away at any time, but in truth, he's more trapped than he's ever been. When he was kidnapped, bound, and gagged, he always had his magic as a safeguard. He always had hope that the next opportunity would let him escape. But now, his chains are rough kisses and pretty words, sweet bruises, and the relentless infiltration of his heart. He's well and truly caught. Chapter 18. Ronan. Ronan circles the barn and resets each ward twice, because he doesn't trust himself to get it right the first time. His mind is still preoccupied with other things, like the way Karis clenched down on his cock every time Ronan said something, the reddening corners of his eyes as everything overwhelmed him. Distracting is an understatement. Ronan's half hard in his trousers just looking at Karis across the barn. The tentative way he wipes down his thighs with a rag, the way he bends all the way over to pull his boots back on. Ronan takes a deep breath and flips another coin to activate the cloaking array on the final door. He catches it in his palm, crown up. "Need any help?" Karis calls out. His voice is still low and husky, his lips red and swollen from kissing. There are a lot of tasks to take care of. They need to light a fire and check in with the sisters. They need to take inventory of all the supplies in the loft. Ronan needs to warn the farmer that they're here. But taking care of Karis is important, too. Resetting the cloaking wards was urgent. Everything else can wait an hour. Ronan pockets his coins. Let's go up to the loft. Moments later, he presses Karis against the ladder and kisses the pleased hum from the young man's lips. Every time they kiss has been different, like rolling a die and not knowing how it will land. Inexperience giving way to practice, sweetness alternating with ferocity. This newest kiss is slow, lazy, satisfied. "This is helping?" Karis asks when they pause to breathe. Their foreheads press together and their breaths mingle. Karis's waist is firm under Ronan's hands. Very helpful. We have to test the ladder. They test the loft, too, with its piles of soft hay. The sweet, grassy scent surrounds them. Ronan's cock stirs when Karis climbs over him, but he doesn't move to remedy that. The desire isn't urgent, and he wants to linger in it. Their kisses lighten, then melt away, and Karis falls limp on top of him, his head tucked into Ronan's neck. His hair tickles Ronan's skin with every slight movement, and he traces little patterns against Ronan's shirt. Ronan doesn't fall asleep, but it still feels like a dream. The next few days are a blur of activity. The farm is only half an hour out from Melody, and the city conveniently lacks walls. No matter how many guards and soldiers keep watch, they can't close up every covert entryway. They might not even be trying. Perhaps the Dravins and Bard priests think capturing Ronan will be easier at the Bower than outside it. They're probably right. Ronan makes his first trip into the city alone, despite Karis's frown. In the Melody marketplaces, he makes sure that he's seen buying rope and that he isn't seen stealing cosmetics. That night, he dyes Karis's eye-catching hair a deep, dark brown. The color makes his face look paler, a little more serious. "It'll only last a week," Ronan says, an attempt at reassurance, but Karis doesn't seem to mind the change. It's Ronan who misses the rich auburn waves. The disguise makes him feel safer bringing Karis into the city, though. He doesn't dare take Karis to the Bower itself yet, but he leads him through various neighborhoods, familiarizing him with escape routes. Studying a map is no replacement for learning the feel of a city. A street's sounds, an alley's shadows, the heightened texture of a wall as you vault over it. Karis follows with rapt attention and never once complains. Only sometimes his gaze grows distant, dazed for no reason Ronan can discern. He snaps back when Ronan nudges him and never says what he was distracted by. They rent rooms and horses all over Melody. "I'll need the room on the 27th, Ronan tells one innkeeper, looking over his shoulder. "Please be discreet." "The 28th, he tells the next. "The 26th, he tells a third. The stable masters all get different information, too. Ronan wants 1 horse, 2 horses, 3, tomorrow, or the next day, or the next. "This is all getting very expensive," Karis remarks as they backtrack away from one stable. If the stable master looks out, he'll see them heading in the opposite direction from the farmhouse. "Bad enough that you literally throw money away every time you want a distraction." "I can afford it." Armor clinks up ahead. Ronan turns casually into a residential garden, his hand on Karis's shoulder. He lowers his voice. "My teacher was the greatest thief Priya ever had." Karis frowns. "Was?" They take shelter under a flowering, fluttering tree, obscured from street and home by fragrant leaves. The day holds none of autumn's chill. Ronan clarifies, "She's retired now." "Oh." Karis scuffs his boot along the damp earth. "I'd like to meet her some day. I'd like to visit Praia." He freezes, then flushes. "Is that too fast?" Ronan has to work harder than usual to muffle his laughter. He doesn't know if the residents of this well-gardened townhome are around. "She'll like you," he says softly, "but fair's fair. I've met some of your teachers already, unfortunately, but do I get to meet your parents, too?" Karis's eyes narrow. His expression's unreadable for a moment, before he gives a blinding smile. "Of course." His fingers curl into Ronan's collar. "They'd hate you. It'll be amazing." A pale yellow flower falls into his hair. Ronan brushes it aside, then lets himself fall into the waiting kiss. By the time he pulls away, they're both scattered with petals, and there's no sign of the guards. The night before the operation, in the heavy hours after midnight, Ronan dreams. In reality, he's warm and comfortable, nestled in a pile of musty blankets and sweet-smelling hay, with Karis spooned in front of him. His dream is the same at first, so similar he doesn't realize he's dreaming. Comfort, calm, his lover in his arms. Except the room is too bright. The bed is too soft. Simple cotton sheets and a pillow. The body in his arms is too tall and broad, and the hair tickling his nose isn't auburn or brown, but sunlit blonde. His hand slips against his lover's stomach. The sensation is wet and warm. Fear chills the depths of his marrow, stabbing into every sinew and nerve. His breath frosts through the air, leaving crystals of ice in his lover's blonde hair. And the only warmth in the world is the blood that spills and spills. Ronan sits up slowly, his limbs too numb to move any faster. His hand doesn't move from Arthur's stomach. He pulls his arm, and it still doesn't move. His vision focuses. He sees his hand is wrapped around the hilt of a knife, and the knife is stuck in Arthur's gut. And every time he tries to pull away, it slices deeper. This isn't right, Ronan thinks. I stabbed him from behind, not the front. And Arthur's eyes were green, not gold. He didn't have freckles like this. He was taller. Ronan's vision wavers. He blinks, and the body before him is Arthur's. He blinks again, and golden hair darkens to auburn. He chokes on the cold, his lungs racked and wrecked with it. His traitorous hand refuses to unclasp the knife. Karis lies in a pool of blood and shadow. His amber eyes are dull and glassy, and his chest doesn't move. But his hand rises slowly to touch Ronan's cold heart, and his pale lips move to say, "Wake up." Ronan jolts awake to the warm and sleepy words and damp breath along his jaw. His vision blurs with the transition from painful brightness to the comforting shadows. No frost, no blood, just a safe, warded nest, and Karis's warm body pressed against him. The hand on his heart is real. When he can move again, his arm curls around Karis and he strokes the lines of his back. "Did I hurt you?" he asks, his voice ragged. "What?" Karis's hand tenses on his heart before he melts further against him. His voice softens into a coquettish mumble. I woke up because you let go of me. Come here. He tugs Ronan's arm until they resume their previous position, tucked against each other. Ronan stays awake long after Karis returns to quiet sleep. The dream feels distant by the time the sun rises. As light fills the loft, Ronan leans over Karis and pushes his hair back, brushes a kiss over his brow. Time to get up. Immediately, his face is seized by greedy hands. The kiss Karis drags him into is far less tender. Karis releases him only enough to pant against his lips. I'm still asleep. Can I stay in bed for 5 more minutes? The fire in his eyes has nothing to do with sleep. Nor does the answering fire flickering through Ronan's body. The operation won't start until noon. They have time to spare. Ronan's hand drops to Karis's hip and wanders under his shirt. Just 5 minutes? Karis hums with pleasure. Maybe 10. They take an hour. Chapter 19. Karis. Whenever you're ready, Ronan whispers hot in his ear. They're close together under a restaurant awning, pretending to look at a wooden sign in the window. With a look-away spell in place, nobody pays them any attention. Karis pushes down the very distracting urge to whirl around and kiss him. He feels the same thrill of anticipation as he did facing down the Videkos. Ronan apparently feels a similar thrill. A quick kiss lands on his cheek before Ronan melts away with a group of passers-by. Touching his flushed face, Karis starts counting the agreed-upon 100 seconds. Most songbird chapels are more performance stages than proper churches. Pocket gardens bringing song to crowded city districts. Pavilion altars built between taverns. Melody has plenty of those, too, but they're hardly secure locations, and the high bards would never keep a relic there. Tucked into Melody's wealthiest district, Songbird's Bower is one of the largest church estates in Shirane. Noble manors sandwich it on either side, and across the street are some of the most expensive shops and restaurants Karis has ever loitered in front of. The carriage he and Ronan prepared as a hideout is nearby, parked in an alleyway behind an antique bookshop. It's loaded with more concealment wards and look-away charms than even the locksmith's base. Once they make it to the carriage, it will be like they've disappeared from Melody. There aren't many people around, and the Bower walls are thick and foreboding. If not for the number of gates and filigreed windows, the place would look like a fortress. Its primary function is as a music academy, training bard priests in their gods' modes and instruments of worship. A steady trickle of student priests and worshippers moves in and out the front gate. No guards in sight, but Karis knows they're there. Ronan pointed a few out in the surrounding streets, and signs of more waiting inside the council hall. The Bower is cold and quiet. It looks like a cage. 100 seconds later, Karis crosses the street with his head held high, as if he's supposed to be here. Tall iron lamp posts line the streets, with strands of smaller bulbs between them. Karis stops beneath one, touches his earring out of habit, and closes his eyes. Power pours from him. Radiance catches hold in the lamp bulbs and ignites, a magnificent streak of stars bursting above the street, brighter and brighter with dazzling force. Screams break out along the street, and passers-by take flight in panic. Less dazzled than the unprepared crowd, Karis takes off at a sprint, too. The look-away spell is thoroughly broken, but with everyone scattering, there's enough cover. He doesn't spare a second thought to the militant shouts and rattling armor emerging from the side doors. All that matters is getting to his destination. He skids to a halt between gates on the western wall. Strands of ivy crawl up the dark stone, too thin to climb. But when Chorus fumbles along the wall, he finds the invisible indentations he expects. Footholds, Ronan says he carved 3 years ago. So many years of planning and preparation have gone into this scheme. Chorus walks a giddy line between admiration, pressure, and excitement that he gets to be part of this too. He scales the wall quickly and spares a glance around. Not as many soldiers heading for the front gate as he expected. They must suspect the lamp flares are a distraction. That's fine. He and Ronan want to be caught trying. Chorus has never been to the Bower, but everything is exactly as Ronan described in word and diagram. The outer courtyard is filled with musical fountains and rock arrangements. The occasional flowering tree and elaborate standing bird feeder. Rippling water and muted wind chimes combine in strange chorus with the military deployment. Chorus makes his way carefully down the wall, then strides towards the nearest building. Not running, not panicked, but not too calm. Rounding a corner, he nearly runs into a green-cloaked figure. "What are you doing?" the man snaps in a strangely familiar voice. The height and short brown hair are familiar too, and the silver, snarling wolf on his chest. A troop of soldiers bristles behind him. Chorus backpedals, eyes wide. "Sir, what's going on?" He stutters on the lie, despite his practice. "I can't find my teacher." General Anton Katariel looks him up and down with a formidable scowl. He has an imposing, brutish aura that makes it difficult to believe he's related to slim, soft-spoken Leth. A tremor runs through the back of Chorus's mind. Vara urges, "Get out of here." The general's hand falls to the wolf-carved hilt of his sword. "All student priests should be—" A bell resounds. The tremendous brass noise reverberates through the bower, through the garden, perhaps through all of Melody. A second great clang follows the first, hammering the alarm into the hearts of all who hear. General Katariel swears and turns away from Chorus. "Get to your dormitory," he barks, and gestures to his men to follow him to the main building. Magic flares over the blue and green tiled roof of the church. Sparks of cyan and plumes of dark draven gray. Chorus's heart leaps into his throat, and he sprints back towards the outer wall. He was supposed to duck into the nearest training hall to grab an instrument as a prop, but the encounter with Anton delayed him too long. He needs to reunite with Ronan now. As he runs, he pulls 2 egg-sized objects from his pocket. They warm to his touch, and he holds them very gingerly. He places the first at the nearest stretch of wall, then coaxes a small fire from the sunlight reflecting on its glossy black surface. The flame will take half a minute to eat through the outer shell. When the fire takes hold, he scrambles away with renewed haste and starts counting in his head. The great bell of Melody continues. The alarm weighs on Chorus's shoulders. There's no sign of Ronan on the tiled roof. 20 seconds left. He skids around an ornamental fountain and ducks just as a troop of soldiers runs past. Draven magic flashes, warlike and dangerous in flavor. The soldiers here are far stronger than the ones who struggled against the Videkos in the woods. 10 seconds. Still no sign of Ronan. Chorus sets the second egg at the base of another wall, then finds a place at least 20 feet away to crouch down. He doesn't light this one on fire yet. Ronan told him not to wait for him, but fuck if Chorus is leaving without him. 3 seconds. 2. 1. New magic explodes from across the gardens. The sound tears through the air, and power roils out in flares of deep red and bright yellow. A destructive amalgam of demonic and divine power, courtesy of Yvain and Coira. The explosive screech is accompanied by the crash and rumble of stones as a section of wall presumably collapses out of Karis's view. Karis considers and moves another 10 feet away from the second egg. There's supposed to be a radius limiter, but Yvain and Coira seemed dangerously enthusiastic about their collaboration. He mutters a prayer for protection, and Vara's radiance settles around his head like earmuffs. Movement across the garden. Karis's heart leaps at the familiar burst of cyan, and he glances over to light the second egg just as Ronan swings behind the statue to crouch beside him. His hair is wild, and he smells of smoke, but as far as Karis can tell, he's unharmed. A heavy hand clasps Karis's shoulder. "You all right?" Ronan doesn't look at him, too busy watching the smoke-strewn garden. 20 seconds, Karis answers. His whole body hums with excitement, with the taste of Ronan's presence. Their shared pulses pound more loudly than the clanging bell, and Karis has never felt this alive. Ronan squeezes his shoulder, then pulls out a die. Deep blue resin glows in the high noon sun. He whispers, "Grant me luck," and throws the die. It rattles on the flat of a cobblestone and comes to rest. The number facing upwards is a 1. Fuck. Ronan snatches up the die. We're on our own. The second egg explodes. Red and white-yellow eats through the stone like a volcano. Contained to a narrow radius as promised, but the column of fiery magic still dominates the landscape of auras. Karis winces with the sound, even muffled, and then he's lurching forward, dragged more by Ronan's grip on his arm than his own momentum. The wall isn't completely blasted through. It's crumpled into a pile of boulder-like chunks. Karis follows Ronan over the rocks, trying not to touch the lingering sparks, but when he does, there's only a faint sizzle in his magic. No searing flames. His knee scrapes over a rock, slowing him down. Shouts from behind to speed him up again. "Don't look back," Ronan bites out. This side of the bower opens onto another expensive commercial street. They just need to cross one open stretch of road before they reach the alley leading to the carriage. Don't look back. But danger runs ice-cold down the back of Karis's neck. This is nothing trained by Ronan or any teacher he's ever had, and no divine gift from Vara. It's a purely instinctive, human awareness that behind him a predator bears its claws. He whirls around to see the archer standing in the broken, smoking gap of wall. They make eye contact from across the street as the arrow looses from the bow. Karis reacts on instinct. A slash of radiance deflects the arrow before it strikes Ronan's back. The arrow shatters, shards of wood scattering in the street. There's another clatter behind him. Karis turns and sees a second arrow lodged into the plaster wall of a building. Strangely, this second arrow is red. No time to think about that. He casts another arc of radiance to dazzle the archer's eyes, then takes off after Ronan again. He stumbles on his own feet, nearly falling, and realizes only then that his side hurts. When he touches his waist, his shirt is wet. When he looks down, his hand is red, just like the arrow that shot through him. Chapter 20. Ronan. Ronan notices Karis slow down right before they reach the carriage. Without missing a beat, he seizes Karis's arm and drags him the last few steps. The young man isn't used to running like this, Ronan thinks, but that's fine. He planned for Karis's pace, which is why he parked the carriage so close to the bower instead of risking a rooftop chase like he might have alone. Just a bit slow, Ronan thinks, until Karis collapses on the carriage step. His face is dead white, his eyes falling shut. When Ronan reaches to support him, his hand slips in the soaking blood. Ronan's heart becomes a coin in his chest, spinning and spinning, its hard edges striking his ribs with every sickening turn. When he remembers this moment later, he'll hate how practical he is. He'll hate the way he drags Karis into the carriage, lays him out on the seat, and then leaves to wipe the blood from the step. Looks down the alley to see if there are any blood spatters, none he can see, before throwing himself back into the carriage. He'll hate the way he stops to lock the door before he falls to his knees at Karis's side. "Hey, Brat, look at me." He pats Karis's face, and it's a relief when hot breath fans against his fingers, but his touch leaves fresh bloodstains on Karis's cheek. "Karis, can you wake up for me?" Eyelashes flutter. Karis's brow scrunches in pain. "Awake," he says, wavering. He tries to sit up and falls back with a hiss. "Fuck, it's starting to hurt." Ronan presses down on his chest, holding him to the carriage seat. He wants to say something comforting, something reassuring, but the emotion chokes him. "Don't move," he orders instead. "I'm grabbing a potion." Karis winces. "Trust me, I don't want to move." The attitude would be reassuring if Karis's weak bravado didn't break into a gasp of pain. Ronan staggers a few steps on his knees to pull the knapsack from under the opposite seat, and he tears one of the buckles off in his haste to open it. There are 2 bottles of healing potion inside, shimmering with Dance's magic. He sets both on the floor. "Now I need you to sit up," Ronan says. His voice sounds far too calm, like it belongs to someone without an ice-cold coin still spinning and spinning behind their ribs. "Make me," Karis mumbles, his lips white. Ronan perches on the carriage seat and carefully repositions Karis. He tries not to jostle him too much, but the wound is right at the side of his waist, and even the slightest movement forces out a whimper. Each stifled sound of pain echoes through Ronan's soul. He pulls Karis up against his chest for support. Blood soaks warm through his shirt, connecting them. Karis's head rolls back against his shoulder. Ronan unscrews the first healing potion, and the scent of blackberries fills the cramped carriage. The bottle contains just a few ounces of clear liquid. "Can you drink this?" Ronan asks. When his jaw moves, Karis's soft, sweat-damp hair tickles his skin. "Yeah," Karis gasps, but his blood-stained hand trembles too much when he reaches out. Ronan brings the bottle to Karis's lips. Even as he hears Karis swallowing and feels the faint magical shimmer as the potion begins work, he doesn't relax. A pained, high-pitched noise keens from Karis's throat. He tenses, completely rigid, then collapses bonelessly in Ronan's lap. His head falls back on Ronan's shoulder. After a few shuddering breaths, he turns his sweat-damp forehead into Ronan's bare neck and mumbles aggrievement into Ronan's skin. "It smells like blackberries, so I thought it would taste good. But it doesn't taste like blackberries." Ronan forces himself to joke back, to play along with Karis's apparent coping strategy when all he wants to do is panic. That's Dance's fault, not mine. He drops the empty bottle on the carriage floor. "Let me check the injury." He's barely looked at it yet. Rushing to get the potion down Karis's throat was more important, and he was too scared, he'll admit in the darkest corners of his mind. Now, though, he needs to see if they need the second healing potion. Karis doesn't help much. He moves his arm out of the way, and that's it, as Ronan works his shirt from his belt and slides it up. His lean waist is wet with far too much blood. There's a break in the soft skin, a hole a few inches to the left of his navel. The muscle is already knitting together, the worst of the internal injuries fixed, and the outrush of blood slowed. But a single potion won't close the rest of the flesh wound. Ronan reaches for the second potion, but Chorus grabs his arm. We should save it. He's right. Even if Ronan wants to fix him right now, as if erasing the last trace of the wound will absolve him of responsibility for getting Chorus hurt, for dragging him into this mess to begin with. He takes a deep, shuddering breath, inhaling the scent of Chorus's hair, then moves, props Chorus carefully upright on the carriage seat. Chorus grabs his shoulder and pulls him in for a kiss. His breath tastes of blood, and when Ronan breaks away, he finds Chorus's eyes shining with inexplicable satisfaction. I need to wrap you up, Ronan says roughly. Behave. Still chalk-white beneath his freckles, Chorus pouts, but complies. He allows Ronan to cut his ruined shirt from his body, saving him the effort of lifting his arms too high. Ronan moves far more slowly, far more carefully than he needs to. He knows this knife well, but he has terrifying, visceral proof of Chorus's fragility before him. The wound will already leave a scar. Ronan refuses to damage him even the slightest bit more. Kneeling in front of Chorus, he wipes the blood away as best as he can. They don't have enough spare water in the carriage, so he rubs Chorus's stomach with the clean remnants of his shirt. In any other circumstance, he would savor the warm, smooth flesh flinching under his touch. Then Chorus slumps forward against him, allowing him to wipe down his back, too. The nearly healed exit wound makes Ronan's stomach flip with nausea. Was it an arrow? Yeah, Chorus says into his shoulder. Ronan reaches for the bandage roll. He's cleaned up as much blood as he can. Can they track you by blood? Don't think so. Chorus remains still and pliant as Ronan wraps the bandages around his waist. Again and again his arms cross behind Chorus's back in a mockery of an embrace. Ronan forces himself to focus on the firm, careful pull of the cotton, flattening it out, getting the tension right. The task gives him space to steady himself, as if he's bandaging his own heart along with Chorus's waist. But when he's done, Chorus straightens up and rests a bloody hand on Ronan's knee. He looks into Ronan's eyes and says, There wasn't just one arrow. His voice is stronger now. The thread of casual arrogance sends the coin of Ronan's heart spinning all the more madly. There were two. Two? Ronan's blood runs cold. He looks down, searching. If he missed... Chorus drapes his arms gingerly over Ronan's shoulders. He's still too pale, but there's a fierce, terrifying light in his eyes. I deflected the other one, he boasts, before it hit you. The coin of Ronan's heart lands dagger up. Cold spreads through his chest, and all the bandages unravel inside him. Next time, Ronan says, let it hit me. After resting, the journey back to the barn takes 3 more hours of ducking through shops, holding their breath past guards, and backtracking through gardens and alleys. The streets of Melody are awash with shouting soldiers rather than song, but not as many as there could be. Enough soldiers have been filtered away, chasing after the leads Ronan and Chorus spent the last few days planting. By the time they reach the barn, Ronan is exhausted. His worry for Chorus is a demon's curse gnawing his bones, even as Chorus grows brighter and more pleased with every narrow escape. As if he isn't weak from blood loss, as if he doesn't wince when Ronan pulls him too quickly into an alley's shadow. Relief crashes over Ronan's shoulders when he closes the barn door. He leans back against it, eyes closed, and simply breathes. A warm body presses against him. Slim fingers wind through his hair, tugging his head downwards. Ronan opens his eyes to see Chorus, glowing with triumph. "We made it," Chorus says, almost laughing in delight. He rises on his toes to whisper against Ronan's lips. "You should probably check my bandages." Desperation burns through Ronan's veins. He takes the offered kiss and delves into Chorus's mouth. Chorus moans and holds him closer, tighter, heedless of his injury. Ronan touches his side lightly, seizes his hips with bruising force. The sound Chorus makes is low and pleased, and Ronan bites his lip, chasing more of it. He should be careful, but he can't let go. He needs every touch to prove they're alive. As he peels off Chorus's shirt, the young man's wandering hands are more hindrance than help. The bandages are still white, stained only with sweat along the edges. Chorus reaches for Ronan's shirt, too, but he's clumsy with the laces, and Ronan isn't interested in helping him. He gnaws a kiss into Chorus's collarbone, licks the forming bruise, tastes the living salt of his skin. Spins them both around until Chorus's back hits the wall. He freezes at Chorus's sharp, pained gasp. Chorus covers his own mouth, mumbles through his fingers. "I'm fine." His eyes are red, but his voice lowers, adamant. "Don't you dare stop." Ronan's restraint fractures. He surges forward, kissing the next pleased moan from Chorus's lips, then makes his way down the lean body stretched before him. Chorus grabs his hair again when he teases a pink nipple with his tongue. The grip tightens, sweetly painful, when he kneels and kisses beneath Chorus's navel, bites tender flesh as his hands fall to Chorus's trousers. "Don't move," Ronan says, glancing up. Chorus looks as ravenous as Ronan feels. "You'll worsen the injury." "I don't give a fuck," Chorus gasps, as Ronan draws his hard, pink length from his trousers. He jerks forward, and the head of his cock brushes Ronan's cheek. Ronan's too driven by lust and adrenaline for foreplay. He pins Chorus's hips to the wall with one hand, braces the other on Chorus's slim thigh, and leans forward to mouth a hot, wet stripe from the base of Chorus's cock to the very tip. The musky scent is almost as addictive as the little noises Chorus makes. His own cock strains in his clothes, aching for release. But he doesn't touch himself. Not yet. Right now, all he cares about is the taste of Chorus, hot and hard on his tongue, soft skin getting wetter and wetter with spit and pre-cum. He releases Chorus's thigh to roll his balls in the palm of his hand, feels them tighten, feels Chorus's knees buckle around him. Taking the slick head of Chorus's cock into his mouth, his lips seal around the shaft. He sucks down, tasting another salty burst of pre-cum on his tongue. Without even touching himself, Ronan is dazed with pleasure, heat, need. He sinks down onto Karis's cock and breathes hard through his nose. But before he can swallow all the way to the root, Karis shudders in his mouth. His shaft jerks, and seed spills on Ronan's tongue. Ronan savors each pulse of cum, and when he has all of it, he rocks back on his heels and swallows. Karis is finally silent, his gaze nailed to Ronan's mouth. His own lips are slightly open, and the pallor of blood loss has flushed away. His hands fall from Ronan's hair to his shoulders, stay there, clasping loosely, as Ronan rises to his feet. Ronan braces himself with one arm beside Karis's shoulder, afraid to crush him in the heat of his kiss. Karis kisses back without hesitation, sharing the taste of his seed between them. As they kiss, Ronan cups himself through his trousers, ruts against his hand just a few times before groaning into Karis's mouth. His own orgasm is a distant afterthought. They separate, scant breaths between their lips. Karis whispers, "I used to be afraid of you." Trembling, Ronan touches the edge of the bandages. The cotton is rougher than the warm, sweat-slick skin he craves. Skin without scars, until Karis met him. In his heart, he wants to answer, "You should still be afraid." Chapter 21. Karis. "I'll scry for them," Karis says, the third time Ronan's fire call fails. The morning after the Bower operation, they haven't been able to reach Milan or Koira. Karis recognizes the stoic expression Ronan gets when he's trying to hide how concerned he is. The more Ronan tries to hide it, the more anxious Karis gets as well. Ronan blows out the candle and returns it to the pouch with the flint. "I'll try one more time in a few hours, then you can scry." Karis frowns. That's more than the curt no he's been getting all morning, but he still doesn't like the answer. "Are you worried other mages will sense the spell?" he asks, trying to be patient. A tall order for him, but he's trying. "They definitely won't. Nobody's ever been able to sense my tracking magic. You certainly couldn't." All right, maybe he's not trying very well. Ronan fastens the knapsack and stands up with it. The barn is completely packed up with no trace of their presence. Only one warding array remains, and they'll break it on departure. They don't want to leave any evidence that could get the farmer in trouble, should authorities find their way here. "I know, you're the strongest." A slight smile finally crosses Ronan's face. He ruffles Karis's hair. "But you're still recovering." Karis leans into the touch, warm with pleasure, then wonders uncharitably if Ronan is praising him on purpose, trying to manipulate him out of his insistence on scrying. Scowling, he pulls away. "I know my magic," he says, sitting right down on the dusty floor. The movement painfully jars his waist, and his wince probably doesn't help his argument. His hand snaps up, blocking Ronan's move towards him. "Don't interrupt me. I'll do it here, or I'll try while we're hiking and probably fall off a cliff." Ronan frowns, but backs up a step. The silence is all the agreement Karis is going to get. "What's his problem? I'm obviously fine now. You'd think the healing potions were snake oil." Vara sighs sympathetically. "Humans are almost as complicated as gods, and nearly as irrational, too." "I'll scry for the base first," Karis says out loud, doubling as instruction to Vara. He closes his eyes and rests his palms on his knees, finds a comfortable balance, with his head bowed and as little pressure on his side as he can manage. "Oh, most glorious, generous, and useful—" "Don't bother if you're just going to be sarcastic," Vara interrupts, and sweeps Karis's consciousness up and away to the Ostaris Manor. Karis expects familiar layers of wards and alarms. Unlike the first time he tried scrying from inside the locksmith's manor base, he can now identify each magic by the person who cast it, admiring the way their different magics all work together. Even Yvain's demonic energy manages to complement the divine enchantments, rather than clashing with them. But today, the web of spells is gone. Karis nearly startles out of his own spell, and only Vara's guidance keeps him in the vision. The base is empty. No people, no cat. "The basement," he urges, and the view drops through the floor. All the basement holds is an empty table. "It's significant I can show you this," Vara says carefully. "That's all I can say." Karis understands. Vara can't speak anything about the binding or its components, and he wasn't able to scry out the Draven sword. Being able to see the basement means the other relics are completely gone. Jolting out of the vision, he opens his eyes, then jerks backwards. Ronan is crouching too close. A strong hand steadies his shoulder. "What about the basement?" Karis touches Ronan's hand. The skin contact steadies his nerves a little. Just a little. "It's empty. The whole house is empty. There's nobody there. The relics are gone. The wards are gone." He takes a nervous, shaking breath. "I'll look for people next. Who should—" "Dancer first." Ronan is cold and focused now, and he doesn't urge Karis to be careful. Karis's lips tighten. "Hold my hand?" His magic is more than enough on its own, but he could use some emotional support. Ronan sits cross-legged in front of him and covers Karis's hands on his knees. The touch is grounding. Karis closes his eyes again, but nothing happens. His hands tense under Ronan's, and he asks for Koira, Milan, Yvain, Leth. Power breaks over his soul like waves, more painful with each attempt. He's too weak for this. If only he was stronger, if only he had the crown of Vara with him. With that much radiance he could do anything. But right now all he has is failure, and an alarming floating feeling behind his eyes. Regardless, he demands, "Try dancer again." "Absolutely not," Vara says. "You're too exhausted. It won't work." Karis's stomach swoops, nausea roiling through him. The cold, floating sensation in his head worsens. Vara's right. He's too weak to maintain the magic much longer. "Again," he grits out, fingernails digging into his knees. "I'm not done." But Vara yanks from his mind with a jarring snap. Eyes flying open, Karis returns to the present, to find Ronan's hand on his cheek, their faces very close. "Did you find her?" Ronan asks. Karis takes a few ragged breaths, unclenches his hands, rubs them together, breathes until the nausea subsides, and he's pretty sure he's not about to keel over. "I couldn't find any of them, which could mean they're all in a room with the relics, or—" His lips tighten. "They're probably with the relics." Ronan frowns, letting go of Karis's face. Did you scry for each of them? Of course, I couldn't find the dancer, so I tried the others. Karis uncrosses his legs, then pauses before standing up. He really doesn't want to keel over and make Ronan worry when everything else is so much more important. Maybe I should look for Alice. Later, though, I'm a little... Sparks and fucking ashes. Ronan swears vehemently. He stands up. What were you thinking? Karis scrambles to his feet, too, even though the sudden movement makes his vision swim dark. He grimly keeps his balance and snaps. I was thinking about finding your friends. Ronan runs his hand through his hair, and for a moment there's a crack in his cold, focused veneer. A glimpse of frantic, dangerous energy beneath. It's soon plastered over again. Thank you, Ronan says with mask-like calm. But you need to be more careful. You can't take risks like that. Karis's side aches. His answer is quieter, too. Some things are worth taking risks for. But fine, yeah, I'll be careful. What's the plan now? Same as before. Koira will meet us in Riverwatch if she can. If she can't, we'll go from there. Ronan looks Karis up and down. Are you good to go? Karis looks around the barn, suddenly reluctant to leave. It's hardly the finest of accommodations. He's not sure he'll ever get the dust out of his socks, and the piles of hay are possibly too soft to sleep in. But this run-down place has been a bubble of peace and quiet for the past few days. They kissed against that wall. They fucked in that loft. There and there. Everywhere. Ronan's hands found his and filled the gaps between his fingers. I'm good, Karis says, burying his reluctance. We should leave. They travel on foot, their route too rough and narrow for horseback. Ronan seems to know every deer trail and narrow stream in the Shirani countryside, compared to Karis, the lifelong native who only knows a few cities and well-traveled roads. Hiking beneath the autumn gold leaves, stopping to drink from dark crystal waters, it's like they're the only two people in the world. Which would be cozy and romantic if not for Ronan's persistent brooding. Barely talking, always distant. The first night, Karis offers to set a ward spell around their camp, save some of Ronan's magecraft supplies for other uses. But Ronan refuses outright, not believing when Karis explains that he's fine. Ronan still bends down for a kiss when Karis touches his face, and he still grabs back when Karis takes his hand. Karis thinks Ronan would fuck him if he asked, but he doesn't want to ask with the way the man's been acting. Maybe it's naive of him, but he'd been getting kind of used to having a voice in things. Slaying a Videkos was far riskier than casting a ward spell, and Ronan trusted him with that. Karis feels like he's back in the Radiant Order again, expected to follow orders without question, not allowed to go out into town with the other squires, for reasons that never quite get explained, always supervised. He feels stifled. He used to deal with that feeling by complaining to Stacey, or complaining to Vara, or just stewing silently by himself. But maybe he can try to fix this by talking it out, instead of throwing a tantrum. And there's something that's been bothering him for a while, like a dull knife slowly sawing through its leather sheath. On the second day, they break for lunch beside a small stream. Sunlight slices through the canopy above the water, but Karis joins Ronan in the cooler shadows. Karis sits on a dry, fallen log, and Ronan sits on the ground beside it, leaving 3 feet of distance between them. He wouldn't move away if Karis scooted closer. held his shoulder, let his fingers wander along his collarbone. He wouldn't move away, but the physical distance is hardly the problem. Karis turns half a piece of fruit bread over in his hands. "I've been wondering," he says quietly. "How did Brother Oscar die?" He doesn't look up to see Ronan's reaction, whatever it is. Maybe that's cowardly of him. For a while there's only the sound of the running brook, the wind in the trees, insects buzzing along the damp soil of the banks. Karis inhales, tasting autumn in the air. Eventually he adds, "Brother Oscar was the priest who—" "I remember Brother Oscar," Ronan says. He sets his own lunch down and rests his palms in the dirt. From this angle his expression looks calm, but Karis can't see his eyes. "I killed him. I didn't learn his name until after." "That's what I heard," Karis says. "I was asking how he died, though, not who was responsible. Was it magic? A knife?" He's heard both those versions, and more. Ronan's fingers tense in the loose dirt. Does it matter? Maybe. The fruit bread has crumbled mostly to pieces. Karis scatters it to the ground. "If it does matter, you should tell me. And if it doesn't matter, then there's no point not telling me." Ronan relaxes a little. "I didn't think squires were supposed to be this manipulative." "Nope," Karis says. "That's all me." "What matters is that he's dead," Ronan says a moment later. "But you're right. You should know. The crown of Vara was heavily protected, with a series of magical wards and traps. I triggered one of the wards as I was leaving, and the spell would have hit both of us. But I flipped a rigged coin for a shield, so I survived. He didn't." Karis doesn't need a spell to know this is the truth. It fits far better with the man he's come to know than anything he ever heard from the Radiant Order. "So you didn't?" "I killed him." Clawed-out furrows mark the earth. Ronan can't hide the tension in his voice. "I caused his death. If I hadn't broken into Dawn's tomb that day, and if I'd avoided the ward spell, he would be alive today." Karis bites his lip. Maybe opening up this conversation was a mistake, but he's unwilling to back out now. "That's still different from the story the Church of Vara tells." He breathes a bitter laugh. "They're supposed to value the truth." Ronan stands up, walks closer, in quick, jerky movements that make Karis want to back away. But he sits perfectly still, only leaning back and looking up into Ronan's eyes, as Ronan blocks out the scattered sunlight. Karis doesn't run, and Ronan doesn't draw any nearer. "Don't think I've been maligned or misunderstood." Ronan's low, dangerous voice evoked the chained beast he was when Karis first truly spoke to him in the Harvest Church prison. "I worked as a mercenary for 3 years in Praia, and Oscar's blood wasn't the first to stain my hands." He reaches out and runs cool fingertips along Karis's cheek. His touch is damp with dirt. "Did you hear what I did to the Paladin, too?" "I've held the dagger," Karis snaps, and hates the way Ronan's eyes widen. Before Ronan can pull away, Karis seizes his wrist, feeling the strain of bone and sinew. He holds Ronan's hand in place against him, dirt and all. "They gave me that dagger the very day I learned your name. I've always known. You stabbed him from behind. He took him by surprise and left him bleeding out, but he lived. Suspicion crystallizes suddenly. A trained fighter against an unsuspecting target. A killing blade that didn't kill. The conclusion should have been obvious, yet it took Karis this long to figure it out. Maybe he hasn't always known the truth about Ronan after all. You wanted him to live, didn't you? Karis asks, more softly. Ronan grins. It isn't cheerful. I wanted him to live. When he pulls away, Karis lets him go. He stands and follows Ronan to the side of the stream. The answers come easier now. Karis doesn't have to dig them up, question by question. I spent half a year in Arthur's life. In his bed. Ronan crouches at the river bank and starts washing the dirt from his hands. I got to know him pretty well. And the worst thing about him was the way he trusted people. He trusted me, his shitty friends, his shitty order. I didn't want him to get blamed for letting me into the cathedral, so I made it clear I was betraying him. His hands are clean, but he doesn't stand up. They've left the tree line, but the shadows still cling to him. Karis frowns, rubbing his own hands against his trousers as if they're dirty too. You stabbed him as a favor? Fucked up, isn't it? Ronan laughs. He's relaxed again. Or his mask is back on. Which only makes it worse when he says, I don't regret stabbing Arthur. I only regret making him trust me in the first place. He doesn't sound like he's just talking about Arthur anymore. You didn't make me do any of this, Karis wants to say. A confession hovers at the tip of his tongue. A blood gift in return for everything he's forced Ronan to say just now. If Ronan knew Karis was the voice of Vara, knew Karis first came to him at his god's bidding, not just by happenstance, if Ronan knew why Karis was actually so desperate to help the logsmiths... You could tell him, Vara says gently. That choice is yours. But in the end, Karis bites back his secrets and doesn't say anything else. He just stands and watches the river move, reflections flowing and breaking. He's carved all these revelations from Ronan, but he's too selfish and scared to share his own. A while later, Ronan says they should get moving. Karis follows quietly. As the day wears on, the silence aches more than his scabbed-over wounds. Chapter 22. Ronan. By the time they reach Riverwatch, Karis is clearly sulking, with good reason. Ronan knows he's being cruel, shutting him out like this. But letting him in was crueler still. Every step of the journey from Melody only drives that home further. Karis is clearly exhausted. Ronan recognizes himself in the dark circles beneath Karis's eyes, the cracks in his lips, the way he dozes off when they sit for longer than 20 minutes. Karis never complains, which makes it worse. Ronan's taken the brilliant, sharp-tongued brat and ruined him. He should have known this would happen. The Riverwatch Inn isn't a well-established hideout, and the innkeeper isn't a friend. Instead of entering the front door, Ronan leads Karis around back under a look-away spell. There's a stable behind the inn, and the grooms don't spare them a second glance. They keep busy untacking a group of very expensive horses tied in the yard. The white saddle blankets are cleaner than they should be. Karis slows down, then hurries to Ronan's side. The windows of each ground-floor room are covered in faded blue shutters, most closed against the autumn chill. Ronan pauses at the third window and leans in closer to confirm the mark on the lower right corner. A small X scratched into the paint, too neat to be accidental or a result of weathering. Ronan knocks a pattern against the shutters. A few moments later, there's the sound of the window sliding open, and the shutters part. Yvain leans out the window, his hair a tousled mess over his shoulder and his shirt half unlaced. How delightful. It's not every day such handsome men deliver themselves to my window. Cut the talk. Ronan gestures to Karis. Get in. Yvain moves out of the way, and Karis climbs in through the window too quickly for Ronan to lend him a hand. Ronan scrambles through after him, sparing a glance at the stable hands to make sure nobody's watching. Once he's through, Yvain closes the shutters again. The room is small but well kept, with a single bed and an extra door to the left. Before Ronan asks, Yvain confirms, I've rented the adjoining room, too. Of course, Ronan had been thinking about security concerns, not the more intimate priorities Yvain explains next. It's more convenient if I need to top up on power. Karis slumps on the edge of the bed. Ronan sets down his bag but remains standing because once he sits down, he isn't getting up for a while. Without further preamble, he asks, What happened in Ostaris? Because all of this is wrong. Koira should be the one meeting them here, not Yvain. And he's pretty sure Karis kept scrying, despite his admonitions, but never found any of them. We retrieved the Draven sword. Yvain's flirtatious act falls away. But during the transport spell, Milan didn't make it. Ronan thought he was prepared for this. He isn't. Karis asks sharply, What do you mean, didn't make it? She opened the door in the flames and let us all through, Yvain says, more serious than Ronan's ever seen him. The Draven dogs were nipping at our heels. Little Leth went through with the sword, then yours truly. And then the Dravens were upon us. In the last moment, instead of stepping through, Milan closed the door. Ronan closes his eyes and braces himself against the swelling tide of grief and guilt. Did you see what happened to her? I didn't see. She was quite outnumbered. Yvain hesitates. Koira believes she's alive, but the rest of us aren't so optimistic. Has Koira been able to contact her through the twins? Ronan asks. Yvain shakes his head. You don't know she's dead. Karis leaps to his feet. Wouldn't they want to keep her alive? They don't want her, they want all of you, all of us. There's that gleam of determination in his eyes again. A week ago, that look would have thrilled Ronan. Now it terrifies him. Don't get any ideas, he warns. His voice comes out sharper than he intends. He's been having more and more trouble controlling himself since Melody. He looks between them both. Yvain deadly serious, and Karis with his dangerous excitement. If Karis had been killed instead of Milan... Ronan has known Karis less than 2 months, and he's already far too tangled up in him. The thought of him meeting harm is shattering. He's losing his rationality. He's losing his focus. He's going to get everyone killed if he continues like this. I need to talk to Yvain alone, Ronan says, feigning calm as well as he can. He ignores Karis's hurt frown and pulls Yvain into the other room. A dice roll muffles the door, in case of freckled eavesdroppers. Yvain drops into a chair and props a booted heel up on the table. What's going on with the two of you? When you led him on the romantic mission for two, I assumed you were going to fuck him, not fight with him. Ronan leans next to the window. Slices of stable yard are visible through the curtains and shutters. Who do those horses belong to? Oh no. Yvain covers his mouth, pretending to hide his laughter. You fucked and fought with him. Do you need help coaxing him back? Ronan doesn't reply. He doesn't need help coaxing Karis. He could do that easily. He knows exactly how he's estranged the young man over the past few days, and he could fix it with an apology. An explanation. A promise. A month's proof that he'll stop distancing himself, stop shutting Karis out of his plans. What he needs is help driving Karis further away. Because he can't finish his job if Karis is in danger, and he has to finish this job. Everyone has given up far too much already. Yvain sighs and gestures towards the window. Varans, he says. I got here yesterday, and a troop of Varans rode in today. I love a good coincidence, but I wouldn't bet my life that this is one. Your life, maybe, but not mine. Ronan isn't surprised. He'd recognized the tack. He frowns and leans away from the window, a plan coalescing. When he turns it over in his mind, the edges draw blood. We'll leave after nightfall. Where are the others? The relics? All together in the Veiled Rose. Yvain smirks at Ronan's raised eyebrow. We assumed the Dravens would be able to connect Milan to the base if they identify her. The manor's still in their family's name. All the other safe houses are too far out of Ostaris, and I happen to have a very good relationship with the proprietor at the Veiled Rose. She values discretion, perhaps even more than we do. You have the Draven sword, the crown of Vara, all of them, in a brothel? Despite everything, Ronan can't help but laugh. Yvain sighs happily. You should have seen the Sword Witch's face when I suggested it. And even better, when Dansa agreed. I bet. Ronan glances out the window again. The Paladin's horses have all been put away, and the evening sky is deepening. Ronan's running out of time if he wants to fix things. Ruin things. He's not sure of anything anymore, except he can't continue like this. The threat of a single arrow haunting his every dream. All right, we have an hour until sunset. Do you have a pen and paper? Sure. Yvain unwinds himself from the chair and rummages through a bag on the bed. What for? Ronan's heart feels bloodied and frozen in his chest. If he breathes too hard, he'll choke on the shards. But he says calmly, I need you to take a letter to the front desk for me. This will be a kindness, he tells himself. Better to drive the knife in now than let Karis think Ronan Vizia is worth his trust. In the other room, he finds Karis sitting on the bed again, his eyes glazed over with that distant expression he sometimes gets. The room's darker now, but Karis hasn't turned on the lamps. He doesn't react until Ronan's standing right in front of him, and then he wakes like a lantern himself, wick suddenly ablaze. Ronan! Karis jumps up and grabs Ronan's hand, and Ronan doesn't have the heart or the reflexes to avoid him. I have an idea to rescue Malan. His eyes gleam bright even in the shadows. Ronan squeezes his hand in return. We can't rescue her. Even if she's alive, which Ronan doubts, grief barely held at bay. We'd need more information. She has to be alive, Karis says fiercely. And we don't need information, we need power. We have it already. It's so tempting to get drawn into his brilliance. Karis. The crown of Vara. Let me wield it, and we'll be able to break into the cathedral or Fort Tarheg or anywhere she's being held. Karis's voice is high with excitement, his eyes bright with conviction. Ronan's pulse quickens in response, and for a moment he wants to stop Yvain from delivering the letter. Take Karis by the arm and whisk him away from here, then follow him wherever he wants to go. He wants to lose himself in Karis's light. With my magic and the crown of Vara, no one in Ostaris will be able to stop me, Karis says, with such confidence that Ronan almost believes him. He brushes back those soft auburn waves and presses a kiss to Karis's forehead. Shamelessly, selfishly stealing a few final memories. He leans back to look him in the eyes. You're sounding a little reckless there. Karis's lips thin out, and he takes a deep breath before he speaks again. You just have to trust me. I do trust you, Ronan says quietly. That's the problem. A familiar pattern knocks on the window. Ronan grabs his bag and turns to Karis once more. Yvain and I need to handle something, and then we can leave Riverwatch. Wait here for me? For an hour? That's the other problem. That Karis believes the lie so easily. In a last moment of weakness, he steals another kiss. The sweet press of lips, the trembling breath. So sweet and bright. Ronan's eyes sting like he's squinting into sunlight. But the room is dark when they pull away. I truly love you, Ronan whispers. Remember that. Karis's eyes widen, but he doesn't reply, just touches Ronan's lips, then lets him go. Chapter 23. Karis. Karis stands stunned until the last rays of sunlight wink out beyond the shutters. When only a single dim lantern lights the room, he moves to the bed to sit down stunned for a while instead. Giddiness bubbles up inside him, chased with regret. What was he thinking? Just letting Ronan walk out after that dramatic declaration? He should have replied. He should have said, I love you, back. Wait, do I love him? He says out loud, because the silence is too heavy. Unusual hesitance from Vara. Are you asking me? I know that's not your jurisdiction. Karis laughs, rubbing his eyes. Would you be offended if I prayed to another god with some questions? Would that be cheating on you or something? Another god wouldn't put up with your attitude, Vara answers ruthlessly. Karis laughs again. Harsh, but fair. He stands up, stretches out his arms, touches his toes. His muscles tighten against the stretch, then slowly ease. He'd kill for a massage and a bath right now. Eyeing the bathroom, he wonders if he has time to clean up before Ronan gets back from... What was he going to do, anyway? A few bubbles of giddiness pop, leaving a sour feeling. Karis straightens up with a frown. Maybe Ronan loves him. Maybe Karis loves him back. But they're both still keeping secrets from each other, and Karis doesn't know how long that can last. When he comes back, I'll tell him about Vara and everything, Karis decides, even though the thought of speaking up makes his hands tremble. He hasn't talked about the friend in his head since he was 10 years old, and it went so disastrously. But Ronan's different. He knows about voices. He'll understand why I need the crown if I tell him. A heavy knock on the door startles him from his thoughts. He takes one reflexive step, then halts. It's too soon for Ronan and Devane to be back. Ronan and Devane wouldn't knock. Ronan would have a key, or pick the lock, or use the window. Low voices sound through the door, with the familiar warmth of Radiance. Run, Vara urges, and Karis is already moving. An escape plan flashes through his mind. Adjoining room, slam the door to buy time, out the window, blow up the lanterns if he has to. But his hand hasn't quite reached the adjoining doorknob when the hallway door crashes open. Karis knows better than to look behind him, but he does anyway. The hallway is brightly lit, and for a brief instant of stillness, everyone is perfectly clear. Captain Edith Tanner, with her braided crown of yellow hair, lowers her armored elbow from bashing in the door. Behind her are half a dozen other paladins with golden suns on their chests and Radiance ready at their blades. Names flick through Karis's memory, like pages of a book flipping past. Freya, Annette, Harry. Think Vara, someone says. Search the rooms, Tanner barks, her gauntlet glinting as she gestures. The paladins pour in and flood the room with movement. Someone rips the bedding from the bed, and Freya flings open the closet. Annette and Harry nearly tear the adjoining door off its hinges as they cross through. Everything is too much, too loud, and Karis is the only point of stillness and silence. Numb with shock, he can barely process the blur of people around him. Out of the crowd, only 2 individuals approach him, and Captain Tanner is quickly outpaced by a tall young woman in a sky-blue tunic. Karis! He stumbles back, unbalanced by the arms wrapped around his neck. Stacey hugs him tightly enough to strangle him. You're all right, she says, closer to tears than he's ever heard her. Radiance, you're all right. Karis isn't all right. His mind is utterly blank, and his lungs lack the breath to answer her. He can't move his limbs, and even if he could, he wouldn't know whether to hug her back or push her away. Yes, he missed her. Yes, he wanted to see her, but not like this. Not here. Not now. The room brightens. Lanterns turn up, and Radiance shines as the paladins cast search spells. But Karis's vision still swims with shadows. Move aside, Squire. Give him some space. That's Tanner's gruff voice. Stacey releases him and steps back, her eyes red. Tanner steps in and grabs Karis's shoulder, looking him up and down. Are you hurt, boy? Karis shakes his head. That's good. That's real good. There's genuine relief in her eyes, and Karis knows he should feel something in response instead of this blankness. Her hand falls from his shoulder and she asks, Where's Vizia? Someone tipped us off that he was here. Oh. Karis finally feels something. A sharp, splinter between his ribs. The remains of something fragile. "Ronin's gone," he says dazedly, realization cresting. "He's already gone. He left me behind." The trip back to Ostaris takes only a few days. The Radiant Order has fast horses, and Captain Tanner puts him on one of the spares. He gets another squire's spare tunic, too, a little too broad in the shoulders. Poor fit never bothered him when he was borrowing from the locksmiths, but it bothers him now. At the first opportunity, he unfastens his earring and hides it in his pocket. When Captain Tanner asks him to find Ronin, he touches his empty earlobe. "I need to focus." Karis tries not to think about someone else's fingers on his earlobe, someone else's breath in his hair. He concentrates on the hope that Riverwatch Inn was too chaotic for anyone to notice the gold and lapis behind his messy hair. Unlike some people, he isn't a traitor. He never considers turning the locksmiths in. His luck holds out. Tanner sighs, but doesn't look as disappointed as he expected. They ride alongside each other on the wide, clear road to Ostaris. "The important thing is that you're safe," which is kind of her to say. "We've been worried sick about you the past few weeks. Archpriest Narat wanted to turn the entire country upside down," which is very weird of her to say. Karis has been wondering about that since he spied on Narat in Fort Tarheg. "Really? Why was he looking so hard for me?" She looks at him a little funny. "He doesn't personally recruit many squires to the Radiant Order. It's only natural he'd take a special interest in your training and well-being." She adds with a chuckle, "You didn't hear this from me, but we are all under strict orders not to let you out of sight." Karis loosens his fingers on the reins, not wanting to communicate his unease through his mount's behavior. He says casually, "I didn't know about that." "He used to ask how you were doing every time we spoke." Captain Tanner hesitates uncharacteristically and lowers her voice. "I don't like getting wrapped up in clerical politics, but I'll say this. It's good to have the Exalted Circle's favor. Vara willing, you'll keep it." Karis doesn't know what to say, and she doesn't seem to expect an answer. They continue riding in silence. Vara willing. Glancing sideways at Tanner, Karis wonders if she knows that Radiant Vara is not at all willing to be bound to this man-made order. He doesn't think she does. She has a strong sense of duty. He wonders what she'd do, what any of the faithful paladins riding with them would do if he told them. "Lock me up as a traitor and a heretic, most likely." Karis holds his tongue and rides on. The bright cathedral is aptly named. A gold and white swan of a building, it soars above the eastern flank of Ostaris. Smaller buildings flock around it to make up the Church of Vara's center of power, living quarters for priests, the headquarters and barracks of the Radiant Order. The spires and domes appear ethereal, effortless. Yet even with Craftwitch's magic, the cathedral and its satellites took 20 years to fully finish. Inside, the luminous opulence astonishes the eye. Gauzy white drapes and banners, sunbeams painted in gold along the walls. Marble so white it glows when the light catches it. Pale wooden pews line the central chamber, large enough to seat 2,000. The angled aisles lead to a raised dais with a pulpit. Behind the pulpit, raised another level, is a white marble altar cloaked in cloth of gold. Chorus is perhaps the least reverent paladin to ever set foot in the bright cathedral. A lifetime of Radiant Vara's snark in the back of his head rather diminishes the glamour of worship. But even he usually loses his breath as he crosses the cathedral threshold. Not because of its beauty, however. Whenever he enters the bright cathedral, there's a sudden silence inside him. A cold loneliness he doesn't feel anywhere else. Here, where the Church of Vara and the Radiant Order are at their most powerful and exalted, Chorus can't feel or hear Radiant Vara at all. He always thought it was strange. Knowing what he knows now, he thinks it's suspicious. He's never felt this acute absence anywhere else. Not other Varan churches, not Songbird's Bower, or all the Myzin and Safinian churches he's visited. Since all of Vara's silences have to do with being bound, could the bright cathedral be uniquely important to the binding? He'll have to suggest this to... Laughter breaks brittle in his throat. He can't suggest anything to Ronan now. "What is it?" Captain Tanner asks beside him. Chorus shakes his head. "Nothing. Just thinking it's weird to be back." She doesn't know him well enough to hear how strange his voice is. "I'll take you to the healers first to check you over. Then you should rest at the barracks before talking to..." A priest in white hurries down the northern staircase. The gold braid on his robe denotes his position as a high priest, but right now he looks more like an errand boy. "Light guide you, Captain Tanner," he says, giving a gesture of blessing as he draws near. "The Exalted One asked to have the boy brought to him as soon as you arrived." Captain Tanner frowns. "We just rode in this minute, Brother Gilbert. I'll get him there within the hour." "My apologies, Captain." His tone is polite, but the insistence is clear. Chorus steps forward when Captain Tanner looks like she's gearing up for an argument. Nice of her to stand up for him, but it's not like he needs to see healers or doctors anyway. He isn't hurt. Not in ways they can fix. "It's fine, Captain." Chorus lifts his chin and arrogance settles over his shoulders like armor, protecting him from how very alone he feels. He waves his hand presumptuously towards the stairs and orders the high priest, "Take me to Nerat." Chapter 24. Ronan. Every room in the Veiled Rose smells of smoke and perfume, the fragrance ingrained indelibly into the furniture. Bring 5 humans and a cat into a suite, and the stuffy atmosphere only deteriorates. Opening the windows would help, but Danza only barely cracks them open when the stuffiness is unbearable. Wards work better on sealed rooms, when physical and magical functions align. The round table under the window isn't big enough for all 5 of them to gather around. Instead, Ronan sits on the floor, leaning back against the foot of the bed. His remaining co-conspirators sit on the floor around him. Alice pads over to rub her face against his knee until he gives in to her demands and scratches her chin. In a corner of the room sit 5 tell-iron boxes. It's very strange seeing the relics of Vara, Safine, Myza, Kadravos, and Songbird in a brothel, no matter how upscale a brothel it is. Ronan has been in Ostaris for half an hour. He's been in this room for 5 minutes. Bone-tired and heart-sore, but with all the terrible things he's done for this mission, he'll have wasted them all if he doesn't devote himself entirely. He hasn't earned his rest yet. Milan's absence is a shroud over the group. "Yvain filled me in while we traveled," Ronan says. Alice disappears under the bed, her chin-scratching needs satisfied.
What's happened since he split off from you?
Nothing, Koira spits. She's the only one standing, shifting her weight in front of the window. Her brittle gaze darts from the gap in the curtains to Ronan. Fucking nothing. They've got Milan somewhere I can't fire step to, and this fucking arsehole won't let me do anything. She points at Dansa with murder in her eyes. Dansa doesn't respond from her seat next to Ronan. Where Koira is furious, Dansa is subdued. She didn't greet Ronan with her usual cheerful hug when he returned. She just frowned and asked where Karis was, and she didn't ask for clarification when Ronan said, "I left him with someone." Ronan clears his throat. Dansa was right, and you know it. Would your sister want you to run into Fort Tarheg without a plan? Would she want you to get yourself killed for her? The embers dim in Koira's eyes. I saw her through the door. Her voice is quieter, but no less sharp. The edges just cut inward now. She looked at me, and I saw the Dravens closing in on her. They aren't the ones who broke the spell. They didn't interrupt her. She closed the door herself before they could step through. She wanted to protect you, Dansa says. All of us, but especially you. I never asked her to protect me. Koira rubs her thumb under her red eyes, but no tears fall. She finally sits down between Dansa and Leth. Fuck. I'd have done the same maybe, but I still wish she hadn't. She looks at Ronan again. We need to find her. Dansa places a hand on her shoulder and doesn't say anything. Have you been able to reach her? Ronan asks. Koira's lips tremble, but her voice is steady. I haven't, and I know what that means. We still have to find her. We will, Ronan promises. But if we run into Tarheg again right now, we'll lose more of us. Our first priority is breaking the binding. Once that's broken, the Dravens and Varans and everyone else will be in chaos. He raps his knuckles on the floor. Yvain said you three intended to try the unbinding while he was fetching me. From the lack of social upheaval as we rode into Ostaris, I'm guessing it hasn't worked. I didn't expect it to. Leth is as soft-spoken as ever, and only the faint circles under his eyes hint at any exhaustion or distress. I just wanted to confirm a few assumptions. Next to Ronan, he has the best understanding of the binding spell itself. Not contracted with any god or demon, he has more practice working outside of specific jurisdictions than the rest of the team. Plus, he grew up with the privilege of the Tariel library. Go on, Ronan says. We were right that just having the 5 relics and drawing the array isn't enough. That place-bound rune you pointed out is unfortunately crucial. We need to cast the spell in the same location as the original binding. Frustrated silence falls over the gathered conspiracy. Ronan guesses they're all feeling the same thing, the exhaustion of being so close but not quite there, forever. He can't allow them to wallow in that, though. He needs to maintain his mask of composure, spur everyone to the next step. But he doesn't have the words to break out of this feeling anymore. All he wants to do is crawl under the bed and hide with Alice. Or leave all this behind, ride north, find... Safine's tits. Yvain sighs. That's annoying. Koira laughs sharply, then Dansa. Leth rolls his eyes, which isn't exactly positive, but at least it's an expression. Thanks, Yvain. Ronan can't quite laugh with them, but he manages to speak again. We still have the advantage, despite everything that's happened. We have all 5 relics, and the orders think we only have 4. Their focus is split between hunting us and guarding the fake flute. He points to the tell-iron boxes. Our first priority is to get these somewhere safer. No offense, Yvain, but this fine establishment won't work for long. None taken, Yvain says easily. I hate mixing business and pleasure to begin with. Our second priority is to determine the binding location. The smoke and rose scent is still cloying, and the silk bedspread is annoyingly soft against his neck. But he's starting to feel balanced again, spinning a plan out of problems. Just information, nothing hasty. Dansa and Yvain, you're the most anonymous left of the group. Do you... Wait. Leth's hands clasp over his knee, his knuckles white. I meant to say, I think I've already figured out the location. What? Dansa turns to him. When did you do that? The last time we tested it, Leth says more quietly. I wanted to tell everyone all at once. It isn't good news. Ronan's heart sinks, even before he says it. The binding took place at the Bright Cathedral. They sleep and pretend to sleep in shifts. In the gray hours before dawn, Koira and Yvain are in the large bed, with a cat sprawled between them like a silk-tailed chaperone. Leth pores over his ancestors' stolen journal by the dim light of a glowing quartz. Ronan sits at the table, a book unread before him. His gaze rests unwaveringly on the drawn curtains, as if he can see the shining domes and spires of the bright cathedral through the overwrought floral fabric. He was supposed to have slept for the past few hours, but he doesn't think he did. Hard to tell, when his waking and sleeping minds preoccupy themselves with the same fears and broken wishes. Dansa approaches him quietly, but not too quietly. They've all learned not to sneak up on each other. May I? He closes his eyes, and her cool fingers rest against his temple. A tendril of magic soothes the worst of his headache away, and lingers at the base of his neck as her hand falls away. His shoulders ease. Only then does she ask, "What really happened with Karis?" Ronan's hand clenches, then loosens. He fishes out a 6-sided die. When he rolls it, cyan sparks around his fingertips, and a dome shimmers around them before disappearing. For 6 minutes, no one outside the barrier can hear them. 6 minutes, and he wastes the first 30 seconds of it contemplating the texture of the tablecloth. Finally, he says, "I fell in love with him." "Fuck," Dansa says with feeling. The tablecloth looks fancy at first. Sections of lace, sections of embroidery, flowers upon flowers. But when Ronan looks closer, he sees the frayed patches, the oil stains. He got hurt at the Bower, and I realized I couldn't do this properly if I was worried about him the whole time. His voice is steady, detached. He's stubborn, and there's no chance he'd stay back and stay safe if I just asked. So, I returned him to the Radiant Order. Fuck. Dansa slumps into the chair next to him. Have you lost your mind, Vizia? What if he tells them everything? What if he finds us for them? That's the whole reason you kidnapped him in the first... He won't. Ronan picks up the 6-sided die and rolls it between his fingers. He's stubborn and loyal. He's trustworthy, and I don't know why, but I think he believes in what we're doing more than I do. Covering her face, Dansa swears again. "They have truth spells, you fucking idiot!"
I thought through the risks.
Ronan doesn't mention that he didn't think through some of the risks until after he'd done it. He was hasty. He was exhausted and panicked. But I was right, he still tells himself. They have policies for using the truth spell, and when it comes to their own, they actually follow those policies. He doesn't mention that he thinks Karis is powerful enough to resist a truth spell anyway. That's Karis's business. And he can't scry us out when we're with the relics. Dansa is a kind person. One of the kindest people Ronan has ever met. But this mission has done the same thing to her that it's done to Ronan. She asks about all the logistical risks and never once asks how Karis is. Like Ronan, she can't afford to be concerned about anyone else right now. Or maybe Ronan's just projecting, because she swears one last time under her breath and tells him, "You're ruthless sometimes." Ronan doesn't answer. There's no point. They sit in silence until the 6 minutes are up, and when the spell shivers away, Dansa leaves him to sit alone. As dawn breaks around the edges of the curtain, Ronan plucks a 20-sided die from his bag. He tests it in his palm, then returns it, and plucks out the unweighted one. There are some questions he can't cheat the answers to. He closes his fist around the die and kisses his knuckle. "Give me a sign, trickster." He rolls the die. Resin edges thunk against the tablecloth, turning and jumping and landing on a... The die is about to land on a 3 when it pauses on its edge. Gold letters catch faint rays of sunlight. No, it's not sunlight. The eerie blue-gold glow comes from the die itself, glittering through the painted numerals. The paused die turns and falls with a tremendous echo. It lands on a 20. A shiver runs down Ronan's spine and all the lanterns flicker. When they steady, a cloaked shadow sits at the table. Light bends around him, and his cloak is an ever-changing patchwork of grays and blues and purples. Beneath the heavy cowl is a bronze mask carved into a smile. "Trickster," Ronan whispers. The trickster moves instantly, without transition from sitting to standing. A pleasant, husky voice speaks in Ronan's head. "Walk with me, Ronan Vizia." Ronan stands up, too, looking around the room. Nobody else seems to have noticed anything unusual. Dansa is bending over the journal with Leth. On the bed, Koira has curled up on her side while Yvain lies flat with Alice in a loaf on his chest, silently watching his face. They don't notice anything as Ronan follows the trickster out the door. Nobody else in the Veiled Rose notices them either as they walk down the hallway towards a door that unlocks when the trickster merely glances at it. Moments later, Ronan stands on the roof with his god, watching the sun crest over the horizon. The Veiled Rose is only 3 stories tall, but the neighborhood sits on a hill in the northern quarter of the city, and the rest of Ostaris spreads out before their eyes. The bright cathedral catches the light to the east, like a second sun caught to earth. Ronan wonders if Karis is there yet, or still on the road. In the dawn, the trickster's mask gleams gold, then silver, then bronze again. "You asked for a sign. I'll give you a story." Ronan's bones are heavy with the weight of the trickster's words. His throat is dry. I'm listening. The trickster reaches out a hand, palm up. His hands are gloved in leather, or the appearance of leather. Blue and gray smoke swirls above his palm, then coalesces into a translucent figure. A man with a greatsword. Then another figure, a crowned woman. The figure shifts again, until it settles on a woman, one arm overflowing with herbs, the other hand clutching a knife. The trickster says, 200 years ago, I quarreled with several of my kindred. They wronged me, I wronged them, and they wronged me again. At last I schemed with several ambitious humans to lock up my rivals. A few 100 years is very little to our kind. Ronan knows all this already. We collected relics and chose a sacred place for the binding. The little sword witch is correct. That place is the bright cathedral. The trickster's sigh sounds like winter. 5 gods we meant to bind. Radiant Vara, Mother Sophine, Lord Myza, Kadravos, Kanhala. Ronan's breath catches. Songbird. The last one was Songbird, not Kanhala. It was supposed to be Kanhala, Trickster says, and the horror of that revelation rips through Ronan like a frozen wind. Kanhala, god of herb and knife, medicine, preserving life and easing death. She answers prayers for healing in most dire times of need. Her sworn healers are essential to the fabric of society. How many lives are saved by healers' hands each year? By the potions they imbue. Imagining Kanhala's powers bound with the other 4 in Shirane, reducing her domain to just 1 country, leaving Praia and Atenia and all the rest without... You're horrified. The trickster sounds amused, and Ronan remembers viscerally that this is a god, capricious and immortal, not a human. But the trickster's amusement vanishes in his next sentence. Songbird was horrified too. The figure above his palm changes to a bird, then a young man in a cloak of feathers, then vanishes, and the trickster's hand falls to his side. Songbird discovered my intent, and he hid from me that he'd discovered it. He crept after the mortals to the place where the cathedral now stands, and at the last moment he switched Kanhala's relic for his own. They trapped him instead of her. The sun has fully risen above the horizon now, but Ronan feels even colder with the light of day. The trickster says, I was playing with a hungry friend in Lyricenia at the time. I only learned later what Songbird had done. A bitter laugh. The only trick he's ever played on me. Is that why you changed your mind? Ronan has always wondered why the trickster would work so hard to unravel his own scheme. Is that why you told my teacher about the binding in the first place? Clever boy, the trickster says. It's not a compliment, but it's not an insult either. Ronan thinks about smooth, freckled skin, the way his heart races when he meets gleaming amber eyes. He thinks about soft lips and sharp smiles, and he asks, Do you love Songbird? More than that, the trickster says. But yes, that too. The god's form wavers in the brightening sunlight. Ronan asks quickly, "What does this mean? Now that I know this, what should I make of it?" "What you will," the trickster says, and then fades from view. Chapter 25. Charis. Charis's skin crawls as the archpriest embraces him. "Dear boy." Narat draws back with a kindly smile. "We've prayed for your safe return every day. Sit down, please. You must be exhausted." Charis is exhausted. Every ounce of energy goes towards putting on some semblance of his usual attitude, to hide the numbness in his heart. But he doubts anyone in here actually cares. He's never seen the archpriest's spacious office so crowded. Half a dozen cardinals and high priests mill about in their sacred robes. 3 paladins stand by the door, and Narat's secretary sits at a separate desk to the side. The priests all murmur their agreement with Narat, and the paladins remain silent. Captain Tanner was dismissed as soon as they arrived here. Charis misses her presence more than he expected. "I'd rather stand. I've been sitting in a saddle all week," Charis says. "Thanks for your prayers and all. I didn't realize I was that important." "All the children of Vara's Radiance are important," the cardinal says. "Too true." Narat's smile maintains the exact same brightness at all times, as if painted on. "But mortal hearts are weak to bias, and I think we can all agree Charis's youth and talent make him especially valued to the Radiant Order. Would you like some tea, Charis?" "I'm fine," Charis says, but Narat pours a cup anyway. The fragrance is weak. Steam curls towards the ceiling, and the room feels overcooked and stuffy. Charis has been here before. He's taken tea from that very gold-trimmed tea set poured by the archpriest's own hands, and he always thought it was just nice of the old man. Even though he never wanted to join the order, he blamed his parents for finally finding a socially acceptable way to get rid of him. He didn't blame Narat for taking him, and he accepted the archpriest's kindness as his due. The man just seemed painfully pious. But now Charis knows that Archpriest Narat, and possibly every cardinal in this room, maybe even the high priests, knows about the binding of Vara. They're not just aware, they're complicit. They know what Ronan and the locksmiths are doing, and instead of helping, they're leveraging the army of paladins at their disposal to fight it tooth and nail. Charis takes the teacup and saucer, too tired to refuse again. Narat reclines in his magnificent leather armchair. His wrinkled hands curl like claws around his own teacup. "I'm very sorry to keep you from your rest, dear child. But we need to ask you some questions about your harrowing ordeal. May I cast a truth spell on you?" His sunburst pendant gleams against his golden robes. "No," Charis answers without hesitation. He has the right to refuse. He hasn't been charged with any secular crime or order violation. They aren't permitted to bespell him without consent. The secretary writes something down on the open notebook before him. Narat sips his tea and pushes against Charis's refusal with a smile. "I wouldn't subject you to a compulsive spell, of course. Just the simple observational form." Charis sets his untouched tea on the desk. "No," he repeats and tries to put together an excuse from his fogged thoughts. I've had enough spells cast on me the past few weeks. I'll tell you everything, but I don't want any more magic. The secretary writes something else. Nerat's kindly smile never wavers. Very well. Then tell us what happened. The tale Karis tells is similar to the truth, at first. A knife to his throat, a silencing spell. He adds a lot of blindfolds to the story, justifying a lack of description. I only ever saw Vizia, he says, and has to pause until his pulse stops skipping. Even Ronin's surname is a sharp knife through the exhaustion, a painful memory of gentle fingers in his hair. I heard him talking to someone a few times, but they only spoke Prayan. He shrugs and picks up the teacup again, doesn't take a sip. I wish I could be more helpful. The secretary has been writing this entire time. Another sheet of paper sits next to the notebook, and he occasionally circles something on it. This has been very helpful already, dear child, Nerat says. I apologize for dragging you through such terrible memories. Now, your exemplary tracking magic is well known. Could I trouble you to locate Ronin Vizia for us? The first thing he did was take my focus. Karis's earring burns a hole in his pocket. He hasn't had a chance to get rid of it yet. I can't track without it. Of course. How could I neglect that? Brother Gilbert? Gilbert gives an exaggerated bow and places a box on the archpriest's desk. Nerat opens the box to reveal a layered golden lapis sphere, as large as a chicken egg. He gestures. This should be sufficient. Karis sets the teacup down again. He hasn't drunk any of it, but his mouth twinges as if he swallowed something bitter. Usually it's difficult to find something that works as an uncontracted mage's focus. Each individual person's magic is so distinct. But this sphere is the same materials as the earring he claimed to use, except much larger, and much higher quality. Nobody in this room is a novice in magic, and nobody will believe this focus won't work as a substitute. The scry won't work anyway, of course. Karis needs Vara's direct help for scrying, and he can't talk to Vara in the Bright Cathedral. But that's irrelevant, because Karis has no intention of looking for Ronin anyway. He plucks the sphere from the velvet-lined box. The weight of it warms to his palm, and he sends a little burst of gold light through it, as if he's testing the conduit. I haven't always been able to find him, Karis says in warning. It only works if he's still in Shireen, but I'll try. Closing his eyes, he exhales gently and releases a tendril of magic. Golden sparks dance around his fingertips. He counts to 10, then opens his eyes. Maybe I'm just too tired, he says. I can try again in the morning. The secretary is furiously scribbling. The cardinals and high priests are shifting, mouths twitching like they want to say something. The paladins are very still, as is Nerat, who now sits with one hand on his teacup and the other resting casually over his chest, over his pendant. That's fine for now, Nerat says pleasantly. Brother Gilbert, if you please. Brother Gilbert takes the golden lapis sphere from Karis, boxes it up, and retreats with another foolish bow. As soon as the sphere leaves Karis's hands, all the priests relax. An alarming realization breaks through Karis's exhaustion. They're afraid of him casting magic. Something is about to go terribly wrong. His veins burn with the instinct to explode all the lamps, to run. But he doesn't have enough magic. He's more helpless here, in the heart of the bright cathedral, than he ever was in Ronin's hands. Dread rises like bile in his throat as the kindly smile fades from Narat's wrinkled face.
"Do you have everything recorded?" Narat asks.
"Yes, Exalted One," the secretary answers, continuing to record as Narat rises.
"Brothers and sisters of the Exalted Circle and the Radiant Order, each faithful to the Church of Vara," he says, making eye contact with everyone present except Chorus. "I call on you to witness."
"We witness," says one of the cardinals. The paladins say nothing, but their hands fall to their sword hilts. "What the fuck is going on?" Chorus snaps. Eyeing the room, he notices 2 paladins between him and the door. The other moves closer to Narat. Chorus only has a long knife at his hip, and the shreds of magic he can wield on his own, but he thinks casting without a focus will go very badly for him right now. Narat doesn't look at him as he proclaims to his subordinate priests,
"Before us stands Paladin Squire Chorus Cooper. Upon questioning, having suspiciously refused a truth spell, he sheltered through his testimony a wanted criminal."
The archpriest sighs.
"According to the doctrine of the Church of Vara and the laws of Shirane, I command that Chorus Cooper be confined pending further investigation."
He sighs again, finally meeting Chorus's eyes.
"In light of my long fondness for you, Chorus, I would prefer not to unduly mar your reputation by having you led out in chains. Will you comply?"
Every word loops around him like tightening rope. "You mean you don't want to mar your own reputation?" Chorus says, his heart pounding faster. "But sure, I'll comply. For now." They take his knife, but they don't check his pockets. Chorus's fear and anger drain with every step he takes away from Narat's office. All his inner turbulence smooths away into cold, desperate observation. He catalogues the expressions of the paladins escorting him. They don't trust him, but they don't fear him either. They think he's helpless without a focus. Everyone always thinks he's helpless. Maybe he is. "Where are we going?" he asks.
"Downstairs,"
the woman in front says. She has a stern face and bright red hair cropped to her chin. They descend the northern staircase to the central hall of the bright cathedral. There still aren't many people in the Chamber of Sunbeams, but Chorus recognizes the few he sees. Captain Tanner and Sir Freya are standing quietly near the front doors. Nearer the staircase, Stacey clusters with a group of fellow blue-clad squires between the pews. She meets Chorus's eyes and her smile brightens. "Chorus!" she calls out, waving. Then her smile freezes, seeing him surrounded by unfamiliar paladins. She leaves the other squires behind her and strides towards them. "Wait! What's going on?" "Stay back!" the red-haired woman barks. Her hand falls to her hilt, and Stacey's eyes go wide. Boots approach loudly. "Commander Breck," Captain Tanner says, "where are you taking my squire?" As soon as the woman, Breck, threatens Stacey, something inside Chorus snaps. The Church of Vara and the Radiant Order are more broken than he ever knew. Maybe even more broken than Ronin knew. If he follows these paladins wherever they're taking him, he's not sure he'll return. He doesn't have any hope of escaping right now. But there's a chance, a slim chance, he can send a message. If Stacey is willing to listen. If Ronan ever comes crawling back. Karis lunges towards the wall and yanks the nearest tapestry with all his strength. The clattering curtain rod echoes loudly against the wall. Breck and her subordinates turn towards him, but he's already jumping over a pew and sprinting towards the cluster of squires. His boots skid on the marble floor, and his lungs seize with the sudden exertion. "Grab him!" someone shouts behind him. He collides halfway into Stacey and shoves his golden lapis earring into her palm, closes her fingers around it and urges quietly, "If you see Ronan Vizia, give this to him." "Karis, what's happening?" She grabs his arm. "Please," he whispers, before breaking from her grasp and tearing away. He sprints past the rest of the shouting squires, towards the magnificent white wood doors, and he almost makes it to the threshold before a paladin tackles him. The weight of a fully grown man in leather armor slams Karis to the floor. His cheek goes numb with impact, before pain blooms under his eye. Everything spins around him. All the shouting and clatter blur away. Someone drags him to his feet, and he sees his own blood bright on the marble floor. Chapter 26. Ronan. Ronan is jotting notes on a worn blueprint of the bright cathedral for the third consecutive hour when Koira swears behind him. He turns to see her leaning over Leth's shoulder, looking at the book in his hands. "That's fucking sick," Koira swears again. "Is that really what it says?" Vane pauses in hanging laundry by the barely open window, and Dansa finishes refilling Alice's water. Ronan folds up his blueprint. He knows 7 plausible routes into the bright cathedral, but he's paralyzed by the risks. He wants to make the right choice this time. He's tired of taking chances. Maybe a break would help. What's fucking sick? Leth rises from the floor with a grace Ronan couldn't have managed after sitting for that many hours. He sets the book on the table, covering the folded map. Ronan recognizes the old family journal Leth's been reading for the past few days, the one he lifted from the Tariel library weeks ago. "My great-something grandfather wrote this," Leth says quietly. "He was the first High General after the Dravens assimilated into the Shirani military. Most of this journal is useless minutia, but since he worked so closely with the Varans and Siphinians after the binding, I've been reading for any mentions of something useful." The rest of the locksmiths draw closer as he speaks. Unease thrums in the air, in Ronan's heart. Leth's face is impassive, but disgust colors his voice. He opens the book to a bookmarked page and points to the top line. The coded script is illegible to Ronan. "That's the date in the year 934 Standard. The entry describes a commendation for a Draven captain who assisted in apprehending a Siphinian heretic for execution." He taps the page. "He especially praises the captain for his discretion, because the year before, the Myzons killed a heretic too publicly and it caused trouble." Ruthless, but nothing too unusual. Nothing that would shock Koira. Leth flips the page, which Ronan still can't read. "He notes that he plans to argue against a law that would criminalize claims about speaking to gods outside of the official churches." Which sounds kind-hearted and sensible of the general, until Leth continues. "Because the law would drive heretics into hiding and make it more difficult to quietly eliminate voices." Ronan freezes. We were wrong, Koira says, just as disgusted as Leth. The binding didn't prevent the gods from finding voices. The Shireni have just been fucking murdering them this entire time.
Dansa squeezes the cat in her arms.
Allah help me. I thought I was used to the hypocrisy in this country. They act so faithful.
Most people don't know. Leth closes the journal.
Ordinary Shireni don't even know voices exist, or they think it's a weird foreign thing. Even I didn't know the bound gods should have them too until I met you all.
Ronan barely hears them talking. He's stuck on that one assumption, now proved false, that the binding kept the gods from finding voices. And he's stuck on a seamless lie told by a young man sworn to the God of Truth. A young man who wielded golden magic without a vow or focus. A young man who often stared into the distance, as if listening to something or someone that nobody else could hear. Who was drawn instantly, unerringly through a warded box of tell iron to the crown of Vara. Ronan even asked him once, "Has Radiant Vara ever spoken to you?"
"No," Karis answered, so easily that Ronan never considered the possibility again. Not even when Karis asked questions like, "Why wouldn't the bound gods say anything through their voices?" Incredible that Ronan ever doubted Karis's ability to keep a secret. Horror rises through every breath and every drop of blood in Ronan's body. If the Church of Vara has been killing their gods' voices, then all Ronan's cruelty and good intentions were worse than useless. He was so afraid of harming Karis that he may have sent him into even greater danger. "Ronan," Dansa asks, "is something wrong?" Like a cold blade, the revelation carves every last vestige of uncertainty from Ronan's heart. He can linger in regret and self-loathing later. Right now, he knows what he needs to do. "Change of plans," he says, voice rough as he bites back his panic. "We break into the bright cathedral tonight." Chapter 27. Karis. The church is framing him for something. Karis realizes through his days that it doesn't matter that he actually did betray the Radiant Order, that he actually did collaborate with a wanted criminal. With every step he's dragged down below the bright cathedral, his certainty grows. Whatever he's done or hasn't done is irrelevant to the fact that the Exalted Circle wants him locked away. Or worse. He knew there was a prison below the bright cathedral, but he's never been down here before. The jail is a broad hallway, with a table for the guards in the middle. Dull steel bars line the walls on either side, maybe 24 cells. The ones Karis sees are empty. "You have no right to imprison me like this," he says loudly. He's been talking this entire time. Unfortunately, if anyone hears him, they aren't in a rush to his rescue. "You have no evidence for whatever the fuck you think I've done." "Shut up." Breck shoves his shoulder hard. The world tips alarmingly around him. They throw him into a cell farther in, where he can't see the exit. Karis flings himself against the bars as they leave. One last chance to memorize their faces. Pressing his forehead to the cold bars, he tries to catch his breath. His entire body aches, but his face most of all. He peels away from the bars and starts a wobbling circuit of his cell. "I have the right to send messages," Karis calls out. "Get Captain Tanner here, or are you afraid she'll see what you're doing?" He rises up on his toes as he makes his demands, inspecting. The cell is so brightly lit that his eyes hurt. Or maybe that's just the concussion. 3 of the walls are solid pale stone, and the 4th is entirely made of vertical metal bars as thick as his arm. When he gets close enough, he can see the guards at the center table. "I'm serious," he demands more loudly. "Let me talk to Captain Tanner, or you'll regret it." When he closes his eyes, his surroundings overlap with another cell. A cot, a pail, a man in chains watching Karis with burning dark eyes. A moment of catalyst. But this cell contains nothing. No furniture, not even chains. Just an empty cube of space, with Karis inside. He doesn't even get an answer from the guards. "Fuck all of you!" he snaps finally, and drops to a seat in the middle of the cell. Even though he knows it's unwise, he turns his back to the bars. Being snuck up on is bad. Being seen having a breakdown is worse. Only when he stops moving, silence weighing on him like shackles, does the pain return. His head spins without something to focus on. Split skin stings above his cheekbone. He prods it, mapping out the bruises beneath the dried blood. There's a hole in his trousers, too, and one of his knees is scraped and turning purple. He hadn't noticed until now. He thinks about killing the Videkos, and fucking Ronan in the barn, and that entire beautiful fantasy of being in control. Of making a difference and making plans, instead of being locked up and delivered from one prison to the next. Nausea twists through his stomach. He's sick of people pretending to care about him, when all they're really thinking about is their own priorities. His parents wanted a simple, well-behaved son who wouldn't interfere with their social aspirations. Narat wanted a tool, someone to use and control until he couldn't be supervised anymore. Ronan wanted to use him too, first as a hostage, then as a finder, and then... "I truly love you. Remember that." Karis only wishes he could forget. Agony racks him, cutting from bone to soul. Eyes stinging, he silently curses Ronan Vizia as the worst of them. Karis knew he was dangerous from the beginning, but he didn't know that Ronan's weapon has never been a knife, or coins, or magic dice. His cruelest weapon is a gentle touch and a fragile promise. Karis doesn't know which is worse, the thought that Ronan never loved him, or that he did, and he threw him away anyway. Fingernails digging into his thighs, Karis hunches over. His forehead presses against his knees. He covers his head with his arms and sobs, as quietly as he can. When footsteps approach hours later, Karis's eyes are painfully dry. He levers himself to his feet and lounges against the back wall, striking a nonchalant pose just before the group of people stops in front of the bars. "Squire Cooper, move to the center of the room." That's Commander Breck, with 4 other paladins gathered behind her. Karis recognizes a few faces, but can only name one of them. Dace, who was so afraid of Karis getting hurt that he let Ronan take him hostage. He doesn't seem at all concerned for Karis's well-being now. To the right are 3 soldiers in Draven Grey. Karis doesn't know what the insignia on their uniforms means, but the leader appears to be the one with the most metal decorating his chest, and his hair buzzed nearly to his scalp. 8 against 1. Do you think that's a fair fight?" Karis says, though he complies with the request to move to the center of the room. He keeps his hands open and relaxed at his sides. "I can go easy on you." "Narat said you had a mouth on you," Breck says, gesturing. Dace steps forward to unlock the cell door. Chorus obediently leaves the cell and obediently falls in line with the cohort of soldiers. He should probably keep his mouth shut, too. He can't help it. Talking makes him feel better. I want to talk to Narat, or Captain Tanner. Take me to Captain Tanner. You don't have any evidence. Breck yanks him to a halt. Her gauntlet fists in the back of his tunic, and she holds him in front of a cell. There's our evidence. Chorus freezes, finally silent, because this cell isn't empty. A woman slumps against the far wall, her short blonde hair in disarray. Her wrists are bound in gold-runed cuffs. Instead of bright tunics and a determined glare, she wears drab gray clothes and a wary look that turns to horror when she sees Chorus. "Recognize her?" Breck says, smugly. "She told us everything." Milan lowers her head. Chorus's heart leaps as the initial joy crashes through him. He thinks he needs to tell Koira, and Ronan, and all the others. Milan is alive. He was right. Milan is alive. But that joy is immediately tempered with dread. If they've interrogated her on the truth spell, what else do they know? I don't recognize her. Chorus tries, even though surely they saw the shock on his face, even though his voice wavers. I told Narat I didn't see any of my captors clearly. Whatever she said, you can't trust her. Get moving, Buzzcut snaps. Magic hovers around Milan's cuffs, strands of radiance twisted to the limits of Vara's jurisdiction. Before Breck and her paladin cronies drag him away, Chorus closes his eyes and reaches out with his own power. He's at his very weakest, but he's strong enough to unravel the radiance from the cuffs, leaving them inert and without magic. He opens his eyes in time to see Milan jerk in surprise, then lower her head again, before he's escorted away. Chorus can't save Milan right now, but he can give her a fighting chance. Chapter 28. Ronan. Every minute's delay pounds another nail into Ronan's heart. It's the fastest he's ever planned a heist, but the night is still nearly over by the time the locksmiths are ready to move. They finally settle on the route that will get them closest to the Dawn's tomb, where they can cast the unbinding. The place rune isn't too precise. Anywhere on the cathedral grounds should work, Leth explains. Dawn's tomb chapel is enclosed and defensible, and Ronan's been there before. Ronan wants to rescue Chorus first, but they'll only get one more shot breaking into the bright cathedral. If they break the binding first, the Radiance-wielding paladins will become ordinary soldiers. The locksmiths will be able to find and snatch Chorus more easily in the ensuing chaos. Once they've settled on a route, they have to decide who's going. Koira's eyes are rimmed red when she says, "I'm going with the team." If she'd asked like that before, Ronan would have refused. Her emotions and her magic are less controlled, less safe, without Milan to balance her. But right now, Ronan is in no place to judge people for being emotionally compromised. It's not safe to let Koira come, but it's right. Who else? Ronan looks at the circle of raised hands and determined faces. His breath catches in a painful mix of fear and pride. All right, we are all going. No need to hold anything in reserve this time. One final roll of the dice. Dansa rubs her hands together. Yvain, can you ask someone here to take care of Alice? Just in case we take a while getting back. Yvain is fastening a more conservative jacket over his nearly translucent shirt. I'll ask one of the roses. As for the relics, the boxes are too cumbersome, Ronan says. Leth, Dansa, and I will carry relics and perform the binding. Koira and Yvain have the most firepower, so you two will cover us. Koira, you... Koira cries out as every lantern in the room flares bright with sudden power. Waves of magic coalesce around her, and she crumples in on herself. Flames dance in her hair, around her arms, driving Dansa back when she rushes to check on her. Ronan grabs for his dice. The lanterns stabilize. Koira straightens slowly, illusory flames still reflected in her wide eyes. Her chest heaves for a few agonizing breaths. I felt her. Her voice trembles. Milan is alive. Shock sweeps over the rest of the crew, followed by elation. Where is she? Ronan asks. Koira takes another deep breath and wipes her eyes. Where else? She says, the laughter in her voice nearing hysterics. Where everything is, apparently. The bright cathedral. The place they're drawn to, again and again. Ronan doesn't believe in coincidences, but he believes in luck, and he believes in fate. Of course he's meant to return to the site of all his deepest regrets. Someone swears, but all Ronan asks is, Can you transport to her? Koira nods, and Ronan looks around at everyone. His voice is iron when he says, 10 minutes. Get ready. They're ready in 7. 5 tell-iron boxes lie open on the floor, and the room hums with the intensity of the relic's gathered power. Leth wears the Draven sword strapped to his back, and Dansa carries the crown of Safine and scepter of Mysa in a bag slung across her chest. Ronan carries the crown of Vara and Songbird's flute in his own bag. He vividly remembers his teacher handing him the flute 7 years ago. Tangible proof of the story she told him and the quest she bequeathed to him. When he touches the crown of Vara, he doesn't remember stealing it. He doesn't remember the blood on his hands. He remembers the flash of amber eyes and a thin, strong voice saying, Let me wield it. With my magic and the crown of Vara, no one in Ostaris will be able to stop me. If Chorus is the voice of Vara, then every word he said in the Riverwatch Inn was true. But Ronan has no talent for truth or trust. His domain has always been falsehoods. Dansa buries her face in Alice's fur, inhales, then sets the cat down. Koira strikes her firestone rings together and catches the flame in her cupped palm. Say when, boss. Ronan looks over each of them. His allies. No. His friends. Everyone knows what to do, whatever we find. But there's one last thing I want to make clear. This mission will succeed. His voice grows firmer with every word. That doesn't mean we'll succeed today. If things look bad, we get out. If we can't secure a location for the unbinding, then we abandon the unbinding. We grab Milan and Chorus, and I'll throw the crown of Vara like a discus, if it'll get the Varans off our tail. Leth flinches. I'm not leaving without the relics. We've given up. We'll give it our best, but we don't have to give our lives. Ronan locks eyes with the Sword Witch until he looks away. The gods aren't going anywhere. They have all the time in the world. If we fail, the trickster can find another voice 100 years from now, and another group of locksmiths can pick up the task. He touches the bag at his side, feels the smooth curve of the crown through the leather. The world will be a better place if we succeed today, but it won't end if we fail. Allah help me. A grin unfurls across Dansa's face. You've gone sentimental on us, Ronan.
Shut up, he says with an answering grin. Koira, let's go. Koira steps into the center of the room and begins muttering her incantation. Practiced movements paint a flaming door before them. Beyond the flames waits a plain stone wall, and Koira says, "Now!" Ronan is first through the flames. He lands in a plain stone cell with bars to his left and 3 stone walls to the other sides. A pair of empty cuffs lies discarded in the center of the cell, and Milan stands at the bars. Bruised, battered, far too pale, but alive. Relief crashes through Ronan with the brutal cleansing of a tidal wave. Despite Koira's insistence, despite the proof of the opening door, in the despairing depths of his heart he still believed she was dead. Milan's lips open, then close. She seizes Ronan's arm and silently holds on, focused on the door as Dansa, Leth, and Yvain come through. Everything's silent until Koira steps through the flames. With a whimper, Milan lets go of Ronan's arm and flies towards her sister. While they hug, Ronan crouches to inspect the discarded manacles. He recognizes some of the gold-etched runes in the steel. He wore those runes around his own wrists for weeks not too long ago. But Milan's contract is with the Flame Twins, not the Trickster. She could pick the mechanism given the chance, but she shouldn't have been able to unlock the spell on her own. He gives the sisters a few more moments to embrace, then stands up and touches Milan's shoulder. "Where are the guards?" he whispers, near silent. Milan's hair is matted with sweat, and faded green bruises line her neck and forearms. No visible blood. Her face is paler than Ronan remembers, with dark circles under her eyes, but her gaze is bright. "Near the exit," she whispers back, pointing out and to the right of the bars. "There shouldn't be many." "Ronan," she says urgently, "I saw Karis." His pulse quickens. "Where is he?" "I don't know. He unlocked my manacles as he passed." Milan bats away her sister's hands while Koira attempts to finger-comb her hair. "Can you move quickly?" Ronan asks. Milan nods. Dansa moves towards her, but Ronan shakes his head. "Treat her when we get there." The guards might sense the magic. "Milan, stick with Koira. She'll explain as we go." He drops to one knee and rolls a die. The clank of the door unlocking echoes through the prison hall. "When you reach the stairs, head left," Ronan says. "Go!" They burst from the cell in a whirlwind of magic and flames. The guards at the stairwell are entirely unprepared, and moments later, the locksmiths reach the stairs. The element of surprise gets them up 2 flights of stairs before an alarm begins to sound. Nothing like the sonorous music of the Bower Bell. This is a drum, beating like a heart through the walls of the cathedral. The locksmiths hole up in a narrow first-floor hallway to regroup. Pre-dawn light filters silver-thin through the wide, clear windows. Ronan remembers the layout of the cathedral. The prison is below the northern wing, and Dawn's tomb is in the south. Everyone else has studied the blueprint, too, and Dansa asks, "North Hall, or straight across?" "Straight across." They'll be more exposed, but the quicker they move, the better. "Yvain, cover!" A flash of sky blue catches his eye. Ronan's heart leaps. But the squire peeking out from the doorway isn't Karis. She's a young woman with long, dark hair and wariness in her eyes. Ronan doesn't remember her name, but he first saw her on the journey back from the border, and he last saw her at the gates of Merrick. Koira steps forward, flame in hand, but Ronan catches her arm. "Wait." The squire says, voice shaking, "I need to talk to Vizia." "Talk." Ronan lets go of Koira and beckons towards the squire. She runs into the hallway, her eyes constantly darting between each of the intruders. Her fist is closed around something, and when she gets to Ronan, she thrusts it out towards him. Something about the look in her eyes makes him reach out to take it, even before she explains, "Karis told me to give this to you." A familiar earring rests in the palm of Ronan's hand. "Where is he?" Ronan asks. "Something's wrong with the church," she says. "Everyone knows it, but they don't do anything." "Where is he?" Ronan repeats, fear clawing through his throat. "They're taking him to Fort Tarhaig. I don't know why, they just left." Her eyes are red. "I'm scared for him." The drums keep beating through the walls, and flame-yellow defensive magic bursts in Ronan's peripheral vision. "We need to move, Ronan," Danza says sharply. "We can't secure this place, and there's paladins coming." Without thinking, Ronan pulls out Songbird's flute. "I'm taking the crown of Vara to Karis," he says, shoving the flute into Danza's hands. "If I'm not at Dawn's tomb in 20 minutes, evacuate without me." He knows this is reckless, but before anyone can tell him that, before anyone can even try to stop him, he drives his elbow through one of the tall, clear windows. Glass shatters, and Ronan leaps through the shower of crystal blades into the garden outside. If the glass cuts him, he doesn't feel it. The only thing he feels is the earring in his fist, drawing blood from his palm with his desperate grip. Chapter 29. Karis. Narat's chanted truth spell breaks off when someone pounds on the door. Radiance dissipates from his palm, and he barks, "What is it?" Karis jumps, still braced to counter the threat of compulsion. A priest rushes into Narat's office, leaving the door open behind him. Panic in his eyes, he still pauses to bow deeply to Narat before bending close and whispering something inaudible to him. The cathedral drums begin to pound. Narat's brows draw into a dangerous frown, and he shoves the panicked priest away. He addresses Breck and the Draven soldier with the buzz cut. "Escort us to Tarhaig at once," he says, striding towards the door in a flurry of golden robes. "Vara guide us all." "Fuck you," Karis spits, incensed. "You don't have the right to say his name." Breck slaps him. His head rocks to one side with the force of her gauntleted palm. Pain blooms through his already hurt cheek. The room spins as Buzzcut seizes his shoulder and shoves him forward. "Don't resist," Buzzcut advises. "You'll regret it at Tarhaig." New blood slides hot down Karis's cheek. Tastes of iron on his tongue. His skull pounds with the rhythm of the drums. Karis doesn't want to go to Fort Tarhaig. He has a very, very bad feeling about Fort Tarhaig. Maybe that, and how stomach-churning dizzy he is from that slap, keeps him from realizing one crucial fact until they reach the main hall. Going to Fort Tarhaig requires leaving the bright cathedral. Once he crosses that threshold, he'll have an edge. Enough of an edge to take on 5 Radiant Paladins, 3 Draven soldiers, and the Archpriest? He doesn't know, and he doesn't care. Karis spits out a mouthful of blood on the pristine marble floor. Win or die, he'll do it in a glorious blaze of radiance. They march into the great courtyard as dawn breaks over the city skyline.
The bright cathedral's wings are spread to celebrate the morning. As soon as Karis crosses the threshold, that sunlight pours into him, soothing and reviving as it coils around his soul, guarding, waiting. "Have faith," Vara says. Karis laughs, giddy with blood on his teeth. He says out loud, "Welcome back." "Who the fuck are you talking to?" Breck shoves him again. Archpriest Narat stops short, turning with a troubled expression on his face. "Delay them for 1 minute. Help is coming." "Sounds good," Karis says. He looks the Archpriest dead in the eyes while he answers Breck. "Ask Narat who I'm talking to. He should know." Narat glares. "The squire has succumbed to heresy and madness," he announces. "Pay no heed to his crazed ravings." As recently as a month ago, the accusation of madness would have hurt. Now he savors it, because he knows what it truly means. Narat is afraid. "Have you ever heard, Vara?" Karis asks Breck. He meets her eyes, and the eyes of every paladin in the courtyard who'll look at him. "You haven't, right? Narat's never heard him either." Karis breathes in the light of the rising sun, and it glitters at his fingertips. He laughs harshly. "I don't think you'd like what he has to say." Dace steps back, and alarm crosses the other paladins' faces, too. Karis can't see his own eyes, but he knows they're starting to glow gold. "Another word and your life is forfeit, squire," Narat shouts gleefully. Karis's arm hurts, the joints straining. Buzzcut is twisting it behind his back. But nobody covers his mouth. They want him to condemn himself, and Karis is happy to oblige. He grins with blood-stained teeth. "I'm the only one that Vara speaks to." When he exhales, radiance bursts around him. The power shoves everyone away in a 10-foot radius, a clatter of armor and shouts. A golden dome flashes, falters. Narat's raised arms also shine with radiance, his pendant gleaming against his chest as he chants. Paladins and soldiers draw their weapons, chanting their own prayers, until their blades gleam with sunlight and the cold gray intent of Khadravos' power. Vara is still bound, and Karis doesn't have enough power to defeat them all. But if his life is forfeit anyway, he'll make them work for it, and he'll die without secrets. "You won't die yet, brave warrior, so save the dramatics," Vara tells him, fond and exasperated. "Well done stalling. The minute is up." And a familiar calling hooks into his soul. Karis pivots, his mind awash with the song of sunlight, to see a figure sprint across the courtyard. Ronan, bearing the crown of Vara. Karis's whole body pounds, the drumming alarm transforming to elation. He doesn't know how or why Ronan is here. At the moment, he doesn't care. His radiant shield shatters under Narat's spell. Karis ducks under a swinging sword and runs. A gauntleted hand catches his shoulder, and Buzzcut's harsh eyes loom large before him until a column of shadow engulfs him. Darkness limned with brilliant blue leaps from shadows cast by blinding light. Slows, entangles, catches. Nothing can stop Karis as he runs to Ronan. They nearly collide into each other, and for a single instant everything else falls away. No chanting, no war of light and shadow, just the reality of Ronan's sweat-streaked face, the heat of his heartbeat drumming through both their chests. "I'm sorry," Ronan says. There's blood on his face, on his arms. "Really not the time for that," Karis gasps, leaning in. They don't kiss. They just inhale each other's breath, lips nearly touching. Radiance calls to Karis, resounds in his veins. "Ronan, I need—" "I know. I've borrowed this for long enough." Gentle lips against his forehead. "May I?" Karis stands still in the chaos, his heart finally calm, as Ronan steps back and lifts the crown of Vara. The crown is a simple band of yellow gold, encircled with white gold runes. It's heavy at first when Ronan sets it on his head. Then it lightens, fitting perfectly, like it was made for him. All the pain and terror fade away. The dizziness clears from his head. Karis staggers around, turning his face to the rising sun, and spreads his arms. He becomes radiant. Chapter 30. Ronan. Power reigns upon the courtyard, an earthquake of light bearing down on the mortal world. Ronan's vision darkens with the pressure. His knees and palms hurt, impact jarring through his bones when he falls to the ground. Everything is so hot that his blood feels cold beneath his skin. Light dims enough for mortal eyes to see. Pressure eases enough for mortal limbs to move. Ronan scrambles to his feet, grit in his palms, the memory of soft skin against his lips, and when the after-image is clear enough from his eyes, he sees Karis transformed and ascendant. The same sweat-stained auburn curls, the same blood-streaked freckles, but those plump, pink lips have never curved in so gentle a smile, and those amber eyes have never glowed like this. A voice rings like a bell, touching every corner of the courtyard, sounding simultaneously from Karis and the depths of every listener's mind. "I have missed speaking to my faithful," Vara says through Karis's lips. "Alas, that many now wearing my symbols cannot be counted as such." Varans in white and gold, and Dravens in grey and green, kneel scattered in the courtyard, weapons discarded. As the god speaks, more people spill from the bright cathedral and surrounding buildings. Priests in their robes and cooks in their aprons, paladins in their armor and stable hands setting aside their rakes. Young and old, barely woken, stumbling barefoot in their pajamas. Some blood-stained and some singed with smoke. All fall to their knees as they enter the circle of radiance. Ronan recognizes Karis's dark-haired friend leading a group of fellow sky-blue tunics from the cathedral, her face alight with wonder. Another familiar troop rushes out, Edith Tanner, her braided crown in disarray, with Freya and Bernard flanking her. Bernard's hair is in even worse shape than Tanner's. As they gather, a story slips into their heads. The narrative is familiar to Ronan, but he's never seen the images that flash through his mind along with it. Gods, sometimes figures, sometimes wisps of light, sitting on thrones of moonlight or striding through golden fields. An image of a shadowed hall where circles and runes surround 5 relics. The array pulses dark with greed. One by one, 5 gods are summoned to that hall, and one by one they are consumed by tendrils of darkness. Lord Myza and Cold Sephine are taken by surprise. Kadravos fights, but his sword makes no purchase on the shadows, and he too vanishes. Radiant Vara does not struggle, but his face in the last instant expresses the most cutting disappointment. I did not see Songbird's capture, Vara says, but he joined us too, and we have waited 200 years in darkness, chained apart from our faithful, held hostage and bled dry by the faithless, robbed of our freedom and our voices.
"Radiant One," shouts a voice thin and strident with fear, his golden robes stained with dirt and ash. Archpriest Narat shuffles forward on his knees. He clutches his sunburst pendant. "Radiant One, as the representative of your faithful, I welcome and exalt—"
Another pulse of divine pressure falls upon everyone's shoulders. Ronan barely keeps his feet. Besides the god, he's the only one still standing. Radiant Vara regards the cowering archpriest. His molten eyes flash. "Archpriest, you have exalted nothing but yourself." Judgment echoes. "I have seen the truth of your heart." The archpriest screams and tries to stand. His scream forms words, ancient syllables that scorch the air. Ronan draws his knife, moving to meet him. Vara lifts a hand. The pendant around Narat's neck ignites in radiance. The conflagration rips instantly through him. Ronan stumbles back, covering his eyes against the blinding glare. When he looks again, what remains of Narat is half a corpse, the rib cage hollowed out and blackened into charcoal. The reek of charred flesh disperses in the morning air. The image is horrifying, but the horror doesn't take root in Ronan's heart. Light cascades from the god, soothing as it washes over the gathered souls. "Your church and your order will change," Vara says. "Perhaps they will cease to be. That's up to you. But my power will always aid those whose purpose is true, in Shirane and far beyond." Vara then turns to the bright cathedral, where 5 more people walk hesitantly out the doors. Ronan's heart leaps with relief at the sight of all the locksmiths intact. Milan leans heavily on Koira's shoulder, and Yvain's gauzy shirt is ripped open nearly to his navel under his unbuttoned coat, but they're all alive. "Bring the relics to me," Vara says. Dansa and Leth step forward. Dansa holds her head high, and Leth bows from the waist when he gets close. They place the relics where Vara points, in a circle in the center of the courtyard. Ronan doesn't watch them retreat. All his attention is focused on the god wearing Karis's skin. Under the blazing radiance, bruises still circle Karis's right eye. Blood still dries on his cheek. Vara stands in the 5th place of the circle. He turns to Ronan and says, "Trickster's acolyte, will you draw the circle?" One more move and his task is over. Ronan stands still, clutching his knife so hard his bones ache, and asks, "Will Karis be all right?" The god's laughter is gentle. "He'll just need to sleep for a bit when this is over." "Okay," Ronan says. "That's all I need." There's a bag of blue chalk at Ronan's belt, readied to draw the array. But instead he reaches for his dice bag. The leather pouch is nearly empty. He's been careless, reckless, scattering spells across the cathedral grounds. Only 1 die is left, and he grabs it with numb fingers. He's so stunned he can't even tell how many sides it has by touch, and he doesn't look. One more move and his task is over. One more move and he'll have to learn who he is without it. Without hesitation, he throws the die. It jumps and spins on the smooth flagstones. When it lands at Vara's feet, magic sparks, flies up and radiates out along the ground, painting looping lines and runes of shining power, circling each relic, naming the place, here, and the purpose, unbinding. The array pulses, then explodes in a towering column of light, all colors and none twisting together into the sky, lingering, vanishing, eternal and ephemeral all at once. In the courtyard and throughout Ostaris, from the Cold Mother's Cathedral in Andel to Songbird's Bower in Melody, from the barracks of Fort Tarheg to Lord Mysa's little church in Merrick, everywhere across Shirane, divine mages feel the revelation through their contracts. Some contracts remain, some change, some extinguish. But Ronan isn't thinking about the rest of Shirane or the rest of the world right now. He doesn't stop to revel in the completion of his mission, 7 years or 200 in the working. All he cares about is the young man standing before him, eyes fading from molten gold to soft amber. A breathless, human laugh escapes his perfect lips. "Wow," Karis says, wavering, his voice his own again. "That was a lot." Ronan catches him as he faints and holds him close, buries his nose in his hair, and breathes in. Chapter 31. Karis. Karis wakes slowly, the comfort of sleep clinging to his heavy limbs. Every ache and bruise has vanished, and the binding claws of tension have unhooked themselves from between his ribs. Softness surrounds him. Everything is comfortable, calm, safe. That can't be right, right? A warm laugh rings inside his head. "You're truly safe," Vara says. "They brought you to a guest room in the bright cathedral." "So we can talk in here now?" Karis thinks in return. "How are you?" "Busy," Vara adds. "When you open your eyes, you'll find your thief sitting by the window." Karis suppresses his smile. He's still feigning sleep. "Oh, so you finally want to help with my love life?" "Very busy. Talk later." The god's presence fades from his immediate awareness. Typical. Even with the warning, when Karis finally opens his eyes, he doesn't see Ronan at first. There's a lamp on near the bedside, but shadows shroud the rest of the richly appointed room. He has to squint to see Ronan, leaning on the windowsill, looking out at the deep after-sunset purple of the sky. Too many emotions tangle within Karis's heart. Relief, pain, fear. More than anything, a deeply foolish wanting. When the last light fades from the sky, Ronan turns away from the window and meets Karis's waiting gaze. The soft melancholy of his expression snaps away into his usual stoic mask. "You're awake? I'll call Dansa." "You'll do no such thing," Karis says haughtily, pushing himself up. His arms and legs and everything feel wobbly, but he manages to sit against the pillows before Ronan moves to his bedside. "How long have I been asleep?" "Right now it's evening, the day after the unbinding." "A day and a half." While Karis is clean, the worst of his injuries healed, dressed in soft pajamas, Ronan is clearly still wearing the same torn, blood-stained clothes as when Karis last saw him in the courtyard. His arm has been bandaged, and the nicks on his brow and cheekbone are pink with new flesh from healing magic, but he hasn't changed or washed at all. "Sit down," Karis points at the foot of the bed. My neck hurts, staring up at you. Ronan's eyes burn behind his impassive mask. Karis, I'm sorry. The words hang between them, quiet and inadequate. That painful wanting ripples through Karis again. Sit down, he repeats, pulling his knees up towards his chest to make space. We're going to talk, damn you. Ronan sits, incongruously filthy against the snow-white blankets. He watches Karis, waiting for him to speak. Karis watches him in return, trying to figure out what to say. Long moments pass, but Karis doesn't rush. He's been through a fucking lot in the past few days. He gets to take as much time as he pleases. They're still staring in silence when the door whispers open. Yvain enters, dressed the most conservatively Karis has ever seen him, in a dark blue coat buttoned up to his chin. His eyes widen when he sees Karis awake. Well, you took your sweet time. Should I call Dansa? Karis probably won't be able to avoid the healer forever. Tell her to see me in an hour. I need to talk to Ronan first. Ah, Yvain says significantly. He cocks his head and looks between them. Karis thinks he's about to say something inappropriate, but Yvain is serious as he continues. Then let me tell you two things that I don't think Ronan will tell you, but I feel you should know. Yvain, Ronan says in warning. Yvain ignores him. First, he hasn't left your side in the past 36 hours. I guessed that, Karis says. I suppose you can smell him as well as I can. Yvain wrinkles his nose. And the second thing is that yesterday, he jumped out a window to rescue you. Karis whips around to Ronan. You what? Ronan stands up. It was a ground-floor window. Don't make it sound so dramatic. I'm helping, Yvain says, grinning. Stop helping. Ronan points to the door. Get out. Karis clears his throat. Thank you, Yvain. That was important. Yvain's grin widens. Glad you're awake now, anyway. See you around. He retreats before any blood vessels burst in Ronan's forehead. Then they're alone again. Ronan doesn't sit back down on the bed. He walks to Karis' side and drops to both knees on the floor beside him. The lamplight illuminates the lines of his face, the clear tension beneath the grime and stubble. He braces himself with one hand on the edge of the bed, nowhere near touching Karis. I really am sorry, Ronan says softly. Karis exhales and doesn't allow himself to look away. Part of him just wants to laugh everything off, to bury the betrayal deep inside himself and forget it ever happened. To act like he's fine having been abandoned. To pretend that now that Ronan's come back he won't be worried about it again. But that's the problem. He doesn't even know if Ronan's really come back to him yet. His apologies all sound so final, and that scares Karis more than anything. Karis lifts his chin. What are you sorry for? Ronan's fingers dig into the white blanket. I'm sorry for leaving you. I was trying to keep you safe, but I only put you in more danger. As soon as I realized... Nope. Karis's fingers dig into the blanket, too, twisting into the soft cotton around his knees to keep himself from grabbing Ronan's hand instead. You can't apologize for the danger, he tells Ronan sternly. That was Nerat and the rest of his cronies. Besides, if I wanted to be safe, I wouldn't have stayed with the asshole who kidnapped me at knife point. He raises his hand to cut off Ronan's next words. You can apologize for the kidnapping later, at length, because I think I'll enjoy it. But that isn't what I'm mad about now, either. Ronan breathes in deeply, and finally reaches for Karis's hand. His calluses scrape against Karis's skin, and his thumb rubs Karis's knuckles. Their palms meet, Karis's pulse hammering against Ronan's scars, and when he trembles, Ronan only holds him tighter. Tell me then, Ronan says. I'm no good at guessing with you. Emotion stings behind Karis's eyes. For once, he doesn't fight it. I'm mad you didn't talk to me. You didn't give me a choice at all. You just left. Maybe if you'd explained, I would have agreed, but I couldn't because I still don't really know why. Coarse fingers move under his lashes, wiping away his tears. You wouldn't have agreed, Ronan says roughly. Because it was a stupid plan. I was so scared of getting you hurt. It fucked with my head. I made a mistake. It didn't even make sense strategically. I was just desperate. I thought I was doing it for you, but I was only thinking about myself. Karis sniffles, not trying to hide his blotchy face. What about? He starts, his voice going even quieter. What you said before. When? Was that just a distraction? Ronan's hand tightens around his. You can cast a truth spell on me if you need to, he says, low and urgent, his eyes burning dark. I do love you, Karis Cooper. I'll love you whether or not you take me back. The words flip through Karis's heart. Oh, so Ronan does want to be with him again. Karis bites his lip on several hasty declarations. He squeezes Ronan's hand, then extricates his. I want you back, he says, not making eye contact. But I should tell you a bit more about everything before you decide whether you're up for it. I'm not. There's a lot I didn't tell you either. A slow grin spreads across Ronan's face. He leans in, and Karis's eyes flutter closed as warm lips press to his forehead. He likes that. He really likes that. First, I'm getting you something to eat, Ronan says. Is that all right? Yeah, Karis says weakly. And tell Dansa and the others to give us an extra hour, too. Ronan comes back 10 minutes later with a tray of food and a freshly washed face and hands. He looks rather more alive than he did when Karis first woke up. He sets the tray down at the room's long table and lights more lamps before returning to Karis's bedside. I can walk. Karis swings his feet over the edge, but when he tries to stand, his knees buckle, and he sways against Ronan's warm, familiar bulk. You know what I said about trusting me? He mumbles into that broad chest. Yeah? Ronan's hands are steady under Karis's elbows. Forget about it right now, I guess. He lets Ronan help him to the table, where he sits at the short end and Ronan pulls a chair up close around the long side. After inspecting the simple fruit, bread, and chicken on the tray, he orders Ronan to peel grapes for him. Not that he dislikes grape peels. He just likes the way Ronan agrees to the tedious task without rolling his eyes. His mind strays,
considering how to maximize the benefits of Ronan's groveling for as long as it lasts.
I don't remember the first time I heard Vara, Karis says, 5 grapes later. I think I was around 6 when I realized he was someone else, not just a different flavor of my own thoughts.
Ronan sets another peeled grape on his side of the tray.
He was helpful sometimes. He was nice to me, and he was always there, which was nice because my parents were very busy.
Karis squishes the grape a little between his fingers. It's somehow mangled from being peeled.
He told me not to tell anyone about him, but he never told me why not.
There were a few things he never talked about, or couldn't talk about, and I didn't put them together until you told me about the binding.
Karis pops the grape into his mouth, watching with satisfaction as Ronan peels another.
The trouble started when I was 10. I was a bit of a brat at that point.
You? Ronan says, his fingers still busy.
Fuck off.
The teasing brings a flush to his face, and the warm glow of that makes it easier to talk about the rest.
My magic started really coming in. My friends and my parents were impressed when I could do little tricks, so they would be really impressed when I did big tricks, right? And I was really certain by then that nobody else I knew had a helpful, all-knowing voice in their head. I'd figured out I was special.
His laugh is bitter.
Like I said, I was a brat, and decided since I was so special, I didn't need to listen to Vara. I told my parents that I had a secret friend in my head.
Ronan stops peeling grapes. I'm guessing that went poorly.
Just a bit.
Karis puts 3 grapes in his mouth at once, and chews them slowly, gaze dancing everywhere except Ronan. This is easier to talk about than he'd expected, but still not easy.
Napkin?
He dips the napkin in the glass of water to clean off his fingertips before reaching for more bread.
I don't remember how many doctors I saw over the next few years. Healers, alchemists, hedge witches. They even brought in a necromancer once to check that I wasn't possessed by a ghost or something. Mother made sure he came after dark, so the neighbors wouldn't see.
He looks up at Ronan.
I regretted telling them almost immediately, and tried to tell them I'd made it up. It wasn't real. I guess I just scared them so bad, they kept the doctors coming until I was 14 anyway.
He waits for Ronan to say something. Anything. But he doesn't, so Karis has to continue.
I never told my parents that my friend was Radiant Vara, but I guess word of a boy with an imaginary friend reached the Bright Cathedral anyway. Nerat rode out to Andel personally to recruit me last year. I didn't really want to enlist, but I didn't want to stay with my parents either, so I decided to make the best of it.
He waves a hand around the room.
And here we are.
Ronan sits back in his chair, silent for a while. Eventually he says, "So that's why you wanted in the locksmiths so badly, once you found out."
Karis nods. You explained everything, even things I'd never thought to wonder about, like why Vara couldn't help me scry for the crown, or all the weird silences over the years. And when I was little, I was so worried that my parents would have locked me away somewhere forever.
His next breath shakes.
I didn't like Vara being locked away.
He blinks away the worst of his emotions, unwilling to cry again so soon.
How did you figure it out anyway? You knew to bring me the crown somehow.
Leth found evidence of the Order's killing voices in his great-whatever-grandfather's journal, Ronan says. When I realized the binding hadn't blocked out voices,
I realized you'd shamelessly lied to you. Karis grins. Ronan doesn't smile back. You had your reasons. He looks away. When I realized you were a voice, I panicked and moved up the infiltration. You know the rest. Karis doesn't actually know all the rest, but he knows the important parts, thanks to Yvain's welcome meddling. Yeah, then you jumped out a window for me. It was on the ground floor, Ronan protests. But when Karis stands up, wobbling only slightly, Ronan moves his chair back from the table. And when Karis swings a leg over his thighs and lowers onto Ronan's lap, his hands come up to Karis's hips. Karis is still exhausted, but a languid heat rises through his veins. He doesn't have energy for much, but he'd like a taste of more than grapes before he succumbs to sleep again. What if it had been the second floor? He touches Ronan's lips. Or the third? Ronan's hands tighten around his hips. You got me, he says, low and breathless. I would have jumped from the top of the fucking cathedral if I had to. That's very thrilling, Karis says, equally breathless. But please don't. I love you too, you asshole. And even under truth spell, Karis wouldn't be able to say who leaned in first for the exhausted, desperate kiss. Chapter 32. Ronan. Ronan sweeps Dansa into one last hug at the city gate. If you run into bandits, don't hurt them too bad. She hugs him back, then pats his shoulders. I'll hurt them just enough, she says with a sparkling grin. Behind her waits a merchant caravan, bound for the Prian border. The atmosphere is lively. Great wagons of cloth and ore, a trio of traveling bard priests, and 4 River Swords mercenaries for protection. The caravan leader is speaking at length to the soldiers at the gate. Dansa has her own carriage compartment to share with Alice. As an acolyte of Kanhala, she's never had to pay travel fees in her life. She waves at the open chaos. Nothing like how we came into Ostaris, huh? Ronan scrubs a hand over his chin and admits, I still feel uncomfortable parading around without a disguise. One of the gate soldiers makes eye contact with him, but he looks away too quickly for Ronan to tell if he recognizes him from the wanted posters or not. The caravan leader yells out, and drivers and passengers begin returning to their wagons. Dansa takes a deep breath and flashes one last smile at Ronan. Take care of yourself, and bring your little hostage to Praia for a visit at some point. I'll try, Ronan says with a laugh. Goodbye, and good luck. She retreats into her carriage, and Ronan turns back along the wide streets of Ostaris. A brisk breeze dances through the city, promising winter from the shell-blue sky. 2 weeks after the unbinding of Shirane, Dansa is the first of the locksmiths to leave Ostaris. Her destination is her family's temple clinic in Praia, and she claims she intends to sleep for a year. Ronan's pretty sure that instead of resting, she'll be stealing her father's patients to cure within a week. Meanwhile, the sisters have moved back into the manor base for now. Milan says she's still undecided about staying or leaving, but Ronan's seen the wanderlust in Koira's eyes. As soon as Milan has fully recovered, they'll leave, for Praia or anywhere else in the world. He hasn't seen Yvain in a week, but he knows he's still in Ostaris, and gods only know what he's up to. He hasn't been arrested, so that's good. Leth appears to be avoiding his family problems by helping out at the Bright Cathedral, Ronan can't really blame him. If he was kin with the Catariels, he'd want to avoid them too right now, along with the rest of the Shirani military. The locksmith's purpose is over, and they're all scattering for the next chapters of their lives. Except for Chorus, who wants to stay at the bright cathedral a while longer, and Ronan, who wants to stay with Chorus. He always thought he'd retreat to Pariah afterwards, like Dansa, resume his life of mercenary jobs and the occasional high-stakes theft. He never thought that after upending the entire socio-religious fabric of Shirane, he'd stick around to witness the consequences. The prospect is a lot more interesting than it used to be. And a lot luckier. Since the unbinding, every die he's rolled has landed high. He's been the prize-winning random customer of the year in 3 different Ostaris taverns, and he keeps finding abandoned purses of gold coins. He doesn't know how long the spat of good luck will last, but the trickster's approval is clear. Ronan's path takes him once again to the bright cathedral. Strolling through the main archway still feels strange. He knows the precise height of the walls, and the best route for scaling them, taking advantage of the long eaves of the bookshop to the right. But he doesn't need luck to get in anymore. He recognizes one of the paladins on guard beneath the archway. Bernard narrows his eyes and his chest puffs up with a slew of restrained accusations, no doubt. But restrain them he does. The Radiant Order is under strict orders not to hinder Ronan Vizia. It's awkward for everyone involved. Ronan salutes lazily and walks by without engaging. He wonders if Bernard is one of the paladins who lost his contract with Vara or one who kept it. A stream of people flows across the courtyard towards the main doors of the cathedral itself. Young and old, from as near as Ostaris and as far away as Landwatch, dressed in finery and rags. The pilgrims began arriving after word spread that the voice of Vara had woken up after the unbinding, and they haven't stopped since. Ronan detours around the crowd, reaching the main entrance to find Tanner directing pilgrims and paladins around. "Come back tomorrow," she's announcing, her voice projecting out across the courtyard. "The Radiant Voice has stopped seeing visitors for today." Once she's satisfied her men and women are handling the crowd, she turns to Ronan. "Not you. He's waiting on you." "Is he?" Ronan says, raising an eyebrow. "Light guide you, Captain." "Fuck off," she says cheerfully. A strange thread of respect hangs between them. She spent a year hunting him down, and he spent a year running from her. A weird sort of bonding experience, but it's easier than Ronan expected to be on the same side of things now. He knows what she believes in, and now, thanks to Vara's divine explanation, she knows what he was working towards too. Radiant Vara chose to preserve her contract, while rejecting most of her superiors, and she took over the situation in the immediate aftermath of the unbinding. Ronan slips through the main doors of the cathedral just as the last of the pilgrims leave. All the traces of violence have been cleaned up. The marble floor is pristinely white, and sunlight streams golden from the myriad windows. Past all the pews, the brightest sunbeams converge at the head of the chamber, where the pulpit stands beneath the white marble altar. At the pulpit lounges a young man with auburn hair and a wicked smile. Priests in white robes and paladins in sun-emblazoned tunics flank him. But by the time Ronan finishes his long walk down the aisle, they've all dispersed into other rooms and corridors. Doors close quietly, one by one. Ronan stands beneath the dais and looks up. He and Chorus are the only two in the cathedral. Well, except for one other presence. Tanner said you were expecting me. Ronan crosses his arms. Was that just a lucky guess? Karis leans both elbows on the pulpit with a small, satisfied smile. No, I asked Vara to spy on you, he confesses shamelessly. I had to make sure you weren't running off to Praia with Danza. What would you do if I had? Send Captain Tanner to hunt you down again, of course. His eyes sparkle. Very nostalgic. Ronan uncrosses his arms and steps up on the dais, presses both hands to the surface of the pulpit, and bends over it. Karis leans up to meet him, and they share a deep, unhurried kiss. Karis looks good like this, dressed in soft white tunic and shirt and trousers, only hints of gold embroidery at the cuffs of his sleeves. Ronan saw the cloth of gold monstrosity that the remaining members of the Exalted Circle tried forcing him into at first, before Karis complained that he looked like a counterfeit golden idol. The plain white cedes all the focus to Karis's own charm. The perfect point of his chin, the flush of pink beneath his freckles when Ronan pulls away from the kiss. There might be something sacrilegious about the way Ronan feels, staring at the young prophet's kiss-reddened lips. Ronan's blood rushes downwards, and though he'd like to get on his knees and worship, it wouldn't be an act of prayer. Ronan swallows hard. How much longer do you want to play prophet here, anyway? Being a voice doesn't mean you have to stay tied to the church forever. Karis twists Ronan's shirt lace around his finger. A few months, at least. Maybe a year. I want to make sure things settle the right way here, politically and everything. Plus, I never actually finished my training, so there's some practical magecraft I need help with. But we're not stuck here. We can come and go as we please. He tugs Ronan's shirt lace more sharply. Why? Do you want to run off to Praia after all? No. Ronan grabs his hand. Karis shivers when Ronan's thumb traces the line of his palm. It's just getting too difficult to resist bending you over that altar. A grin spreads across Karis's face. His eyes flash luminous gold, and one by one, the doors around the cathedral shimmer with radiant barriers. Karis lets go of Ronan's shirt and steps away from the pulpit. We have at least 2 hours before anyone breaks down those barriers to rescue me, he says, if they dare. Make the most of it. The heat in his voice is irresistible. Mounting the steps of the dais, Ronan is drawn now and always towards the brightest thing in his world. Chapter 33. Karis. Karis has gotten a lot of adulation over the past 2 weeks. What feels like half the country dropping to their knees and praying, reveling in his glory, begging for answers. Quite literally singing his praises. But none of that is for Karis himself. That attention and praise is for Radiant Vara. This, the dark heat in Ronan's eyes, the smoldering fire where Ronan's hand touches his throat, this worship is for Karis himself. Ronan steps forward. Karis licks his lips and steps back. Another step, until his lower back collides with the edge of the altar. Ronan leans into him, their bodies pressing together from thighs to chest. Karis grips the edge of the altar, and Ronan's hands cover his. He lifts his head as Ronan lowers for another kiss. But Ronan detours at the last instant, kissing the corner of his mouth instead. The edge of his jaw, the pulse of his neck. Should I avoid leaving marks? Ronan murmurs into his skin. No need. Karis's throat bobs at the touch. I'm not hiding you from anyone. Sweet pressure, the edge of teeth. Suddenly, Ronan pulls away and looks down at him, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. He's not watching, is he? Karis doesn't realize who Ronan's talking about at first. Then he breaks into laughter. Definitely not. He starts helpfully unbuckling Ronan's belt. I've told him not to before, and he's, very respectful of my privacy. Actually, Vara tends to phrase it more like, my interest in your ridiculous exploits is so meager it cannot be quantified. Or something like, I am far too busy examining the eternal cartography of justice to pay attention to your youthful fornication. But Radiant Vara's sense of humor is a little difficult to translate for other people. Karis doesn't want to ruin the mood. Ronan returns to kissing the line of Karis's throat. He bites down over Karis's collarbone, and the sharpness sends a jolt of pleasure straight to Karis's cock. Groaning, he rocks up and finds that Ronan is just as hard against him. There's oil. He groans again when Ronan's hand slips between them. In my pocket. Ronan chuckles. Did you plan this? It's supposed to be for anointing things, blessing people. Karis rocks into the curve of Ronan's palm, seeing stars. I was definitely thinking about this when Sister Julia handed me the bottle, though. Were you? Ronan fishes into Karis's pocket. Do you think about this a lot? Yeah. Karis breathes. The filigreed bottle glitters in Ronan's hand. I think about you all the time. Do you like that? Ronan brushes the hair from Karis's face. He seems to enjoy doing that. He also seems to enjoy this, laying a lingering tease of a kiss on Karis's forehead. I think about you all the time, too. You're so fucking perfect, Karis. The praise combines with the friction against Karis's cock in a deadly blow. Karis's knees weaken with desire, and it's a relief when Ronan flips him around. It's easier to lean forward over the altar, so he doesn't have to face the overwhelming desire in Ronan's gaze. Ronan knows how to play him like a fiddle. You worked hard this week, he murmurs into Karis's shoulder. The jar of blessing oil rests on the altar, and Ronan's hands fall to Karis's waist. Fingernails dig through the fine white garments. You've earned a break. Let me take care of you, gorgeous. Fuck. Karis gasps. Somehow, possibly magic, his trousers are unfastened. A firm hand splays between his shoulder blades and pushes him down. He bends willingly, eagerly onto the altar. The edge hits the tops of his thighs, angling his ass slightly upward when his stomach meets the unforgiving surface. The golden silk altar cloth bunches up under his arms and shoulders, soft against his cheek. He'll probably have to burn the cloth later. His cock briefly touches the cool marble before Ronan tugs his hips back. The scent of safflower and myrrh surrounds him. Any special prayers I'm supposed to say while using this? Ronan says, as he rubs oiled fingertips against Karis's rim. The oil warms quickly, and Karis's entire body tingles with anticipation. Yeah, Karis breathes. Light guide your cock into my ass, now. Ronan's laughter is warmer than any radiance or magic Karis has ever felt. You said we had 2 hours. If you actually take 2 hours, I'll... His protest breaks off into a stunned whimper as something very large pushes into his ass. Karis viscerally, physically realizes Ronan has skipped the rest of the fingering. That's his slicked-up cock already spreading Karis open. His thoughts scatter with the steady, relentless intrusion. Every nerve ignites as his insides willingly rearrange to fit around Ronan's cock. His eyes sting with the pressure, the overwhelmed delight. They fit together completely, and Ronan's forehead rests between Karis's shoulders. "Fuck, you're so good," Ronan says. "The sounds you make." He starts to move, achingly slow, the angle driving his cock past Karis's prostate with every stroke. Karis bites his lip at first, then gives up on staying quiet. Ronan likes hearing him, and Karis likes the way Ronan turns him into a panting, groaning mess of desire. His hands fist in the altar cloth, silk sticking to his sweating palms. Just as everything is almost too much, Ronan lets go of his hips and covers his hands. Karis comes, his mind and heart alive with light and love. Ronan shudders too, and then leans heavily over him, presses the sweetest kiss against his shoulder, tightens his grip on Karis's hands. They rest there, still locked together, without need for words. Karis slumps on the altar, boneless, awash in pleasure and relief. After all they've been through and all they've shared, Ronan still treats him like Karis. Not a madman or a god. Ronan just wants him. And he understands that Karis's powers are real, scarily real, but not the sum of him. Prodigy, paladin, prophet, captive. They're all just roles he's played. Just like Ronan has always been more than the trickster's acolyte. Even on the radiant altar, the sweeping expanse of the cathedral rising around them, more than anything else, they're simply in love. With Ronan's fingers entwined with his, Karis feels free. Epilogue. 1 month later. A warm voice drags Karis from sleep. Not his lover, unfortunately. Their very large bed is empty next to him. And when Karis's eyes crack open, he sees a steaming mug of tea on the bedside table. Ronan always makes tea when he gets up before Karis, which is most days. Nobody dares summon Karis too early in the morning, and without the rigor of squire training, Karis tends to sleep late. Especially after Ronan tired him out the night before. Since Ronan's gone, that means it's Radiant Vara who's saying in his head, "I highly recommend you get up now." Karis closes his eyes again and buries his head in the pillow. "Why? And I thought you didn't want to be an alarm clock." "Because Arthur Daverin and his necromancer are approaching the front gate." "Oh," Karis says absently before the weight of that revelation hits him. "Oh, fuck!" he yelps, already jumping from the bed. Sheets wrap around his ankle, and he nearly falls on his ass, extricating himself. They're still in the guest suite Karis first woke up in after the unbinding. The Exalted Circle offered him Archpriest Narat's old suite, but Karis thought that was way too creepy. They'll also get the Locksmith's Manor when Milan and Koira move back to Praia, which will be any day now. Recently, Ronan's been leaving early to help them pack. Hopefully, Ronan has already made his way out of the cathedral grounds without meeting sudden guests, Karis prays as he scrambles into his clothes. But since the tea is still steaming... He's still in the courtyard, Vara relays helpfully. Karis swears again and flies out the door. His shirt flaps like a pair of dark blue wings behind him, far too loose, and he realizes he's accidentally put on Ronan's shirt. He's in far too much of a rush to correct that, though. The day is still young, but there are plenty of people awake and about. Karis has to dodge priests replacing candles and sweeping the halls, and the paladins guarding the front door flinch towards their weapons before they recognize the blurred figure sprinting past them. The north end of the courtyard hosts 24 squires in rough training clothes, sparring under 3 paladins' watchful eyes. The training dummies are draped with discarded winter coats as the squires work up a sweat. Karis catches Ronan in the very center of the courtyard. The sound of running must get Ronan's attention first, because he turns to wait as soon as Karis exits the cathedral. Skidding to a halt, Karis nearly crashes into him. He grabs Ronan's coat sleeve, breathing too hard to say anything at first. A stitch pulls his side, and his head spins with the sudden transition from asleep in bed to running to the rescue. What's wrong? Ronan grabs him gently by the shoulders. He looks Karis up and down, his gaze lingering on the stretch of collarbone exposed by the too large neckline. Where's your coat? Fine, not cold, Karis says between gasps. I just had to warn you that... Hooves clatter on the flagstone before he can finish, and 2 horses carry their riders onto the grounds of the bright cathedral. The striking chestnut warhorse has clearly slowed to match the pace of the smaller, dark bay next to her, who looks like a farm pony in comparison. Their riders make an equally stark contrast. The chestnut's rider is blond and broad-shouldered, the smile on his face clear even at a distance. The bay's rider is dark-haired and thin, wrapped in a gray cloak and a forbidding air. Dismayed, Karis can only watch Ronan turn towards the front gates and see his eyes widen in recognition at the broad-shouldered blonde. Sir Arthur's coming, Karis finishes belatedly. The surprise in Ronan's expression flicks away into his casual calm, and he squeezes Karis's shoulder. Thanks for the warning, he says mildly. Do you know why he's here? Karis sighs. Because I asked them to come? I just didn't think they'd get here so fast. He straightens his borrowed shirt as best he can. You can sneak out the side gate. I don't think he's noticed you yet. Ronan squeezes his shoulder again, then lets go. I don't need to sneak out anymore. Besides, he's definitely noticed me already. Sure enough, when Karis peeks over, Sir Arthur's smile is gone, and he's looking directly at both of them. A pair of stable hands runs up, interrupting the crossfire of awkward stares. Karis gives up on avoiding confrontation and just waits helplessly with Ronan as the travelers dismount. Why did you ask them to come? Ronan looks a lot calmer than Karis expected. I needed a necromancer, Karis whispers back. The mausoleum has a lot of really old Varan acolytes, and even some of the previous voices. I want to talk to some of them, and Shay is the only necromancer I actually know. Kind of. I scried for him once. Does that count? That doesn't count. Ronan still looks totally calm. Across the courtyard, the stable hands are trying to lead the horses away while Arthur offers more cookies to his chestnut. He looks calm as well, and probably unlikely to strike Ronan down in revenge. Karis decides to keep a very close eye on both of them. They could just be acting calm to lower the other's guard. Anyway, I asked Vara to ask Sir Arthur to ask the necromancer to come down to Osiris so I could hire him. I meant to warn you in advance because I know things are weird, but I thought they would take at least another week to get here. Sorry. The stable hands finally manage to take the horses away from Arthur, and then there's nothing but 10 yards of pristine flagstone and awkward silence between the two pairs. Arthur and Shay walk closer, and Karis doesn't miss the way Shay briefly squeezes Arthur's hand. When they come to a halt facing each other, Shay stands slightly in front of Arthur, as if physically protecting him. Plastering on a smile, Karis steps forward slightly himself. You're Shay Nightven, right? Thanks a lot for coming. The necromancer wears his gloomy presence like a second cloak. The morning sunlight doesn't quite seem to touch him, but whenever he looks at Arthur, his sharp gray eyes soften. He doesn't try to hide the numerous silver rings decorating his ears and fingers, and when he speaks, his voice is clear. How could I resist a job offer from a god? One of the rings on Shay's left hand, Karis notes, is different from the others. It's also silver, but it's polished much brighter, and it's set with a small yellow gem. Well, the job was from me, Karis says. Vara was just the messenger. Hearty laughter rings through the courtyard. Karis jumps, startled to realize that Sir Arthur is smiling. You must be driving the priests crazy talking about Radiant Vara like that. He is, Ronan says. Karis watches nervously as Ronan's eyes meet Arthur's. The two men stare at each other for a while, expressions unreadable. Karis clenches his fist and readies a shield spell in case Arthur lunges forward. But after a moment, Arthur just nods. Ronan nods back. Arthur turns to Karis and says, We actually were on our way to Osiris already when Vara conveyed your request. There have been some incidents north of the border that we wanted to talk with. Who's in charge here now? Karis is too stunned to respond at first. They just nodded. That's it. Captain Tanner, sort of, he answers when he can. And me, sort of. Do you want to talk about everything in a few hours? You guys have been traveling. You should get some rest. He doesn't mention that he desperately needs caffeine, breakfast, and a conversation with his lover. Plus, as the adrenaline wears off, he's starting to feel the chill in the air. Arthur looks up towards the sky. That sounds good, he says quietly. I'd like to pray in the cathedral for a while. There's a measure of wonder in his voice. It's so strange to get answers now. He rubs his hand over his face. Karis's attention catches on the ring he wears. A band of yellow gold set with a small diamond. The perfect inverse of the necromancer's ring. Neither Karis nor Ronan talk as they return to their rooms. Karis sits on their parlor sofa, staring off into the distance, as Ronan makes a new pot of tea. He takes the cup absently, content just to inhale the swirling steam. Only when Ronan throws the curtains open, flooding light into the room, does Karis blink back to the present. What are you thinking about? Ronan slides the tea tray away and sits down on the low table in front of Karis, so close their knees touch. Karis inhales the steam for another moment. I'm thinking that I wouldn't have raced out of bed to rescue you from Arthur Davarin if I knew you were just going to nod at each other. Ronan's full-throated laughter fills the room, warmer than the tea in Karis's hands. I didn't know what was going to happen either, he admits. But he's been through a lot in the past year, and so have I. Not all of it good, but he's happier now than he ever was when I knew him. You'll probably want to talk to me at some point, but it's not urgent.
Karis lowers his eyes. What about you?
I think I just needed to see that I hadn't completely ruined him.
Leaning forward, Ronan rests both his hands on Karis's thighs.
And I'm happier now than I ever was, too.
You better be, Karis says haughtily.
He sets his tea down on the table, untouched, because he doesn't have to be a prophet to realize it's in imminent danger.
You don't have to reassure me. I'm not jealous of any of your exes.
That's good. Ronan's thumbs dig a little into muscle. His grin bleeds into his voice. You're obviously my favorite. What else are you thinking about?
Karis purses his lips.
This is going to be one of the brattiest things he's ever said, which is saying something. But Ronan, for all his brooding exterior, has proved very indulgent. So Karis lifts his chin and declares, I want the ring. Ronan pauses the thigh massage.
A ring?
You have to wear one too, Karis says quickly. That's the important part. Everyone has to know that Ronan belongs to him. Ronan's hands shake against his thighs. Karis. His voice trembles with restrained laughter. Are you proposing to me?
Karis crosses his arms.
If that's what it takes. Laughter bursts out as Ronan's restraint fails, and Karis is briefly at risk of feeling foolish before he sees the way Ronan grins at him. There's so much warmth and love in his eyes, Karis feels like he could ask for anything. He could ask for the sun, the moon, the